Welcome back to class, dear students. I remain your tutor, Solomon Foske, and this is what we'll be building in this month 1 challenge on our DPU Pro Foske Academy. So we are going to build a portfolio dApp. Yeah, you heard that. That means it is not just going to be your normal Web2 portfolio website or app that you just have those details. We'll also integrate Web3 elements. That's why you can see wallets and some other things like that. So first, I love to put inspect, since we are dealing as a developer, so that we see if there are any issue along. So at the end of the day, you will build this portfolio dApp, which you can in turn use to submit to get potential employee as a freelance Web3 full-stack developer, and this will take you from 0 to pro, and from there you can start joining the monthly challenge that I do, where you build more full-stack developer projects that you can be adding here. So let me quickly take you through a run-through of what this is. This Web3 portfolio dApp, and you know what it is. It tells anyone about what you do, your project you've built, and all those things. But beyond that, we have the front end. It covers the front end like you are seeing, and it has back end integration, which you will also learn in this course, which include authentication with PostgreSQL+Supabase and more, handling this. So for example, if I click on sign up, I'm able to sign up, and if I click on login, I'm able to log in successfully. If I go back here and refresh, you will see this will disappear, and you can see first or whatever the initial of the person from this created from this that sign up. So I can go back to home. So that tells you the authentication is working. And the next thing you will want to see, and you see we are not seeing errors here. The next thing you will also learn as part of the back end is that you will learn to set up Postgres database on Supabase and connect it to retrieve information from different project table. For example, this is coming from the database, and for example, you can click here now and add new projects, and those projects will come up to show up here as part of the projects section, and you can load more projects or hide them. So this is dynamically powered from the back end. So that's another thing you will learn: the front end, the back end. You learn all those things, the authentication and more. Then once we are done with that, we will move to now turn this as a full portfolio app to a dApp, decentralized app, by integrating blockchain. So potential employer or freelance option, they will check and like, okay, you really have idea of Web3, we won't stop on the Web2. And this is when we have this section on-chain integration, where you also want to show them, apart from the project is there, you also want to show them that even on that page, as is a dApp, they can connect wallet. And so what this says is, we created a custom. So you will learn the blockchain aspect, where we'll create custom program on Solana. It's called smart contract on Ethereum. So, and deploy it on Solana DevNet and restore the message on chain. You can connect with it through your Solana wallet. You learn how we integrate all these things step by step. So I connect wallet now. Let me connect with Software, and then you can see the message button is, I can fetch, and you see this is coming from on chain. You will see all the code, all the everything. We'll build it together, and you are seeing no error here. So the same thing we move to also on Ethereum. This shows that you are a full stack Web3 developer that is also multi-chain inclined, because Solana uses Rust, and we build the program together. You learn a bit more about Rust and using it for Solana, setting up a lot of environment and deploying and connecting with front end. The next one, you now learn also about EVM, which is Ethereum. Here you write in Solidity, smart contract in Solidity, and then you connect and deploy a message there on Ethereum Sapolia testnet, and you can retrieve it. So if we click here now, it prompts us to connect our wallet. If we are using Phantom or MetaMask, so we want to use MetaMask, and you have it, and then we can fetch the message. And if we click here, this is actually loading from the blockchain. So hello 3 word on Ethereum blockchain. All this shows and give an idea that indeed you have the Web3 skill, not just like the Web2 of front end, back end. You also could create custom smart contracts on multiple blockchain, even when they are different programming language like Rust for Solana SVM, and then Solidity for, which are the top programming Web3 blockchain programming language to develop smart contracts and programs. So you are able to retrieve this as well. So all these are what you will learn step by step. Even if you are a beginner, I pick you step by step. So we will cover how you build this, and at the end of the day, you'll be able to deploy this on, you can see it on your own custom domain, which will be your project that you will do and be able to have access to get certification. So you see that this is not on localhost. This is actually a working domain. You can see it if I type firstk.xyz. So it's actually a working domain. So you will also learn how to deploy as a full real world full stack dApp. So you finally be able to deploy this, so you can share your social media, you can share with potential employer or gig, anyone that wants to give you freelance gig platform. You can submit it. Then as you join monthly, you build new Web3 full stack Web3 project that has front end, back end, blockchain integration, and also we learn about how you can monetize and earn with your full stack Web3 development skill. So, but this is so essential to start with, so that as you build, you need a portfolio to put it and make it easier for anyone to see what you are doing. So that is what we will cover in the video. So make sure you don't miss any aspect. It's meant for beginner, intermediate as well. So if you have known some parts, you may skip, but if not, I encourage you to watch this video if you can, from beginning to end, so you can now begin to choose area you will now need. But if, especially as beginner just starting into Web3 development, you should watch from beginning to end, and at the end of the day you should have your own full portfolio. And we'll be using AI along the way. The AI will be using Cursor, will be using Windsolve and all those AI tools, IDEs that can help enhance you and 10x your productivity as a full stack Web3 developer. So that is what we will cover in, and once again I welcome you and hope we have a nice time, though a detailed one and challenging. A lot of bugs will fix and things to get out actually learn. So that's it. You are welcome. This is the course you will need if you are starting from zero as a full stack blockchain developer. So I'm going to take you from zero and transition you at the end of this course to become a pro full stack blockchain developer, because I will cover a lot of core things I have discovered that matter for you to be a full stack blockchain developer. And then from there you can begin to build more projects and things like that. So we will be covering this which is build and deploy full stack portfolio dApp with Nextjs+Supabase and blockchain. So, and what are the things we'll cover? Other ones you can be building later, but this will be so essential because this is a pro course, but I decide to release it for you free. So you want to take advantage of it to learn the basic things that from there you can now build on. So I will focus to make it more beginner friendly so that even if you have not built a full stack app before, we'll be covering these major things. These are the major things we'll be covering, which are what you will build. You will build your own personal professional portfolio dApp to hold your future project and also serve as your resume for future Web3 blockchain development opportunity like job funding and things. So you know that on this platform, especially DPU Pro, we focus on real world projects, not just anyhow project, real world. And that's why each project come with a challenge, and I try to release that every month. We build a project every month and with a challenge. And then you, in each of those courses, I try to go through these 4 to 5 stages so that you are not just learning to build projects that at the end of the day you want to get hired, you're trying to match the knowledge, it doesn't work together. So when you look at this now, what you will learn at the end of this video, you would have learned about Web3 project management, which include, we will do it together, ideating, feasibility study, challenges and things like that. Then that you need for the project. If you are building a project, just think about it. I want us to vibe code together, with support of AI tools as well. So I'm going to build this. It's not like a pre-built project. I'm going to build it step by step with you. We will learn together. I will make mistake together so that you will see that pro developers do not just do everything perfect. It's just about getting some basic things right, and from there you can move on. So we'll be using AI tools for sure to do our vibe coding and 10x our productivity. So what we naturally need, multiple team of blockchain developers that will take them months or years. We will build it in matter of how to build those things in matter of hours or within days or a week or so. So then we look at front end. I will include essential basic intro of some of those things, which you will learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Nextjs, including domain hosting. Like I told you, at the end of this project, you will be able to launch your own dApp, portfolio dApp. So, and I've told you why you will need that as the first project. After that, we'll be going into other projects in our future. So for you to get job, get grant, get bounty, win bounty, do anything, people want proof that you can do this thing. So the best place for you, instead of to have projects scattered and send them 20, 50, 30 links, why not have a dApp where you just send them to and you constantly update it with projects you are building. So anyone that you send that to can have access to the project you are building, and that is more more convincing than sending multiple links. Oh, since I've done this, since I've done that, with a single link and app to do that. Then, which we have the front end, then we also have the back end. I've told you I'll be taking as a beginner. If you have not even touched back end before, we will set up a back end, we'll pick database, Postgres, we'll know why we are picking that and things like that. Then we'll also be able to deploy. You'll learn how to set up a database management using SQL, setting up function and triggers, how to manage a database table, then how you can host it on platform like Supabase while you are using Supabase. In the front end, we'll be hosting with Vercel. You can use other ones as well. So a lot more platform as well that's well good. So I'm not saying these are the only option. These are just the ones I've used, and currently they are most of the top. Sometimes I don't know in years that you'll be watching this course, they might not, but so those be feel free. But once you learn the knowledge, they cut across the same. Then we'll now move to blockchain to learn a lot about how Solana, in terms of basic of Rust, then Solidity for EVM. Solana is Rust. So you'll be able to deploy your own custom Rust program that do a basic things that you can add up to turn your portfolio Nextjs application to a dApp. You understand? So that anything they ask, oh, what's your proof that you are a Web3 blockchain developer, full-stack developer, blockchain developer? Once you send that to them, you can be able to, we will be able to cover that, so that you will use that opportunity to learn about each of these, including how you can write at least a basic smart contract on each of them. Is called smart contract on EVM, and program on Solana. So either program or smart contract to learn to write for EVM, and then for non-EVM like Solana, you deploy it to their testnet, and we'll move back to the front end where we'll be making use of middleware between blockchain and things like that, like wallet integration using things like Web3.js. Then when you are building contract program for Solana, you use Anchor. But when you are building for EVM like Ethereum, then we'll be making use of things like maybe OpenCepilion and our Remix IDE. So you can also have art, but that will be on more project that you'll be building. We have a lot project to build together, and you can also suggest a lot of them as well. So now we'll be able to cover that, and the deployment, how do you get testnet, how do you deploy to them, then which give you idea as well when you are moving those things to mainnet. So we'll be able to cover that. So make sure you get maybe a cup of coffee, water, and things like that. And I suggest you watch this video first from beginning to the end before you start skipping, especially if you are new to becoming a full stack. You might even have been a blockchain developer, but new to, you are not really inclined into, or just new entirely. You now want to be able to build those things together, both front end, back end, blockchain, and AI, because those are the people that will be in demand more moving forward. Because with AI tools, people will not just want to be paying somebody to just build smart contracts. Why they will be figuring out how to, no, why can't you, with support of AI and those things, just put it together? And once we are done, you will be able to have access to certificate of completion. You have access to challenges challenge which come with each of these courses. I do each of these courses at least once a month. So that's why you see it, each of it, you see this month one that we are starting now. So after that, you have built your portfolio and things like that. So you will have access to certificate. So how do you now have access to certificate and also support? You get stuck, you need support. That is when you need to make sure you have access to DPU Pro. So the DPU Pro have a lot of all these things, full stack project centric, that will be building. You see them every single month, and a lot more. AI tool integration, you'll be using AI tool like Cursor and Moto to 10x your productivity, vibe code, and more. Then as a student, you have influence, like you can vote for project. You can see that I was only able to say month one. What we build in month two, month three will be voted by you. I will say, okay, we have this, which one do you want? So then that's how you vote. You can also suggest your own project, and you and other student, pro student will vote, and which one is voted for. If I will go and build this real world project, And then if there's any stock that is not buildable, maybe limitation or things like that, I'll come back to it. And if not, I build it. You can see it, you influence, vote for those things. Like I said, ensuring whatever, I'm not giving out any curriculum like a lot of platforms. So this is majorly a platform. After you have built your dApp for portfolio, those projects you put in those portfolio, those are what you focus. They are real world projects. They help you personally to gain real world experience, because it will contain every of these steps, how you plan those projects, you get idea and all those things. Then it will be, like I said, real world. You'll be able to vote to learn, pick project that you want to actually learn more, including Web3 project management. Real world demand careful planning, and that's why every course will include how the project was managed, from idea, feasibility study. Did you check who are the competitor, who are those doing those things? All those things are things we will learn in each project. That's why this is different from your normal just jump around and build projects. That's why I've not fixed the month for them. You can see it. So we'll fix only this now is available, and the details of what you learn. But this structure is what will be followed for each, because they are full stack, so that you can build front end when it's needed, back end. At times you substitute the Web2 backend for purely just blockchain. But these are full stack. They are not just built one smart contract and things like that. Just touch an API. You build a full dApp. If it's a DEX, how a full dApp that user can connect their wallet, can actually swap and things like that. Not just a single API and then that's all. No. So those are things you will learn from it. Then I don't want to put out source code. So in this something, you won't be getting source code, so that this is AI age. Just learn those essential basic things, and then vibe code with these AI tools, and you will be amazed how far they can help you. Because I've seen a lot of students just pick source code. I've been into this teaching from like 4 years ago, do a lot of content free, which you can see on the programming. That have over 3,000 plus students enroll, over 500 went through the courses, and more than 1,000 have gone through my technical Web3 development content. So I've experienced with them, a lot of them like that. So this help you to also get job, grants, and more. That's why I want to focus on the development as well. So you will be able to have access to all those things, and transparent collaboration. As I'm building, I'll update you in a dedicated DP Pro channel. So you also learn like that. We discuss just like a team. As I build the real project, you voted, and then after I'm done, I turn it to course. Then for you, another student plus a challenge. Now, once you do that, I have 7 years experience with this. Like if you are new, I'm Solomon Foske. I've been in Web3 since 2017 and went more fully into Web3 development since like around 2020, and decide to be more focused on educational aspect to help people train. So you have seen the start of a lot of students, over 1,000 have gone through my content in article, technical article, in guides, in courses for Web3 development. So, and this will cover reward projects, thriving community, and then you have certification. So, but before you get certification, you will have to actually go through the challenge, which is to go through the course and build it. You are not getting source code. Use those AI to learn them, go through the process yourself and build it. You don't need to follow my design. You just need an idea, build what you want. Like this we'll be doing here. You follow it, build your own that you are willing to present as your own projects. And then from there, you can now submit it. I will review it. Once it passes those check, your code, and you will deploy a real project. That's what this one's, your potential employer or partner or fundee or whatever you call it must be able to access this project and test them without you. You understand? Not just pictures that you have built this. No, they'll be able to test it from your portfolio. That's why this first project is so important for you. And then building those, you cannot just build portfolio and have it empty. They have to have project. That is why you have multiple projects here, and they will be full stack. You see them, so built and working, that those people can test out and see like, wow, this, you really have a solid knowledge and things like that, which include your any and things. And then top language for now, we are covering Rust for SVM, that's Solana virtual machine, and Solidity for EVM and Solana. Why should you learn and upgrade to this? And if you want to upgrade, comment below right now so that you don't miss it. Comment below that I should give you, like, please give me DPU Pro discount, membership discount. Please give me DPU Pro membership discount. Let me put that on the screen somewhere for you. Please give me DPU Pro membership discount. So type that in the comment. As you can see, for you to have full access, these are the benefits. You earn competitive salary. You can fund your Web3 startup because you have a full stack, how to do everything together. You can access grant, bounty, hackathon in thousands of dollars, and then monthly build challenge that you'll be getting. So what does this cost you now? Presently, if this is worth about $200 per month with real full stack, you're accessing with support and everything, and per year that will cost about $2,400. But don't be scared, I'm going to be launching this for just $500 for a year. Just discount for this launch. As the platform grows, this will skyrocket up for a whole year. Every month you'll be building new full stack projects. You can also suggest your own. You have certification for them, and you have your portfolio that you are building now that you'll be adding to on a monthly basis. These are a lot of things you will have access, and also have affiliate. So if you join, you earn up to 40% if you refer anyone to it. So make sure you join affiliate. But if you're already a DPU Pro student, that makes it like automatic, easy for you. When you bring anyone in, you get 40%. But now, if you comment, please give me DPU Pro discount, you will instantly have access to it for just $250. For just half 50% discount, $250 for a whole 1 year. So you don't want to miss it. Comment, please give me DPU Pro discount. Now that you have the understanding of what you will learn and those things you cover, and how you can take your learning from this to now fill this your dApp portfolio dApp you build, let's begin to now take this one by one. Remember, if you got question, you need support, just go into the DPU Pro. You can have access to it. I don't give support for this free on YouTube or any free platform. So if you ask for support, I will not respond to you. You want support, you've gotten this whole content that is part of the Pro free life transforming, and then you still expecting free support. No, it means you are not actually serious with actually becoming a full stack developer. So go on now and comment, please give me DPU Pro discount, so you can grab in by just 50%, $250, and then I'll be able to give you full 24/7 support. I give my DPU student the know, and then you have access to certification. You won't get certification for this, but everything is covered for this particular project. So I don't hide anything for you. This full course is free for you, covered everything, but you won't get support from me, and you won't be able to have as me check your project and give you certification of completing the course that you can now put on the platform. So you want it, don't miss the opportunity now. Instead of 500 launching that will even increase in future, you want to quickly grab, you can see just for like 50 students, maybe I can give about 10 to 15 or so students that comment more, like please give me DPU Pro discount now, so that once I respond to you, you quickly take advantage of that before it's over. Now let's get started. We have seen what we want to learn. Let's take it one by one. So we'll be focusing on the first section, which is Web3 Project Management. And that is what I have on my screen now. So I want to give you some time to process that. You want to comment, please give me DPU Pro discount, and quickly take advantage of it before others. Now, if you are building a project, I've told you everything is full stack. You learn everything, then support yourself with AI. Everything will set it up here. But the first thing, if you want to build a project, realistic, real life project, you don't jump on coding. That's where a lot of beginners miss it. They think all it takes is just about coding. No, it's not about coding. Coding is just like maybe 25% to 30, or let's say 50%. There's a lot of things that go into it. When launching a real project, and you are launching a real full stack portfolio dApp for yourself that you want to use to showcase your blockchain development skill. So you need to put all these things, if you are launching it in real world. So this is not like you are submitting it just for course. This is what you want to give. Imagine you want to be hired, like how much blockchain developer earn, like 100,000 plus USD, 120,000 or more per year, and you want to submit such as part of your CV. This even work more than just typing CV. Normally project may demand that, but then you just have like they want, what are those things you've learned? Everything is already organized on your portfolio dApp, which is more real to them than even what you just wrote on your CV, because they can now go through some of them, especially those that may interest them. You understand? You can imagine you want to get employed maybe as intern or for a gig to fix something in a decentralized exchange platform or dApp or things like that, and then they see you have something related to it. They want to check it, want to test what you built if it's working, and they see it working. So those are the things. So the first stage is this section focus on fundamental project management skills specific to Web3 development, ensuring you as a student are prepared for entire life cycle of your dApp development. You understand that you are actually prepared for the entire something, and this will be one ideation and feasibility study. So which, like, you want to understand the purpose of a portfolio dApp for showcasing Web3 skill and conduct feasibility study, the cost, the time, the resources, things like this will require. Now, when you talk about the ideation, why are we building this? You need to ask yourself, because if you are building a real world project, you don't just like idea just came. That's why you want to do feasibility study. Are actually people that are in need of this thing or not? You don't just jump. And that's why a lot of all this AI tool come to play. You understand that? Do you really need a dApp portfolio? You want to ask those AI tools. They will give you some helpful response. You understand? For you to see that, okay, yeah, you really actually need this thing for yourself. So that's why some of these things we start. There are a lot of AI tool you can use. So we'll be using Grok. ChatGPT is there. DeepSeek is there. A lot of them are there, so you can check them out as well. And another one good for developers, I think, from Google AI and more like that. So let's just try, because I told you these are realistic things. So how do you do you don't need to spend hours again with this AI tool. Try to do feasibility study and things like that. So you want to know, is this actually useful? So we have this now, and then we need to, I recommend you sign up. Depending on when you'll be watching, it could be Grok 4 or Grok 10. So just try to ensure you are on to the latest version so you get the best results. And let's say you are beginning to learn this now. That's why I said this is AI enhanced. Everything you will be learning using AI along with them. So every step will be using AI along. So we want to sign up. Good. Here we go now. Make sure you also have something like this deep search marked, and then maybe thinking. Then you can also put in file. So here is I'm doing the course I want to pay for says I need to start by building my first dApp, which is portfolio dApp, and claimed it's essential as we'll be adding other dApp I built to it, so to help with when getting jobs, grants, gigs, hackathon, etc. Is this true or what? You understand? Is this true? Is that useful first step? Will this help convince to get job faster if I've lots of projects, dApps there? You understand? So like I told you, these are the courses, the full stack. My courses are not for impatient, but you are free to always skip any part. But I always say, I'm conscious of a lot of you that are beginners. I want to take you through the process I use for years, and a lot of pro Web3 blockchain developers out there use to earn 6 figures per year and more. So these are the process. With these AIs now, it even makes it easier. So you can see now that I've composed for it. So with this help convince to get job. You understand? Just ensuring this is useful for me to begin with. You understand? So if you are building on a trading platform on this, then you ask those questions. What features do you think you should have? Or what existing features? Research for me. So it will do all those research for you. That's why you pick this search, because it will search online. So let's post this and see. So that is going on. While that is on, you can see it's searching online. So this is how you will tell it to do those feasibility study for you. Let's continue. And then the cost, the time, the resources this will require. So if you are building that, what are those things, that project, what will it take? These are essential things you need to think so that you know, is it a project you have the capacity to build, or you need pre-investors or supporters, or you need to offer part of it for a pre-sale. You get a lot of things like that. Will you need token for it? Does it not need token? Are there legal challenges for that niche based on your country or not? All these things are what you need to understand under the feasibility study and understanding the purpose of the something. Related also is the project challenges and solution. So like, you now need to understand what are the challenges we have. Like now in this project, one of the challenge I have is like, this is a portfolio project. How do I turn it to a dApp? That means integrate blockchain. Is that not redundant? What usefulness is blockchain in a portfolio? You understand? So those are the critical things you need to learn to do for you to be able to build solid project that meet the market. Once the AI, you ask those questions, it will help you do research online and give you more solid something. So discuss strength and weakness of choosing two. Then from there, you can now begin to look at, for me now, what I look at, okay, if you are not just ordinary web developer, full-stack web developer, you are Web3 blockchain developer. So any potential person or employee or partner or something checking your site want to instantly observe that you have some things about Web3. So what about if the person can see Connect Wallet? The person can see that, okay, some of your projects, maybe as you add them, you also have a representation of it online, even if it is just to write it in text and send it online. Even if on the testnet, they don't expect it on the mainnet because it will be costly on a lot of blockchains. So at least on the testnet, you have it. So they already have idea that if you can do this, you already have the basic idea that how to connect wallets to your front end, how to use RPC to retrieve. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how I was okay, I think it makes sense. And then you can look at the strength of those tools you are picking, because you have a lot of tools. Should you be using WordPress or using Pure React or Nextjs or other platform? You understand what I'm saying? So all these things, what are the challenges? What are the weaknesses? You want to research all this easily, and you can easily ask those AI to, you understand, to make those research for you and easily tell you, I think this based on my network is slow or something. So you understand what I'm saying now? So these are the things you want to make sure you figure out first. Then, like I told you, the cost analysis, you want to break down what are the costs, and there are different stages you want to understand. When you are building a full stack project, you are not just throwing a smart contract around. Things user must be able to use it at the end of the day. Or you understand? So now you want to look at what is the cost of the setup, what's the cost of your deployment, what's the cost of your maintenance, like domain hosting, the blockchain deployment fee. If you are deploying on testnet, is free, but how do you get your free testnet? Because it's becoming so hard to get in a lot of all these platforms now. So, and if you are stuck, you need it, you are in the DPU Pro platform, because it's becoming so difficult for me to even get. So I've been giving it free out before. I think I won't be giving it out again because it's so difficult to get, like even like Solana now, to get testnet, devnet, things like that. So I will only be giving some few to those that are DPU Pro, when you're like, okay, I'm building this project, I need it, but not able to get it, then let me know in the DPU Pro channel, private channel, where we discuss. So if you don't want to miss it, to make sure you get support and things like that, a lot of them that I do, check on my student to know how far you are doing and things like that. Kindly ensure you type, please give me DPU Pro discount, so that you will not miss it now to get 50% of this discount. Now, just for few students, the old discount is just about 50 slots. So if I'm now giving you maybe about just 10 people, if I don't respond to you, then it means you don't get it. You understand? So the first, I will prefer to make it first come, first serve. So you want to quickly make sure you pause and comment that. Then we want to see, you now want to look at what skill do you need to build that particular project. So that's why I always refer you as a beginner to this course first, a pro first course every pro student will take. You understand? As a beginner. So now, except you have been before or something. So now, what are the skills? You need to know what skill do you need to. For like our own dApp now, it will be different per each dApp. Though it will be basic, like once you have front-end development skill, for example, smart contract development skill, you need just the basic, but some challenges you face and solve will be different. So that's why you want to know which skill do you need to build it. For this, now we need like this Web3 Project Management. Then we need a front-end skill, because we are building a full-stack dApp that we have domain, hosted, deployed. So you need knowledge of a front end, then back end, because we are going to be able to, be adding new project, and it will be in the database, because you cannot easily just go and be storing informations like that on the blockchain. It's costly. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like maybe a proof of those things, the date you did it, and all those things. As you submit it, some of those somewhere will go on the blockchain as a proof and be displayed. So people can say, okay, you can connect to wallet, you can do, and this, you have a blockchain proof that you built this that day. Because on the blockchain, except the blockchain on down off, you understand, you is there. But they know on your website you can change date and things like that. Those are advantage of Web3 over Web2. So now, once you know that, okay, these are the skills I need, which we'll cover in this course, we want to look at what are the tools for collaboration that you need. So you need GitHub, for example, so essential as a developer. So to collaborate, because you'll be dealing with codes and things, you features, then maybe with one or two other people or team, and at the same time, when you'll be getting hired or contributing to open source or things like that, or gigs to fix projects, you will be dealing with GitHub a lot, or Git or something. Any other, but most popular I also use personally is GitHub, and most projects use. You understand? So what are those things you need to learn? We will set up a GitHub together, because we will use it. Like I said, if you are already, you can skip, but this is a full course you will need as beginner taking you. So I'm very conscious of some of you that have never done a lot of these things before. So if you want support to get stuck, don't forget to get into the DPU Pro and type, please give me DPU Pro discount, to unlock support, certification, and more, so that you get 50% discount for this launch price. Instead of 2,000 for launching for 500, and then you still get another 50%. And once you are in, you can refer others and start earning up to 40% of this as just referring others. So now, do we ever have this AI finished things? Good. So you can see it now. It says, it seems like that starting with a portfolio dApp is a useful first step for beginner in Web3 development, as it helps to learn essential skills and provide a platform to showcase future projects. Research suggests that having a portfolio of dApps can enhance job prospects, grant gig and hackathon opportunity by demonstrating practical experience and versatility. The evidence lean towards quality being more important than quantity in your portfolio, with well-executed projects making stronger impression. Do you see now? Why start with a project? Portfolio dApp building is a practical way to dive into Web3. It allows you to learn how to create designer app, create certain smart contract, building front end. This hands-on experience is crucial for understanding blockchain technology. Will it help with opportunity? Having a portfolio of dApps can significantly boost your chance of getting job. It shows potential employee or collaborator that you have real world experience, which is highly valued in Web3 space than even your academic certification in Web3. A diverse portfolio can highlight your ability to work on different types of projects like DeFi, you see, NFT, making you more appealing. However, focus on quality, well-documented, functional projects are more impressive than many incomplete ones. Do you see now? Why just slashing, I build a smart contract, 5, 10, 20 smart contract, and then, but what about I solve a particular problem, which now include me building a smart contract for it. Then this is the full dApp. You can play with it. You understand? And then they tested it and they discovered that, wow, this works. The front end works, the back end works. Then you also use blockchain, you connect wallet, user can. Then you have more conviction, and then they can have access to your code that you actually built this. You understand? So that is why we teach you some tips as well in here, because this I see it as not a full free course but a DPU Pro course. So I'm not keeping anything back. I've promised you that and I'll fulfill it, and that gives you an idea of how you learn from other feature projects as well. So now if you look at this now, something you should quickly learn is that we are moving into now is GitHub. And there are some things you should learn, which like tips from my years of experience, developing, collaborating, contributing to open source and more, teaching lots of students, over 1,000 students have gone through, you understand? So setting up private repo and making it public later. So if you are building projects, start with private repo, and that's what we'll do. We'll do that step by step. That's why I said, make sure you don't skip any part of this video. You will miss a lot. Watch everything, no matter how long it is. I don't know how it will end up being long, but I'm foreseeing at least maybe something like above 3 hours, maybe 4, 6 hours or 9 hours. But my own is just giving you solid thing. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just like I'm saying you paid for this thing. So I'm not holding anything from you. So you pay, you won't be complaining that the information, the formation is too much. It's just too much transformation. I don't need it. I don't pay for that much. Just so, but when it's free, so that's it. Setting up a private repo and making it public later. Please keep that in mind, because we're setting up a repo together now. And another thing is, when you are building, you see me do it. When you want to build a project, we start it together, you want to start with a GitHub repo. There are a lot of benefits to that. You understand? Which I call the regular commit. Now, look at what that AI is telling you here. He said quality, and part of what you'll be surprised at when you give access to your repo to those people that want to hire you and things like that. I'm telling you from experience, is you might be surprised they want to check out. For example, look here. If I go to github.com/Solomon Foske. So I always encourage you, use your name so that it'll be easier for them to have no doubt. If you are building a project, it's different, but for a profile for yourself, you are the blockchain developer, so use your name. so that they will not like, oh, are you the one or not when you use a fancy name outside. No. So look at this line up, Web3 developer instructor. I'm on mission to meet 1 million div to Web3 by 2031 with free Web3 div courses and more at the programming. So just reading this basic profile, you can see it. And this is what you want to see. Now, when I send this, that I'm a developer, Web3 developer, and then I don't focus on like taking job and things. I focus on educating. So, but I build a lot. You understand? I build a lot than even a lot of people in just a single project, because I build multiple projects to teach. You can know building things like this every single month. So you get what I'm saying. So now, that's why if you want to need support, you can reach out, book a paid. I don't give free on that for your project, real world project you are building and things like that. So you need experience and things getting on, and you've learned a lot, you learn a lot on this as well. So now you will see that I have this. It's so important, please. Very, very important for you. You can see 2,000 plus contribution in the last year, and it even shows that month, how is it? It's not just saying, oh, I was just say maybe because I'm looking for a job a week I started doing fake things. No, it shows me if I'm like submitting this now as you are seeing as part of my portfolio, and you are checking like, this guy has really been coding in the last 1 year, because you can see, because the more green and this green, and you can see it is spread from a year to that time, and people can go back to years. Look at this. You see it 2024. You can see it 2023. So by the time they go back even months from just a year, and then they are, if you claim, I claim I've been building things like this, and then you see now that gradually starts developing, and then you went to my portfolio, to my GitHub, then I think I open multiple before I settle and learn a lot of things I'm teaching you now. But you can see, you can go, okay, this guy is just lying, but this is a proof. You can see it. Then you go, you see test repo to 2022, and you start seeing that the contribution started increasing, started like 2020, I think maybe mid or late. Then look at it 2021. Then 2022, I consolidate like, no, I need to start building this when I start learning this thing I'm teaching you. Then look at that from 2022, 2023, you see it. 2024, you can see it. 2025. So I don't know when you'll be watching, it might be 2026, 2027, 2030 or more, maybe 2050. You can see what I'm saying now. These are what those AI and what you'll be learning. And that is why you'll be building. And when you are doing this to achieve this, how do you achieve it? You achieve it with regular commit. So when you will learn that, you remind me, or you will learn that, don't worry, I'm trying to like, okay, but you are not here to even remind me. So I will come, you will see me doing that. Like when you are building, committing is about specific problem. You don't need to fix about 5, 10, 20 problems. But don't deceive yourself. Don't type empty space or 2, 3 words and commit it so you can have a lot of this. Don't forget, this is GitHub. All these things you do, all this code you see can be traced. People can click it and trace. You see, what are those? You can see this now. This is like Full-stack Academy. So you can see, you can give them what did you really contribute. You see, I just fixed a lot of things just 20 hours ago. I'm actually building. I'm not yet trying to teach you, go and learn some course and just come. I've been doing this for years. So in Web3, so you can see this now, and they can check this out. So you can imagine you have multiple projects, and then they check your project. This is like March now, like, this is March, now. I think I did this recording March 23rd. Yeah, 23, 20. Let's see. I love to give this current because I'm building you for job. Basically, I build more of like entrepreneur opportunities in Web3 to start your own dream and project. But you can also use this to get job, to even get started first, and gigs and bounty. You should do things. You see this Sunday 3rd March 2025 that build it. So that's why you are not seeing. But when you go back like 2024, you can see 2,000 plus contribution. You understand? You can see 2,000 plus. So you know that this guy eats code all through the year. He's actually a developer. So this, they don't expect much. You just started the year and we are just like maybe 2 months off. I've already have over 80 contributions. So you understand what I'm saying? So you don't need to go and even contribute on another project. Being part of DPU Pro, make sure you have project to build every single month while you are trying to get job gigs and things like that. So imagine within 3 months you have 100 plus contribution to your project, and these are things you want to. I'm spending time because these are essential things. You understand that you want to use to these are like open source projects I contributed to and things like that, and you want to pin those core open source projects or projects you built yourself that have got some traction and things like that. If I check for the programming, I think if I go here and check for the programming university, so you can see them. You see this popular repo. These are students. Those that some students fork them and then things like that. You can see it. So these are courses I've done and things. So you can see there's a proof. If I say I've been doing this for years, I have proof as a developer, and that's why you can't joke with things like GitHub. You see these things. If you click here now, you see here that this was created. You see it 2 years ago, December 28, 2023. So if I come here now, I'm telling you, oh, you said that guy was saying he started in like 2020 and then like majorly 2020 learning a lot, paying for courses, each course and more. And then like 2021, I did my first hackathon that was one of those winners, landed in about 2,500. You can check it. I think Decentrology Hackathon winners 2021. You understand? So congratulations. I think the project itself is not really on again. 21 winners list archive or something. You understand? You can go and check that if you are able to see it. I will show you there. I was able to be one of those winners. Even with this, I teach this same teaching, and I won in the educational platform as the number one. I won $2,500 just within a year or less that I started learning about development. But I have this because right from time I'm an educator. I love teaching, breaking things down for people. So I pick my path straight like that. Like I want to transform my learning. So that was how I started. So those are things that I want to be like more developer. I would have been working with a lot of all these companies, but that's the path I choose. That's why you don't see me like, oh, I've worked with this company right from time. Once I learned those things, I just begin to transform them, build them, know them, and then to transform them to learning for a lot of students. Over 1,000 more have gone through my learning materials, Web3 development materials. So those are the things you can say. These are proofs. That's how I do things. So no doubt for you. So please, this is so important. That is how you can achieve something like this. Consistent committing, contributing to open source projects. You understand? Those are the things that can help you achieve this. And these are part of what? And don't deceive yourself. I told you, these people can click on it, and when they see that you are a deceiver, no, you lose your opportunity. So you should be actually contributing and building projects. And they also see that, oh, you have learned the ethics that you don't wait and fix a lot of problems and then send. Imagine you are sending to a open source project or other people to review. The few specific problem you solve, the more easy it will be for them. Imagine they already have a massive code base and you are not changing everything, you are changing aspects. So when you are fixing 3, 5, 10 features at the same time, you make it so hard for those people to approve your pull request. So you want to fix specific problem, push it, and as you do that, you also have this GitHub record. You understand? This GitHub record will be there for you, tracking it that, oh, you have contributed and things like that. And then you begin to achieve things like this. You see this open pull requests that have been merged. You understand? You get this peer extraordinary co-authored commit on merge pull request. You understand? This is Solana Foundation, which is open source. That's, developer and things like that for Solana. Then you see things like this, created repo that has many stars. These are some of, I think I have this project on building AI too, and it got a lot, 23 stars. So this project, I don't really build it, but in future, I think I may still go back to learn for people that will be more interested in building AI projects. As developer, you can see this, I use Svelte. I'm also experienced in Svelte apart from Nextjs. So you see it's Svelte and you can see people, but I've updated it for a very long time. You see it, that's like 2 years ago, 2023. You see it, how to build a something like ChatGPT, but powered by Svelte and OpenAI and things like that. So these are things that people want to see, want to check, want to say, oh, indeed, you are a developer. You understand? And they can see that it's not that when you send them message, that's when you now start trying to. And the good part about this, you see, is that when you do them, no matter any open source or not that you contribute to, they add to all this for you. Once you contribute, that's why you contribute through PR. Through PR, your account, and you have your personal account, it will keep the record for you that you contributed to this. So it's not just about just your own something. So let's go back. So then backups, it also serves as your backup, because don't forget, sometimes your project may extend. You might even have launched it within a month, 2-3 months, but then you need to keep adding new features. So it might last, even if you just want to make it an exit, like you want to build it to a level and sell it, get acquired, you still need to be adding features in months, maybe in a year or 2, before you can build it to level to sell, depending on your choice. You can just build it as basic and sell it and things like that. So you need to be contributing. So you may lose access to your current system, laptop or PC you started with, or you travel, you are not with that. So how do you access your code and continue to build? Or how do you collaborate with others with your code? A lot of things like that. That is why once you are building your code, you want to be pushing each feature you have contributed to GitHub right away. So those are part of the advantages you get from it. You now see why this aspect is essential as well, why learning Web3 project management is so essential. If you have all this knowledge, you will be easier to work with when you are hired, when you are starting your own project as a startup, because you already have all this skill you need. You understand? For this, that's how we're talking about it. Majorly, I'll just pick what you need. In next project, I won't be saying, oh, you need to set up GitHub again. you should know that already. That's why you have to come and watch there. I said don't skip anything. So we just go straight. You already have a GitHub. We just start. You understand what I'm saying? So setting it up and things like that, and ethos of contributing to. So it's important to contribute as well to open source. You can, for this, I've even gotten airdrop worth I think about $600 or more for just contributing. On Ethereum. I think what was this project? There's a particular project like that. I'd like to just shout them out. If I remember that they were giving contributors to open source for that year, I think 2023 or 2024, and then I was able to qualify because I contributed to some open source project during those times. Wasn't even expecting. I'm not saying you should be expecting, but those are some of the advantages that can come. A project can launch tomorrow and say, oh, those are the people that have contributed to Web3 open source projects in the past. Then you understand. So that qualified me for it. So now let's actually use this now. We have used the AI that's told us why we need to build those things. So we are now starting to actually build, because after this now we're also moving to the AI. Then by then we want to make sure. So let's quickly set up the repo for this project. So from other projects, I won't be explaining a lot of these things. You just see me do it, but this help you to understand why I am doing it and the advantages. Let's now go to GitHub. You want to sign up, and then you see GitHub Copilot there. Those are a lot of AI that will be helping. So email, anything like that. Please solve a puzzle so we can safely create your account. So you want to use this to point to the direction. No, welcome. Is it? Yeah, let's see. You can manually continue, so retrieve it or things like that. So we have that. I think you should log in. Why is it not? So let's sign in and see. So I have this pre-filled for me, and then sign in. Good. So we have all this now, and if you want to learn about this GitHub more setup, and now you are beginning all those things, that's why you should get into the DPU Pro. I have a lot of these courses. They are open on the Programming University, but I don't offer support and things like that for them again. So if you want to access support and things like that with them, then you need to be on the DPU Pro. And like I told you, on 2,400 in a year subscription, now launching at 500, and you can get even 50% discount. It's just 50 slots for this 500. So you can get, maybe I give about 5, 10 or 15 first people that say, just remember to type, please give me DPU Pro discount in the comment, so that if you get me respond, then congrats to you. You can go ahead and pay. If not, you cannot. I won't be accepting that. So for it, and you should take time to read all this as well, because all the font and things like that are not refundable. I only need serious students, that are ready to risk and invest in themselves, not those window shopping around. That's why these courses are open there for you free. If you have gone through this, I don't expect any window shopping again. So now we have this now. So because I won't be going through this, we have the GitHub. Let me pin this to make it easier. We have this now. Then we can now start with the project. So we want to create a repo. There are multiple ways. You can click the plus sign, new repo and things like that. Then you have this. You can go through your profile, set your about, which is so important for you to do your profile. Understand, like all these things are already there. I won't do that for you. So in this, you can watch those when you upgrade. You have create. Some of them are free, but I don't support, like I said. So create repo, that's what is so important. So you always like create new repo. And now you can see you can have for multiple and things like that. So here now we want to have, maybe you want to start for your project and want it to be dedicated and separate from, that's when you create other ones like new organization, and then you will have them here. When you want to create a repo, it will tell you if you are creating under the organization, like when I create it under the programming instead of my personal account. But when you contribute to them, it shows up in your map. So now we want to have this, and we want to call it my name, Solomon Foske, Solomon Foske portfolio. So that even from the name, Solomon Foske Web3 blockchain developer. So don't worry, this name you can shorten it, but just let it send that message. So Solomon Foske, why I'm using the name here is because this is Foske Academy demo. So but for you don't need to use your name, especially because your name would have been your GitHub name. So it will just be your name or whatever anonymous name you are using, or company name, project / this. If you are using like company, you had better use the name. So it will just be like Web3 blockchain developer portfolio. You understand? So that's why I put my name and a description, which this is my portfolio of, or this is a portfolio dApp showcasing Solomon, showcasing my expertise and experience as a pro Web3 / blockchain / dApp developer. So a pro, maybe you put full stack. Yeah, it's important. So they know you are a full stack, not just blockchain developer. You have watched the roadmap and learned that it has a lot. So you can see this now as a pro, capital anything you want, dApp showcasing this. Then this, you want to make it private. So remember we have learned here, we are now following. So like I told you, all these things, you just go straight to them in upcoming videos. So if you're a beginner, that's why I would have redirected you to take this course first. So now if we go here, we want to make it, choose who can see. So private means this, except anyone you give access to it by adding their email, they won't have, even if they have link to this repo, if they try to check it, they won't have access to it. So which is good when you are just starting a project, because you don't know, maybe it will end up being an abandoned project or a lot of issues, or it's just a new project you are testing idea. You don't really want to get criticized earlier that will crush all those things, a lot of things like that, or somebody just stealing off your idea entirely. Copying is just for them to fork it, and that's all. You have your whole idea you are trying to work on, and so you get what I'm saying. So it's not bad to have a private repo. So you want to have this, and then later you might decide to make it open source, and make it public. So now private, and then add a readme file, except you are like instantly, maybe for a project they say okay, open it up and things like that. So initialize this repo. If you want a readme, the readme is the initial file that will give a brief about what that particular you see something like this. What is the repo? This is the about we created. So what's the repo about? That's what you see here. So we want to unmark it. The reason I'm unmarking it is that it makes it easier for you later, the next step when you start building in front end. Because if not, a lot of people make mistake here, and then you have a lot of conflict. So you want to add git ignore also none. Git ignore that you need already come with your framework, which we learn in the front end side. So it come with it already, so you don't need it. So don't put all this, choose don't put, and you are creating a private repo in your personal account. So you see it, and the good thing is you can change this anytime, any point in time later you can change back. But it's better to be private and later turn public than to be public. Once people start fucking it, doing this, it will be more difficult to bring it down again to private. So then you want to make sure this is empty and this is not selected to make things easier for you. You will see it later. Then create repo. So you can see it now that we have a repo. Is different from this, that's fully loaded, has a lot of details, has things like that. You can see it compared to this. It's a different level entirely. So yeah, it seems I've signed up, said I should refresh. So I can bring my profile here. You can see it. So now let's see here. Let's go back to here, and then I want to make sure we are following this. Okay, so we want to, are we done? Because we are moving to the next one. Wow, okay. This is the repo we've created, and you see this mark. So this is what I'm telling you. If I click here and visit this, you see I can access it because I'm logged in to that account. If I try to use something like incognito, which you'll be using a lot, if you are developing, learn to start using incognito, because a lot of things at times don't show up easily due to cache and things like that. So you want to test it purely here, and let's see. I'm not logged in, so you see it said 404. This is not web page you are looking for, whereas it exists. You understand? So if I go back to the same one and put it here, I will have access. So that's your benefit. Only you and anyone you give access, people cannot fork it, they can't start, they can't copy, they can't do all those things. So you see it is private, and you see this. So only you and any account you give access can have it, access it. So now next step we are moving on to is to start populating this and keeping this with your code. If I come here now, duplicate, you can see. So you should fill this, and you see that immediately I started getting, you see this 2 contribution. You see it now, yeah. So it started getting 2 contributions. So everything, because you've created an account, you see join GitHub, created their first repo. You see it can track this. So, and this is, let's see how this looks for somebody that is not logged in. Do you see it now? That they can see it. Because it's private. You see? Because it's private, you cannot easily see it here. You see it here. Yeah, here is account contribution. Then you see all these things. There are details here. That's why it doesn't show here, because it's private, so people cannot easily see it there. Now, let's see. So if you want, you have to make it public later, so it can also show up here as well. So let's see. You can see it, but they will not see it. So we have the repo ready. The next thing we want to do, remember, essential step. You need to have this repo ready first. Put the name of the project that we, like when you are making it open. Then let's go here. Let me see. Markup, contribution, and things like that. So we have solved this aspect. I want to believe that we have learned about ideation and feasibility study for the project. They have proved it for us that no, this is actually viable and valuable, not a useless project that we are building. So then it's like we are also building it in the order that is essential for us. Then what are the project challenges? We've identified it, like integrating blockchain, like I thought. What usefulness is blockchain integration in this and things like that. Then which tech stack are we picking, like Nextjs, and why not Svelte? You get things like that. So all those things, I can use Svelte, but there may not be enough tools to support me if I get stuck. So all those things you want to make sure part of your study and things like that. Then the cost analysis, what will it cost me? So can I set up? Most time as a developer, you start with using a lot of those tools free, because development, you do a lot. So you don't just want to put them in mainnet and things like that. So, and cost of maintenance. This, we know now that, okay, this something we need to buy a domain, we'll be doing that. So this, I mean, like, okay, I have a domain and just use subdomain things, but you will have to buy a domain for you to be able to see me check your project and give you certification. If you don't launch this, you won't get certification. And for you to even have access for me to check and to support you, remember, you need to be part of the DPU Pro, and that is about $2,000 per year. And now on this launch discount for just 50 slots students and for 500. And because you are watching this, you can unlock, maybe among the 5, 10, 15, that can unlock additional 50% discount for the first year. And all you need to do is what? In the comment type, please give me DPU Pro discount. And if you get me coming there, congrats to you, you can take advantage of it. So now we have this fixed. We will now be moving on to the next one, which will be this. We have learned a lot in Web3 project management, and then we'll be moving to AI tools for Web3 developers. So you need to set that up. We will set it up together. But remember, I told you, I purposely do this course. So don't think, in every course, I will now be going through setting up in AI to know. That's why if you're a beginner, thinking of beginner mode, you can skip it if you have some of those basic things, so that you can go through, understand those things. Then remember, you are building your portfolio dApp that will now begin to access. If you just have portfolio without project, it's of no use. If you have project, you don't have a central place to put them. It will be stress for you to be sending 6-10 links separately for people to check your project and things like that. So it work hand in hand, but it's a beginner conscious like that. So upcoming one like this, and more, I will just take you, we just go straight the Web3 project management. Okay, what are the issues with this particular project? Then, okay, let's set up GitHub for it, and then let's start building with our AI tool we already have, and then we'll move straight to building. I won't cover some basic things I'm introducing here, but you still learn because we will use them. Use the Nextjs, use Postgres database, but you already know how to set them. We just go straight to each of those things. But you see me do it, so you still learn. It's not that I just cut it off. So now we are done with this. If you got any support, don't forget to ask. We have a dedicated I think it will be on Full-stack Academy, where under it you can watch this as well, under it as a DPU Pro. So under it you'll be able to ask questions, and I will be there to support you for any of this. So make sure you ask questions below the video if you are on the DPU Pro platform, which will likely be Full-stack Academy. So ask the comment something. But if you ask your question for support in comment on YouTube or anything, I will not respond to it. So if I respond, I'll just tell you, please go and upgrade. So instead of that take time to quickly take advantage of the upgrade, and let me see you say, please give me DPU Pro discount. So you claim the 50% discount right away for just $250 for a year. Now, let's see, and let's move on to AI tools for Web3 developers. Now, welcome back to the section 2, where we will be discussing about AI tools for Web3 blockchain developers. So, like I said, I'm treating this as the core pillar content for you as a DPU Pro student, and you, before you can now start building on other things. So if you already know about using these tools, well, you can skip. But if not, let's see. When you talk about AI tools for full stack blockchain developer, so I'm concentrating on, there are a lot of AI tools that help these days. A lot of them, you have ChatGPT, Grok, like we use in the section 1. We have Cloud, we have Google AI, we have a lot of them are out there. So, but it is not every one of them that is suitable for you to use as a Web3 blockchain developer to make things much easier for you. So that's why I'm focusing more on tools that are more for developers. Then 2 is that they make development much easier and faster. So it's not that you can ask ChatGPT or Grok and things like that. I use it sometimes as well to ask questions. For example, when I want those code or things to also relate with search and things like that. So, and like Grok is still free now, though they're advanced, but a lot of their free is still working a bit much. So things like that. So, but to make things easy, your workflow easier, these ones are development AI based tool like IDEs that have AI like VS Code. So usually VS Code is the most popular. I don't know what, but here you'll be watching, might not be, but that has been what I have been using to build in Web3 since I've been in Web3 development since 2020. But around things that happened in 2023, 2024 with AI, when everything started in 2023, I think around December, when ChatGPT just turned around everything, and since then we have not looked back in AI advancement. So there came other IDE that are purely built from ground, like Cursor. So they make things much easier because VS Code is just integrate AI, because it's already established. But Cursor are like built from. So it's easier to integrate and manipulate with AI and things like that. So VS Code has been, if you've watched my content for years, is VS Code. But moving forward, you will start seeing me using Cursor, because behind the scene, secretly, that's what I've been using for some months now, and not actually like disappointed. I'm not saying by the time you'll be watching, there will be more other tools you can use, but Cursor is, and we'll look at it together. So it's an IDE, everything field and things. Then we also have things like V0 from Vercel that help you to quickly build front end, and we'll still see it when we are deploying. And I now notice they even seems to have introduced it in the front Vercel dashboard, so you can start building from there with AI. But I still prefer this IDE based solution, because I have the full project in one place, which you see, and then from there I can this is where we are now. From there I can just pick things up and begin to work on it. So let's see, this is Cursor. So if you are using VS Code, you can also install some AI like Copilot and things like that. But I now have moved to Cursor because it took a while before some advancement with AI was much, built into VS Code. This one is like AI right from time. So it also gives access to a lot of what do they call it? AI model. Yeah. So we'll still go through them together. Those are the things that you see it, features, and every aspect of it is AI integrated. Your terminal, your everything, and you can see it has a bit of a generous free tier, and you may upgrade if you want to as well. I don't even know if they have affiliate link or something. So if they have, maybe if you are pro, you may check it and sign up with my link or something if I put it. If not, just go get this and let's see. So the V0, like I told you, it's now default to inside. Let's see, V0. You see it? So I test a lot of API as well. So this is just very fast and cool for prototyping frontend. You can see, like, you want something like this to build a front end like this, or a back end. Like when I mean back end, like dashboard design, you can see a design like this. You can easily tap on it, transform your research with AI powered, view details. So these are designs. You want to build something like calendar related, you can just take them. There's another one too. Personally, I've not really used it, but I've had, and it's one of the guy I also know about on X for this. Can I remember the name now? Yup. Yeah. I think they call it CopyCoder. Yeah. I think I remember it. CopyCoder. I've not really used it, I will tell you sincerely. But based on the demo I saw, CopyCoder. So this help you can, if you have a design you saw you like, you can screenshot the design, give it to it. It will help you create prompts, because when you are dealing with this AI, it's for everybody. So the result you get also is like general, what anybody can get. So if you want to get the result beyond everybody, then you need to master what is called prompting. You understand? So that is part of what I was using AI HIP to do then, teaching people about prompting. I have a day of all those things, and maybe in future I may still create more course on it for developer. So when you look at prompting, is how you talk to AI to get the best out of it. It's just like human being. There are people that knows how to talk to people to get the best of them, and to people to talk to get the worst out of them, and a lot of things in between like that. So you can see this, an engage animation of toast notification to loading. So you give it, and then you just build it up for you, and you can copy the I think React code or Nextjs code or something like that. Yeah, so, and use it in your code. So it's just like you want to build a page, like, oh, I need a page. Okay, most of them you always need to sign up, and I will always advise you to sign up. One of the essence of you signing up is that if you sign up, you see it says GitHub. Both developer platform, we need it to connect GitHub. So if you say sign up, the advantage is that whatever you develop or something, most of them you will have access to it. Wow, this need let me just it's now connected to Vercel. Let's go back again and just see a walk from it. I hope you can to use. Here we go. I said sign in, so I'm using my own account here. So once I do that, it just allow me. So you need a Vercel account now. Before it wasn't. So now I can now ask a question. Create a personal portfolio page. A personal portfolio for a Web3 developer for a full stack. So all this help you to iterate. That's why I'm taking time for you, because when you have all these things, that's when you all this trending vibe coding, because a lot of these things naturally you need there are a lot of tools like that, I've forgotten the name, that you need get a designer to first design it. Oh, this one is okay, before you can now start coding and all those ones. So you can just put it in these AIs and create a personal portfolio for a full stack Web3 developer. Enhance prompts. So if you want it, you see it. Should effectively showcase developers. So you can imagine the AI just helped me, transform it and things. You see it, technology, Solidity, React. You understand? Let me put Solidity, React, Rust, EVM, Solana. You understand? So you can read through and you can attach image. You see, Figma. You need Figma and all those things. If you have it as well, you can take it as a developer to help you, guide you on what the client wants and things like that. So here we go. So I think this is even now being taken beyond what it was launched. When I first used it, then was just to iterate front, like a page, a single page. Like I need a pricing page design, I need a home page design with it. You understand? But it seems this guy is now like going full stack or something. Like literally, don't worry if you don't know what like page app/page, all those things, will learn it as a beginner. I've told you this is a DPU Pro course, so I'm not hiding anything, and that gives you clear idea of how you see me. I will be coding, I will be showing you those things I'm going to. Wow, this is literally building it for us. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just plainly vibe coding. Can you imagine? This literally have even built the full project. That's the power of these AI tools now. I'm coming, seems the screen is cut somehow. So I want you to see everything it's doing. Yeah. You can see it now. Full stack. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is awesome. And that is part of advantages you get. Like when you are in course that, I don't try to polish content. That is not my goal. My goal is to make it as raw as I, as a developer, pro developer, Web3 blockchain developer, stack developer, experience it. How a lot other out there in project, because that is how you will experience it. Nothing there is polished. It's just we like deceiving ourselves. You understand? That's why we can't joke with just all these AI tools now. You can imagine future with blockchain technology, view projects about me, everything. Can you imagine? Skills, smart contract, front-end, you see it, backend development, DeFi, NFT, DevOps, testing and security. Then you can say, wow, this already even gave us an idea of what we are building. I'm telling you. Wow, this is need more messaging, get higher limit rate. Wow, scroll to bottom. Technical style with Tailwind uses Shadcn UI component for consistent UI, include theme. You can imagine this, optimize for accessibility performance to Vercel by clicking deploy. So it even already have it. I just click deploy, and then so can you see what I'm saying now? So that is why you see this, I call it AI enhanced, because there's no how you want to succeed moving forward. I'm telling you the reality. If you see any senior developer fighting AI saying, oh yeah, it's a lie, Remember the age when they are fighting this they say blog online sites can never take over newspaper. How many of us read the newspaper today? You understand? So it is these things, but if you embrace it, it won't take your job. You understand? So look at that. Wow. I'm so impressed, because I've just been testing a lot of these things. I've used it before, but it was when it was just pure. It would just build that page for me, a single page, just a single page. And allowing that thing to enhance the prompt also help, because it gives you more details. Look at it. About. Wow. Skills. Wow. Contact. You can imagine live demo. This is what we wanted to achieve. A live demo, because and the code is simple. It has even built what we need for us. Wow. So you can now decide to change the color and all those things, but you will learn how to do it. So maybe that's what we eventually use, because I don't even have any design in mind. In terms of what I just have in mind is the core, how it will look, all those things are we'll be designing it together, and it's cool. We already have the basic things together. So it's just the color thing that will change, and it's saying I need to upgrade if I want to have access, but this one that has given me, I think I'm okay with it. How can I download the code? Share, add to code base. You want this command in your console. Yeah, so I can download the zip. So then this could be useful for us later. Yeah, this will be useful for us later. So I hope you've really learned. Don't forget, if you got question, you can ask below, but make sure you are not watching this on free platform as a DPU Pro member. If you're asking below on YouTube or things like that, I will not respond, because I'm referring to on DPU Full-stack Academy, like that you have the Pro, DPU Pro, then ask questions, share experience, and I'm there to another student as well with support. And if you want to get support from me and things like that, get certification, make sure you don't miss this launch discount from 2004 to just 500. And now, for the fact that you are watching this, like out of like about 50 slots, the 5 to like 10, 15, if you're among them, and you can comment this, please give me pro discount, then you will get it. Yeah, please give me DPU Pro discount. You get additional 50% for just $250. But those people, if I respond to you, you take advantage of it instantly. If I respond to you and then you leave it for days or weeks, you miss the opportunity. So to like maybe top maybe 5, 10, 15 people. So you can see it now. Please give me DPU Pro discount and you have access, unlock support, unlock the monthly project that you would build on this dApp you are building and things like that. So now, if we go back, this is getting interesting. Like, you understand? So you can see, and you can see CopyCoder as well. So it's now live. Built for the next generation AI coder. Upload image of full application, UI mockup or custom design. Use our generated prompt to build your app faster. So this is like, look at that now. It was able to get me more solid output, because it might not have given me that because my initial prompt was so short, but immediately it grabbed that short prompt from me. It just helped me, turn it to a more solid something. Let me favorite it so it's still there. So just turn it to a more, look and develop a comprehensive this and that. So those two can even help you now to help your prompting, and it's give me all this. Let me vote it up. So you can give it to adjust the color, change the color, you understand? Change the color and things like that, and it will do it for you. So let's see this. So don't forget to comment this so you take advantage. You'll be able to build this thing live. So you can imagine having in this type of community and type of tutor free. I'm not like all these like polished things. Like, oh, I love things more raw. Let people be, let things not understand, and learn as we are better than conforming to just some things like that. So now you can see CopyCoder and things like that. So, but we'll be using the normal cursor so that we can easily iterate. So advantage, like I was telling you, is that this one now is like based on, I can follow up for it to adjust. I can't really, maybe in future they will even include IDE. I cannot easily edit this thing. I have to tell it to edit and things like that. Or maybe they have even put the feature. No, you can fork it, you can share it. Okay, if I want to change it private, everyone can view this chart and it's blocked. So you can see it. Then I can download, I can publish to community, or just deploy straight. So we are not doing that. So yeah, I think, but with this, maybe in future they may have the IDE, you'll be able to, so let's now go to set up the IDE. You'll be able to normally do normal coding, either you are using the AI or not, and just adjust things as well on your own. So we are working on this. So you can click to download. It will give you your I'm not downloading this, so because I have it already, but you just download and install. When I even have it, then they don't have for like Linux then, but they now have, so a lot of things are improving. So you get it, once you get it, install it, and then you run it. When you first run it, you have something like this, almost similar to VS Code, and you can even import your VS Code settings. So you have something like this. Let me make it much bigger. So now you want to open the project you want to work on. You may open the project here, or go on there and open the project through where you want it to be. So we'll do that, or clone directly from GitHub, or use SSH as well with GitHub and things like that. So the first thing I like to do is go inside settings and sign in your account, so that you can have access to a lot of all those AI sometimes. So once you have downloaded, or for your Windows or anything you are using, I always say, if you are serious with Web3 development, you should, if you can't even afford to be using Mac, which is expensive, get to install Linux on your Windows system. Partition it. If you don't know how, take it to an engineer. Partition your existing Windows. It will be there. You can use your normal app, and then when you want to code, you log into your Linux. You can also use Linux subsystem for Linux. I think SWL or something, but to get the best, you had better get Linux standalone. So you have that installed. You can see, so you install it so you can have access to a lot. So let's try and sign here. So when you click sign in, it will bring you here, say logging in. So we can just use either your Google or your GitHub. So you can use the Google. Remember, we have a dedicated Google account we are using here, so I can always show you everything like I said. So click on here, login. You are currently logged in as this. Please only log in if you just came from the Cursor. So make sure you are, so you don't approve another person for your account. Yes, I came from the Cursor. If I go back now, you can see it. It's already here and saying, if I click manage, it will take me to my account already logged in. You see it. And then you have this generous usage, like 150 prompts for premium. I will show you those things when we are having Cursor AI workout. I'm coming. Walkthrough for Web3 developer. So you will see all those things that you can see now. So that is how you will get, you see, the free 14 days. After that, I think you will be getting like just 50 per month, and this will be about 150 or 100 per month. So then if you finish it, you need to upgrade. Or another alternative there, which I will show you in the walkthrough, Cursor walkthrough for Full-stack Web3 Developer, is how you can use any other AI something. That's why I also like this. So unlike others ones we use, like maybe V0 and things like that, you are not limited to specific just AI model. You can use ChatGPT AI model, you can use API, you can use cloud, you can use Grok, a lot of them like that. So you see them. So once we are logged in, that's it. So let's have a walkthrough now. We have set this up. We'll now be able to, bring in our file. But before that, I said, let's quickly go through a walkthrough, which is, you have this general, you see it where we're able to log in, manage account, or if you want to upgrade, then you have these features, give you features. Mostly the defaults are there, and these are things I've worked on. So you can even get, like this doc now, you can add what they call it, documentation of a project, link to it, and it will download a lot of essential content. So you can be asking those documentation questions. So those are superpowers you don't want to miss. Then these are what I say, the models. So you see a lot of these models, you can use them. You understand? So if you have a open API, that's OpenAI for ChatGPT, like that, you mark here, you see it, enable it, and when you do that, you put your API key. Yeah, there's error because I didn't put. You put it here, you copy it from your API, OpenAI, you log in, you pay for it, and then put it. Then Anthropic as well. Based on my experience, if you are developing with Cursor, try as much as possible to get, even if it is just about $20, $30 or so, or $10, put it in Anthropic API. I don't know in future, they have the best AI model for coding. That was like Cloud 3.5, and now they launched 3.7. I've not really used 3.7, but when you be watching, it might be 4 or 10 points, and maybe other version as well. There are a lot of great AI, including OpenAI, but when it comes to coding, this one shine, especially for Web3, that you don't have a lot of resources like Web2. You understand? I've used it very well. So you can just, so with this now, you don't even need subscription for the premium. Just make sure you mark this on, and your API is verified. You need to use your own, you understand? So you say turn it off, because you don't need to, because you have free something now and they also use it. But once this premium finish, you will just be using GPT mini, which I myself don't use, or Cursor small. I will use GPT 4.0, the full, not like mini and things like that. So all those things are what you need to understand. And then Google API as well. So mostly I use this, but this is a bit much costly, and this is much cheaper. But they work out there, based on this. 3.5 Sonnet. I usually use this most time then. So now, and you see 3.7 already, maybe 4 point or 10 point when you'll be watching. So you can pick as many that you see, you can mark them. And what is happening here is that once you mark here and start your project, for example, you toggle charts panel here, you can see it, you can have those charts here, and now you have auto. You can select as many of them that you mark here. That this one is auto, it will pick anyone it feels is the best for me. But when I'm actually doing some development and I'm not getting some result as I want, I used to go for the specific AI model I know is best. So, and then I just switched to Cloud 3.5 then. So I don't know the model by the time you're watching, when, like I said, so they said 3.7, but there are still a lot of issue with this. So I just picked this specifically. They also have thinking now and things like that if you want. So now, if we talk about AI agents are now advanced of just AI chat. You will see here, there's ask, that's chat, you ask question. But AI agents are like a human being developer that will not just tell you this is what you to do. It will actually go there, start changing your code for you. So as a beginner, I will encourage you to start using more of ask than agent, because if it breaks your code, you may be have issue, though you can reverse it. We'll use some of them. But if you're a beginner, first ask, learn what it's trying to do. If you now see that, okay, it seems to understand what you want and things, you may now switch to use agent, because agent will not just give you answer. it will go ahead to start adjusting. Though it will ask you, should I approve this or not? But at times it can go off and complicate your work. So you need to, and then this edit, I've not really used it myself, but I believe it's just similar to, but these are the ones I've used, the ask then agent. You understand? So before it was just ask, which they call chat, before they introduce agent, and now edit. So you put at ask. So here now it doesn't change your code, it tells you everything you need to change. We will be using them later, so just showing that to you. You can see it, and we'll be able to, and then some rules you hardly need to touch here except your advanced user. All these I don't touch them. So but the major places is the model, and here when you have a project, it will have those projects. So at times you need to click on it. We'll still see those ones later, but in case I don't remember to show you again, after the walkthrough, you see them here. So your project, as you code, there are a lot of things you can use, like in my code base. So it takes all your code and then send it to those AI to help give you answer. These were the first set of AI for developer that did that. So too, that was why a lot of people, developer, move from like VS Code to it. So a lot of that are also now trying to be integrated in VS Code and things like that. So, and you can also mention specific files. You understand? You see files and folder. You don't see anyone here because remember, we didn't have any folder yet. We didn't start a folder yet. I intentionally don't do that because in the next lesson we start building our front end. So remember that GitHub that we set up, that empty GitHub repo that we set up here for that Web3 blockchain developer portfolio. You understand? We will make use of it. You understand? We will make use of it. I think I should also include something like dApp here, so they know it's not your regular Web3 dApp. So yeah, so it's not just your Web3, your regular Web2 developer portfolio. This is decentralized. It has a feature of decentralization to show that you actually a Web3 developer and can do some of those. So it's not just listing them. Even the website that lists them have it integrated. So that's why I changed it there. So you can see it now. We have the agent. So that's what the agent, and agents are taking over now. I'm telling you. So you got question, I'm here for you. Ask your question below. If you are inside the DPU Pro platform, usually it will be like Fosky Academy. If you are on like YouTube, you will not get any response from me. I won't offer support. To have access to support, to certification when you are done, opportunity to now build projects, a lot of projects for you. You see, after you build your portfolio, you need to fill it with projects. So we are building a lot of projects, at least one every single month, and they are full stack, well detailed, real world projects. So you can see them. So you want to add it up to your portfolio. Make sure you take advantage of this launching pricing now, which, you know, a full year is about 2,004, but going for just 500 now, and you can have access to it now, just 50. And remember, like I told you, at least now I offer no refund. I only need serious students. If you have gone through something like this in depth and free, and then it's not enough to convince that, oh, this is value, then please don't upgrade. Only people that are ready, like I want to give this money to invest and give the work. So maybe 5 to 10 to 15 of you will now get additional 250, 50%. And to do that, comment on YouTube or free platform that I post this video. Please give me DPU Pro discount. Please, I need it. You know, understand? If you post that and you get response from me, congratulations. You're among those that can quickly take advantage of the 50%. If not, Yeah, and once you are in as well, you can earn up to 40% of this just referring others. By the time you see the benefit, just referring others, there's affiliate there. And if you are not in yet, you want to refer others, you get up to 20%, but you need to sign up as an affiliate first to get approved. If not, you won't get the reward. But once you're a DPU Pro member, even if you have not signed up, you automatically be able to, because you are a student, so you can get some commission as well from referring others. So you don't want to miss it. So that is AI tools for you. We are prepared to now begin to maximize using all those things that can have documentation, that can, I think these things now can now browse live based on some of those I think 3.7 or so or more can browse live, can use agents and things like that. So we'll now begin to make use of that free this empty GitHub repo for our portfolio dApp, and then we'll open it and start building the front end. So which eventually we almost have it built out already by our V0 AI support. So these are enhancing not already. So we'll need, but I will take you first how to install empty Nextjs. So you learn about that, because I've said this for beginners. So you learn about that. Then before we now use this one, we treat it as a professional template because it's already done for you. So you are also, before you Google and look for template to use and things like that. So that's just it, I think. Like, got question, like I said, DPU Pro member only ask question. If not, upgrade now, please give me DPU Pro discount to take advantage of this. I think we've covered every major essential thing, and it's all about you learning and doing those things. Learning prompting, you can use things like CopyCoder to get solid prompting to use for these AI tools like Cursor and things like that. So that's it for this section. I will see you in the next section, where we'll now talk about front end development, where, like I told you, we'll take it from basic, install Nextjs, empty one. So you learn a lot about different files structured and things before we now use the one the AI have built for us, already built. You will learn a lot using it from the scratch, but we may still use it. But you learn the basic first. How is this structured? What are all these things? All this app, something like that, and things like that. How are they structured? What are they used for? So you now learn about them, and that's why you want to upgrade to this now when you have the opportunity. So that you now build a lot of projects. Don't forget, you can vote for projects. You can suggest real world projects every single month. You build it with challenge to rebuild it yourself. I don't release code. So all these things you are learning, you see me how I use AI. You go and use the AI yourself, not I give you code. Even at this AI age, you should build things yourself. You vibe code in few minutes, hours, you build those things. So once you have knowledge like this, so you build a lot of all these projects, and you understand, and there are a lot of benefits. You can see here, you see Full-stack student vote for project. You learn project management, you've learned it before and more. Reward project, my experience, and then you earn competitive salary as developer. Fund Web3 startup project, because it's a full stack. All these projects you'll be building are full stack, so you can build them on your own just with support of AI from A to B, front end, back end, blockchain integration, smart contract, everything. You can use it knowledge to access grant, bounties. Hackathon I've used to earn thousands of dollars in bounty myself. You understand? So a lot, and monthly build guide, and you also have access to me giving you some guide and tips on how to access Web3 grant and bounty. How I earn over 20k in grant within like 6 months in Web3. So you want to have access to things like that. So just comment if you don't want to miss it. Comment now. Go here and follow the instruction to place order, you always say how to make payment and things, then you can get for 5, or you want to take advantage of the discount, comment, please give me DPU Pro discount in the comment if you are watching on YouTube. If you are watching on DPU Pro already, you're already in, so you don't need to comment that. So that's it, I believe. Let's move on to the next section where we start building section 3 or so for front-end development. Yeah, in this section, as we continue to build and deploy full stack portfolio dApp with and in our Nextjs+Supabase and more on Solana IBM blockchain, we are on this section focusing on front-end development. And like I said, this is like the main beginner course. So I have consciousness that a lot of you, this might be your first time you are building a full stack app or a dApp. So we'll now talk of even a dApp that has blockchain in. So that's why I'm including. If you're already experienced, you can skip some of these, but I will cover some of those basic first. Then you can see what we will learn, that this section you will learn to build and customize the front end of your portfolio dApp using modern tools and frameworks. So setting up the development environment. So if you want to build front end from where we started previously, I told you we are picking from we created the empty GitHub repo. So we are going to use that and start building with it. And remember all those tips I've taught you about commit and things like that. You see me trying to do some of it for you so that you can learn it as well. So we'll set up the development environment, like installing node package and things like that, set up Nextjs. There are npm and yarn and things, but I prefer pnpm. So but maybe for blockchain at times, because most of those developers just use yarn, so I may be forced to use yarn there, but most times where I have the freedom, I use pnpm, because it's once you install some things, when you are reusing it, it reuse a lot of those things instead of re-downloading all the time and things like that. So that's why I switch from npm and yarn then to pnpm. So then overview of the folder structure, we'll be using Nextjs, which is like a framework built on React. So it's like, instead of just using pure React, I hardly use pure React for my project. So I prefer Nextjs because it gives you even option for both back end and front end and things like that, a lot of things. So, and we'll look at the overview structure of what a Nextjs app is, even though we will be using AI tool to build, like many of you like, for vibe coding. The essence of the programming is you should know what the AI is doing. So you can check the code, you can see what is in there and things like that, and understand what is going on. So that at times when there are bugs that can be exploited and things like that, so it's take you beyond just AI can create this for a lot of things for everybody. But like I used to say, this thing now with this AI vibe coding, all these things, it's just like you have an engineer, mechanical engineer. Anyone can go out to buy a brand new car they like, but the moment they begin to have issue with that car, that's when they know the difference between anyone can buy a car and you will actually need an engineer. So anyone can prompt AI tools and then design a dApp for them, full stack dApp. But if anything goes wrong, that's when they will need people like you that I'm raising in the programming university. So then we'll be using HTML, CSS, and Tailwind Tailwind CSS is a framework. Like there's another term we use for it, not framework. So basic of HTML, CSS, introduction, then JavaScript and TypeScript, because this we also use TypeScript. I love to use TypeScript with Nextjs. I don't like to use pure vanilla JavaScript. So because TypeScript makes sure some things conform and help your code to be much safer with some errors that JavaScript may not identify, and then you have a lot of bug in your production code. So I don't want that. Then we're customizing a pre-built template. So once you understand, we go through installing a brand new Nextjs and understand how those things works. Like we just have a rundown of some of the folder and things and files. Then we can now use maybe pre-made portfolio template. So when I was doing this, I told you I was sincerely surprised at what we got yesterday in when I was recording. Sorry, so that was took days to record this, so that was what I was saying yesterday. So, and what we got here, I was surprised to that, because I told you it was just a page it will build, but now it's building full. So we'll be able to take something like this and then work with it. So I told you all this /app structure, what do they mean, how do you edit a lot of all these things. So we'll see it there, or any other template you can Google. You can use AI to look for more templates when you are building your own to submit for review and the challenge and the project, which you can now have certification. And remember, if you get stuck at any point in time, ask your question below, but be careful if you are inside the DPU Pro platform, which will likely be like Fosque Academy or wherever I host it and tell you, then ask below. I will be there to answer you and other students will support. But if you are watching this on free platform like YouTube and things like that, please don't waste your time to comment questions, because I'm not going to give support. Support is restricted to just the premium DPU Pro student and certification and a lot of other opportunity. I'm focusing, adding more challenges. So if you want to be like, you want to be able to, join, this is the first month and build at least one project, join the challenge to build at least one dApp every month, then make sure you check the DPU Pro, which currently at launching discount, instead of 2,400, worth about 200 per month, and that's like $2,400 per month. So now going for a launching discount of just 500 for a whole year. So instead of 2,400, and you have access to a lot of all the courses every month. I had new real world projects. You vote, you do all those things on them, and then you turn it to challenge and build like I'm doing now. And you also have affiliate. You can earn up to 40% if you refer others. But if you are watching this now, then you can also get 50% discount if you are among the maybe top 5, 10, 15 to first two. So just comment below. If you're on YouTube, please give me DPU Pro discount so that you can, if I respond to you, then congrats to you, you'll be able to claim 50%. That means you're just paying $250 for a whole 1 year. That is wait, you don't want to miss it. And every month you build on this portfolio, now including any how do you earn and all those things, so with your skill. So that's the stage we are now, is this front end. That's what I will cover for each of those courses. So now we said I want to start from this empty repo. So it gives some instruction if you are starting up here, but so we have this git remote add origin, So if you can just open your terminal, or you have a folder, you create a folder you want to have. So I have this folder is for the DPU Pro course that I want to have. So inside that folder you want to have it, I just like to do open in terminal. Then once I have this, I can paste this in. Oh, sorry. This one is to clone it. If you can do git clone, and then you'll be able to run from that, you'll be able to install your this Nextjs directly there. So I'm trying to look at which option I want to use for you. So personally, I just like to create a folder, empty folder, and then use the terminal and follow this instruction to add it as the remote option there. So because most times when you have the Nextjs, for example, used to also come with a repo, and I don't want a kind of conflict between them. So let's which method should I use for you? So you can do that. You can just git clone and put the repo here. Maybe we should do that. Just copy. So it will tell you clone empty repo or something like that. So you can see it now. Repo app remote, repo app not found. So let's go through the other way, because even this, the way we name this something, we need to adjust it, because most times I even want you to see it. Most times Nextjs don't like you now. Before it does, but it doesn't like naming that has capital in it. You understand? This is, it doesn't want anything like that. So if I copy this now, for example, and paste, new folder, and we just created this new folder now. So it's good. I love, like, that's why I told you my content, my courses are not like, oh, just, I tell even when did a lot of things, let these people see the mistakes, because this is real world projects. Don't send image like, oh, everything is just working, but no. So especially beginners will be comfortable that, oh, I'm permitted to make mistake as long as I can see and learn and adjust it. So I'm not looking for super perfect angel that, oh, if he's a pro, then he should just be doing everything, no error is a lie. So let's continue to learn together. Here we have this now. Let me go back to Cursor. So Cursor now, you see it, you just click on open file, then you come here. So we now have this folder there. So I want it to open it. Say open. So if you remember from the previous AI section, we just add this, we didn't. So all you have to do is open folder. Once you click it, you go and select where this folder is. So currently we have this open, but it's like empty folder. So we need to put in terminal, new terminal. Yeah, I like to open two terminal, but for first let's start with this and start what do you call it? Let's initiate Nextjs first. So you don't need to always climb that. You can just go to your AI. Like I told you, we are working to learn using all this AI. Command to initialize new Nextjs app. So as we do that, we can also try to Google it. So like I said, we do everything like real world. If I'm coding, what will I be doing? So that when students watch, you build confidence. You don't let some people come on social media and feel they got some superpower and like, no, they couldn't have been doing this type of mistake. I'm not qualified. You are. You understand? So it's part of the deal, man. Yeah, so you can see it now. npx create app Nextjs. Then Nextjs blog is the name of this. If you wanted to use PNPM example and things like that, GitHub, then you want a flag like basic learner, you want a specific what do I call it? All these things are like flag. This one is the name. This normally is like the package you are using. So I will change this, but this is what initiates the npm package to install and make sure it's the latest. But this one is the one to install. Why this is, yeah, so you can see it better. So this package, this actually initiated like the npm package actually. Then this is the name you want to give it, your project. Then this, you are saying you should use pnpm as package manager. Then example, maybe the starter template you should initiate it with. So I don't need all those. Then you can see there and this. So instead, this is all I need, because we already have a folder ourselves. So let's go back to Cursor and right there, so that you can understand. Let me paste this first, but I'm not using I'm using, let me extend this more so we see things. Yeah. So now we have this, and you can see it clearly. This was what we copied, npm, but you see I put p there because I'm using pnpm, and I can also use that one and specify it. You should use pnpm. But once I install it with pnpx, it will install, and it's like it already know that okay, I want to use pnpm. So let's run this, and it will likely show error. So you can see it is saying, what's your project name? You understand? So what's your project name, which is already inside here. So I ought to put it here, but intentionally so that you can learn it, I will just put dot. Dot means in that current folder, I want it to install there straight. So let's see. Do you see what I'm saying? Invalid project name. Name can no longer contain capital letters. So those are part of things we'll be learning for each. I'll make sure once, if there are errors or things like that, don't expect just smooth. We are all builders, developer, and errors happen here and there. You forget those things at times, basic things. So no longer contain capital letters. So remember this as initials of capital letters. So what we need to do first is to go back here and ensure this complies with. So we have everything to be developer, portfolio, then dApp. So you can see it now. So blockchain developer portfolio dApp, rename compared to this. So if we refresh this now, didn't rename or what? F. Yes. So I guess there was an error then. So let's now finish it again. The initial capital, we have to change all of them. Blockchain developer portfolio dApp. Yeah. So are we sure this is done? Yeah. So it has now successfully renamed. You can see it. So this has conformed with what we want, and I can copy this name also and rename that folder. Did you remember? This folder, we need to rename it. Rename. So unable to open because we now have issue with that folder here. So we need to reopen it. Open folder. You see it now. Open. So and just we can now start. So just want you to keep that in mind. We can go back to copy this, and I have terminal. Sorry. Terminal inside that cursor. Sorry. So remember the P we need to put. If not, it will use npm. Then latest. Then like I told you, then I can just put dot here. It will use that folder. But since we didn't do that before, so that you see that the previous error was corrected. Let's see. You see, what's your project name? So the current folder, let's save it with. Do you see what I'm saying now? So it's now resolved. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Do you like Tailwind? Yes. Do you like to code inside? No. So SRC directory, that's the old one. New app directory, yes. So that's this SRC for beginners and router is where your site will be able to show out. You understand? So Then would you like to use turbo next? No. Would you like to customize import? No. So you can see it now that automatically it's saying using PNPM, because if I didn't remember to put P before this NPX, then it will just tell you using NPM, and that's not what I want to use. For this, we have to install the package, and I will come back once it's done. While that is doing, let's go back to this. We have installed this, we are setting up, and we'll move to overview what that is still installing. So for now, let's see on this HTML, CSS, and Tailwind, for example. These are things that you put together, including like React. So I won't be giving you all this basic. Why? Because I already have you covered in this course. If you go to the Programming University, then you want to go to all courses and like courses 1 LD, and then you have 2 here. So if you click this course 1, then you want to go with these 2 courses, this and this. So this introduces you to the basic of setting up a lot of things with Web3 development and more. So if you watch this video and you discover you have a lot of holes in your knowledge, like, oh, seems there's still even more basic things that I need to, know using the terminal, all those things, more about GitHub and things like that, then you want to start with these courses. Like you can see 7 hours, and it's free access, but now I've closed it because I'm not giving support and all those things for those. So those that have benefited, then good. That's why you don't take any opportunity we offer on this platform. Like I told you, if you want to upgrade to the DPU Pro, comment, please give me DPU Pro discount, and you will be able to get up to like 50% discount from this. That will be about $250 for a year. So you don't want to miss it out, because now you need to be a DPU Pro to have access to this, because I don't offer support and all those things again for all these free students. So if you are in DPU Pro, then once you are in, just tell me you want to access this course, because I need to enroll you manually, then I'll be able to enroll you for it. So the same is here. This is a whole 13 hours, well detailed for beginners into web development entirely. Now into Web3, you will learn about, you see, HTML. This has about 6 courses in one. Yeah, about 6 courses covering from HTML, you can see it 1, CSS, you see it well detailed, and with project for you to build. Then there's CSS as well. So all those things covered there. You see it, flexboxes, styling, all these things. You will learn about it. You can see it, transition, best practice, yeah, CS library, which we'll be using like Tailwind, Shanda, CN or something like that. So then you have project to do to solidify your learning. Then you have JavaScript as well. So you don't know about JavaScript and all those things, you'll be able to learn them here. You can see it, function, JavaScript, DOM manipulation, variable, data type, operator. All these things are essential because you will also learn it, need it, those understanding in development for blockchain. So you can see it now. So including from there, you will learn about API, how to use API, because you'll be using it a lot in Web3. Then GraphQL, at times you use it to help arrange your API better. Then JavaScript frameworks, which is the one I'm now using now, which is Nextjs and React and Nextjs and things like that. You also learn about TypeScript in depth, like a full crash course for you. Then you have a project for it. So once you have all this, you can now move to framework. Usually you will not use all these things purely to build a real world project. Instead, you combine them under framework like Nextjs. So, but having the knowledge of all those things, even when AI will create those things for you, having those knowledge matters a lot. A lot of things can go off with your project, even with AI and things like that. I'll be able to know what is going on. So you should, once you upgrade, you comment, please give me DPU Pro discount, get 50% discount. You upgrade there and you will have access to the private platform. You can let me know there that you need access to these courses, and I will give you access. I need to add you manually. You can no more enroll for it. So let's go back and see if this is done. So it said PNPM filters installed our Nextjs app already, by saying some things failed or things. So for you to confirm, let's just do pnpm hi. That's like pnpm install. So it's just the short. So whenever you see me use I. So if you want to install, maybe we should use the opportunity to quickly go through the folder. Like I said, you can skip if you already know about all these things. So the first, we have the app folder. What the app folder, I told you, is if you've gone to watch those HTML as a beginner, you will know that when web design started, those days with Web 1 or Web 2 and things like that, Web 1, you just have HTML. You need to have an entry for your site, which used to be like index.html and things like that. So you have this as a O folder. If you want to have that in HTML, I think you have public or something. But here now, this is it. Here you have the app, and anything you have here can like be displayed publicly. You understand? So, and these are also what create the page route. So the route is like your about, your site /about /contact /payment /donate, all those things. So here now we have the page, which is the home, which shows us the home. You can see all these things. So that means a lot of those modules have not installed, but don't worry, let's just try to check. Then we have the public folder. This also shows public, but they usually contain more static files like images, and then maybe you want to run some things with HTML, you are doing SEO that need something like sitemap, XML file and things like that. They come in here. Then you have your EastLink file, which is normally what you use. EastLink is like, think of it like, what will I say, this common tool that help you correct English when you are typing. So this can help you link your code to ensure they conform to some professional standard and things like that. So similar in next.env.dts, you hardly need to, should not be edited. So this like part of core of your Nextjs. You see, they've already said it. Don't edit. If you want to learn more, you go and check it. So, but here you have next config. So this also is so important. It's like it directs how a lot of things interact together in your Nextjs. So at times maybe you want to add some redirection. You have a page, you change the link and you want to redirect the old, and a lot of things like that, configuration come here. Then this is also super important because you have the package manager. So this are the package.json. So what this does, it makes it easier for you when you open or access a project, you want to contribute to a open source project and things like that, that is Nextjs or React and things, even a lot of those frameworks, this help you to know which packages do they use, so that when you are you want to compile and launch it and things like that, become much easier for you. You just do like maybe npm or npm or yarn install, and this one now, this is what it does. It goes inside your package.json file and go and install all your dependencies. So dependencies will like what your project depend, different tools that you put together, and then you have this div dependency. The div dependency is more things that you need at the point of development. So they might not really be like so dependent on at when you are deploying it, but these ones are core that the project will likely like just break without them. So it doesn't mean you remove this as well, but it's just more of development. Then when you have the post CSS config, so that's just similar to this next env config. This, you remember inside, if you go through this course, for example, you will learn about some of these things about CSS, and so when you install some of these CSS framework, or what do we even call them? TypeScript, no? So I explain everything in details for you over here. So if we library, usually CSS libraries, then you need that setup. So that's what that is about. But like I told you, all these things, you don't need to keep it like trying to, it's just about get to building. And that is why being part of DPU Pro is not just about accessing existing courses, but that you'll be challenged every month to build your project. So by the time you did this consistently, at least monthly, then you will become familiar with them. So you have the AIs to ask question, any of these files, what are they for? So you have your README as usual. I showed you something like that here. No, there's a repo I seems to show you yesterday. Yeah, so where you have all the details here about the project or the repo or the project itself. So that's, you see that this is still empty. So it doesn't, remember when we are setting it, I say you should not set up anything, because I know that once we are installing Nextjs, it will come with a lot of things, including the README file. So I don't want us, by the time we'll be pushing to it, we should be having conflicts and things like that. So README, then TypeScript, I told you should learn about that as well. We'll be using TypeScript so to ensure our code are typed, not just pure JS. Some people like it. If you like it, you can just use Nextjs and pure JavaScript, but I don't prefer this. So these are its own configuration. Most of these files, you don't touch them, except they are rare cases, and you should understand and know what you are doing. Even when you are using AI, and AI is just saying changing, be careful and know what you are doing before you change it. So let's now try this to install this. So once it installed, it will show us something like package lock. So that's when you will know if this is using PNPM package, If it is yarn, you will see like yarn log. If it is npm, I think you will see maybe log or something like that. So I'm used to pnpm now. Let's retry this. So you see it now. It will go in and start installing each of these. You can see it's installing Nest 15.23. You see it. So but once all these things was because they failed, then if this, once you install it once, then it is except you add new package, that is when you will need to, it will just tell you it's already up to date. So you only need to do this once, except you introduce a new package or you update the version. This is the version. So, and this say like above, from that and above. So, and sometimes you just see they put latest. So that means by the time you are installing that package, it should install the latest version. So, because most time this thing gets updated almost, you know, we're in a fast-paced niche. So this is still installing. So the same with JavaScript. Then once we install this, we go through. We've already gone through. I just will let that install. Then we can now move to this before we talk of deploying. So you can now observe, you see all these things that are listed here, you see it, Next React, all these things that are listed in this package JSON, you see that they are the same thing that was installed. Run pnpm approve build to pick which dependency should be allowed to run scripts. So you can see this now. All this was installed then, and if you observe from previously, we only have app, and now we have node module. So that node module is those packages that are installed. So your app will now be interacting with them to make use of it. So that's, then I seems did I skipped this before, forgot or so. Git ignore. So your git ignore is so important, because don't forget, you will see, we will learn a lot including the back end aspect and things like that. When you are doing things like this, a full stack, there's always some confidential things you'll be dealing with. Think of it like your API key, your access to your back end. You get a lot of things like that. You are dealing with blockchain, for example, you likely have your private key for that deployment and things like that. So you want to be able to ensure that when you push things to GitHub, these things does not get like pushed to GitHub. You understand? Or else you exposed your keys. If not, you have your key and those things exposed and compromised. And you know, trust, there are a lot of tools that are out there that this guy is already built, you know, all those hackers and scammers and things, that they constantly check GitHub for people, you know, daily, people that just mistakenly commit. And those are part of the problem of people that just vibe coding. I do, and learn with you as well, vibe code and things, but do not actually have solid knowledge. Like I'm saying, some of you like, why should we waste time with all this? Why can't you, since the AI has generated things for us, we just go, no, you are not actually building a pro. That's not the type of people that will be paid six figure, you know, 50,000, 100,000 or more, 120,000 or more in a year for you to be hired, or you get funding for your project or things like that. No, you you understand. It's good you use them to empower you, but you need to understand. It's just like you can use AI to translate English to Chinese, and it will likely be accurate. But one, how sure are you that it's even accurate? How are you able to, pronounce it well? So you need to learn how those words are pronounced. And the fact that AI translate it for you doesn't mean, so a lot of those things, that's why I'm taking my time, and that's why the benefit you get from my content at DPU and Full-stack Academy. So you should. That's why if you are remember, you can let other students know about to benefiting outside, and then recommend and also earn up to like 40% from there. So we have this back now installed. When I was doing this, it is my npm package is like outdated, so I want to quickly run and update that. So while that is on, I'll continue to explain this. So this will be your things that you don't want to be pushed to GitHub. So that's why it's git ignore. So when you are pushing, your git is push. All these things I've taught it in depth in this course, so I will not go in depth with many of them. So you can see that's why I'm also taking time, because I know a lot of you will be taking this course as your first time of building a full stack app, now that it will even turn to a dApp with blockchain. So that's why I'm taking time. If you are already, I told you can just skip, but be careful not to skip essential places. So that's why you also learn this, and this is putting those basics together already, and this is the basic. Upcoming courses monthly will be like each of those full projects. I won't be giving you time to be installing. We just go straight, but we'll cover each of those steps, how I do them and things like that. So for those that are pro already, I think you understand it. So you can just skip, like I said. So I have that installed. Ignore build script, build script. So npm approve build. So we can run this as well. But sincerely, this is just the first time I'm seeing this and I use it a lot. But most time when I build, I already have templates I've customized for myself. So I don't. So it's even good. And you can see when you are working, you can pick the file or folder. So let's clear it shouldn't, but let's ask the AI when I don't need agents. Most time just asking. I just installed a new Nextjs TypeScript plus Tailwind or you just say in my code base. So it takes order your code base and then understand it better. So after running pnpmi install, it installed successfully, but also give following warning in the screenshots. It's my first time of seeing it. Kindly explain and pros and cons of running the command So here now I want to take a screenshot so you can see it that this was installed. So you can just drag it here. You can have multiple images. So these are what I'm saying, that as we are doing a lot of things, we'll be learning it together. That's how you vibe code with solid knowledge, not just you don't have knowledge, you just prompt AI and just depend solely on prompting. You don't understand what's going on behind the scene. No. So here we go, send. You see it is reading. Maybe we choose GPT and see. So you can see it now. So it's even good as you are facing these challenges, we learn together and purely. So you learn alongside as well as I'm doing. The warning you are seeing is from PNPM, indicating that it ignored the build script for the sharp package. This is a security feature to prevent potential harmful script from running automatically. Based on package JavaScript and run automatically when you install. Then this script can perform various tasks such as compiling native code, setting up environment. These are what they are saying. So if you just like by coding don't even understand basic of all these things, and then these things can just slide in bug and things that can compromise your wallet keys and a lot of things like that. Automatic run scripts can be risky. Pros and cons. Approving the build script for Sharp will allow it to compile necessary native code. For it is often used for image processing, and running a build script can optimize performance. Allowing script to run can be risky if the package if the script has issue. What to do if you ensure the Sharp is necessary dependency and is from a trusted source. So when we go here, it isn't like a necessary something, but what I suspect there is there may be one of these that depends on it, maybe Nextjs itself or something that's part of their own use, but I don't think there's anywhere here there's Sharp or something like that. There's something like that, but that is what you use. That's learn. You see what I'm saying? So we've learned from this now, so I won't be running it because that's why I said I think maybe we installed the latest version of Nextjs, so this thing change almost weekly or once a month or so. So this might be the option and latest issue with it. So I don't run it because I don't see it to be essential. If anything breaks because of it later, I will come back and then try to get it fixed. So we have the git ignore we are talking about, and you can see these are the things like the node module. Now you don't need to push it because there are even so much, and there is no need, because anyone that clone your repo or anything, or you clone, once you run that, it will go inside here and then install all this and create the node module. So there's no need to have it there. Then you have other things like testing, Nextjs. These are things that then production, when you try to do build and run build to run for production, should not, and some miscellaneous, then debugging code, things like that. You can see it. So the env file, this is so important because your env file is where you have secret confidential info, like what they call it, if you are doing blockchain something, now you are interacting with your wallet, you have your private key, it shouldn't be exposed and things like that. So API key, then .vassal if you are installing Vassal directly, then TypeScript. So you have all this as well. So you want to, at times, if you have anything you're also building here, that you don't want to be committed, you want to make sure you put it there under any one of them, or just type it and this. So that once you have like git ignore is like this, also setting a repo for. So let's see. Yes, then it added this pack pnpm log.yarn. I told you. So this shows that all this, you don't touch it, is auto generated. So you don't, if you touch edit it, you'll break something likely. So once you see it, you know that project you are dealing with is actually like using pnpm. If it is npm, it will not be pnpm log. I think something, and if it is yarn, you will see yarn, something like that. So I think those are the major changes it made, and we have seen it here. So the next thing, you have better understanding, even as a beginner, being your first time, because that's what this course is focusing on, before we begin to move to all this advanced one monthly. And that's why you have your portfolio ready to start building those one and understanding this. And because I didn't cover Nextjs in this course, then this front-end course is just the normal HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, GraphQL, and things like that. So now you know how you are now upgrading your knowledge with this course. And that's why I said, make sure you watch from end to begin, even before you start building. Then before you can come back and start picking areas you need to help you with your building. So we have all this covered already, and now we want to look at pre-built template. So you can options, we have different options here. We can use the AI to tell us to, like, let me refresh this. So this was previous one, we asked about the portfolio. So can you suggest pre-made templates to build the portfolio dApp using Nextjs. You can tell it, I just say plus Supabase. Might not really see template like that is like pre-made. It should be pre-made portfolio, portfolio dApp using Nextjs and Supabase. I want to say like Web3 JS, but most of those dApp templates you will see don't. But you can easily see Nextjs with like Supabase integration. So since I will be integrating DB using Supabase. So can you suggest pre-made portfolio templates to build with Nextjs? You can, or even tell it Tailwind Supabase. So it knows like the CSS, the things, and since is it user thinking? Why? Okay, it's browsing. So you can see it now is browsing through. And let's see. So why that is on, we already have one that we created from the previous AI section, which is this. you remember this. Yeah, so you can, change the color or things like that. Let's ask it. Color theme much. Okay, it has, no, is it? That's that theme and right. But seems that one is not working yet. So I'm now not sure, is this the dark theme or the light theme? You understand? So can you make it the theme much lighter for the light color? So like that's like full scale color pink and purple theme. Then maybe to try to, there's something, okay, seems this isn't working. The theme color switcher not working. Kindly fix to allow switching from light to dark theme. Then 3, make light theme the default. So when somebody loads the site, you understand, it makes light theme. You can also do it in a way that the site will be like based on the user's system preference, but that will be a bit more complex. But with this AI, you can ask so that it will go by the browser selection. Some like me now, I usually use that thing because as a developer, I stay long hours using PC, so you don't want to affect your eye with too much bright color. So but some people are just good with that, so make light theme the default. Let's see. Or you're saying I should upgrade. So now that's what I'm saying. So if you are just like vibe coding, don't understand all these things, then, but now I believe after this, compared to the previous section, you are beginning to have idea of what is going on here, all these files. Then that remind me some of this as well. Let me quickly go back for you. So we are learning this on the spot. So you will also see folders. There are different folders you can create as well, but common folder you will see is component. So it doesn't come again with new installation, but you will see it and you will need it most times. So components are like when you are building your code, these are usually things that are not shown, but they power those pages. You understand? They power those pages. So you can imagine you want to have a form, building the form, a lot of code and a lot of things. You can build the component here, and then you just import and display it on the page route. Like here now, you can click here now and create a page there. So you have a component, and that's why you are seeing this. Do you see it now? Look at it. So let's see if this is working. Still not working. So these are things you can try to fix yourself about. I don't think all these are also working. Project, contact. I think it should move. I think it's like a one-page project. So, but probably because of this interface, when we get it into the IDE, we may be able to see some of them working or try to fix them out. So here we don't even have the code like that easily. So we see it now. Technical. Make the is it, oh, did I say pink? Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. The color should be orange and purple, not pink and purple. Then 2, the theme switcher seems not still working. 3, check to ensure when the navigation like about, skills is clicked, they scroll to that section of the page. For now it does not. Then 4, my name is Solomon Frisky, so adjust the naming to match that and replace Alex with email is. You understand what I'm saying? Email is. So all this now should have you should have like your domain and things like that. Solomon. So we just say, okay, this is Solomon and things like that. But for now, I just put hello at the programming university.com. So you understand? Get in touch. GitHub. Solomon Frisky. X. Solomon Frisky. So you see all these things now. You can enhance the prompt, but I think I know what I've said there, so I just needed to get what I want done. So that's why you see this component. If I open this page now, each of this page, you will see them, they import some of those components and make use of them. So then other things I also want you to observe is that each of those language as a beginner you need to know is that have their own extension, you save it. So when you are dealing with Nextjs, TypeScript and things like that, you see .txx. So once you see .txx, then .css for, just like you have .mp4 for video and things like that. So that's why you see that there. So that's why it's so good you understand what these things are about. I want to go back to that page and see what the AI is doing. So that's why you see it .txx, and then usually you have this here. I've explained the page. This layout is like overall of how your page, the layout. There are some things that are just constant on your site, like maybe the heading here, this heading, or the footer, and things that they usually just the same across websites on different pages. So this layout help you control that. Then this global CSS is your CSS file for external CSS file you can import into layout and any other pages you want to have. So those are the major things here. So as I see them here, I try to explain it there. So about routes. So I think probably some things will not work here, except okay. So you can see it's good. It's got that name. So Morphoscape is experience building. It already put those things for me. So all these are still cool. Then projects, yep. So at least you can see it now. So Morphoscape, all right, it's served, good. Then you can have all this linked. These are not working, these are not working. I want to believe they are working, but because of the interface we have, you are working like a container like that. So some things might not work well as expected. So let me try and download a zip. So let's put it inside here. Then is it downloaded? Yeah, I think it's downloaded already. So because I really want you to understand this thing. So when you are working with this AI, you don't just use things. Understanding it help you a lot. So if I go through this, let's extract here. If I put this, let's see, app, you can see what I'm saying now. So you have your normal app, the components, you see there are hooks, lib, like libraries. Then you remember the public, then they have a style. So there are different ways these things are styled together, are styled. So that's the advantage of you not just like stopping on just like purely starting your code journey, just purely vibe coding. Like, oh, I can prompt AI, no. But being part of platform like DPU, because once you understand the basic understanding, that's when you enjoy vibe coding, because you have, so this one now you can rearrange it as much as you like. You can fix anything, move every other thing inside, where this lib is, you also see it is for like some coders where you want to create and reuse. You see, I like to just call it a utils folder. So, but you can see it as lib. Then they separated the style, put the global style here. Whoop. There's also another global style here. So you understand. So those are the things you want to try to understand what the AI is actually giving you. When you look at components, you see it, project card, skill category, team provider. Now I told you. So each of these now, they will be imported. Of it will be imported, and there's another one called UI here. So a lot of things that was used here in terms of all those icon and things. I think he tried to build for each of them separately, which is good. It's what do I call it, like modular development. Yeah, you have a lot of file, but it makes it easier for you to locate what you want to fix and not need to tamper every other thing. So let's see. Then you have the hook, use toast, use mobile, lib. I think this hook has to do because it's using Shanda CD something. Let's go back then. It's told us then that he was using, uses Shand CN UI component. So you want to go, when you have AI give you things like this that you are new to, you want to go and know what's going on. I know it's a CSS library, but having an idea of that library, how it works, how to install it, so you know what you can touch, what you can adjust. You can see it now. This is the library, and you see they also have almost the same something is using for. So it will likely work like I said. And you have things like component, theme, and things like that. Get started. What's new? Try, you can test using the. So this is how to install, update your CSS variable. Dark. Here's how to do it. So this one now, I think is talking about the dark theme, light theme. So this is the reason why you need to understand how to deal with this thing. So once you come now, by the time you want to be fixing issue there, you just don't sit down and continue prompting and prompting and prompting. Some things you don't even need to prompt for. You understand what I'm saying? And then the AI just get to a point in time and just scatter your project again. So these basic things, once you yourself know it, you can just go to the documentation and things. And that's why I said, even here, like this docs now, this documentation now, you can copy the link inside here and go to settings, go to okay, even if you don't come here under, is it under, you can see now that we now have the project in sync, and you can resync for the AI to have up-to-date settings. So under here now, you can add new doc. You see it, so you paste the link of the documentation and then you enter. You see it, endpoint, confirm. So you see it is indexing it now and said it's indexed. So you can go back at any point in time here and say in the docs at doc, then enter, then it will bring the list for you. You understand? So you can now ask your AI question. It will take a lot of context from this even faster. You understand? If you can able to even index it and have some of it offline, you will spend less time trying to go and search online and things like that. And then you ask it whatever question you want. But it's so essential you have every basic understanding at least of whatever tool that AI when you are vibe coding use, so that in case things break, in case things don't go, in case to ensure things are secure, you have it. And that is the solid things I build into you as student in DPU. So that you become a sought after pro when you get into actual real work, because that's why we are doing all these things for real together. So I think we have that added, and then we can ask it question, but at least I've started learning now. So let's go back. I want to see if any other thing. Then you remember the public folder usually images, so all the images it used and all those things like that, placeholder or something. Yeah, so let's go back. Then we have the style. Said probably that might be, I don't know, from the shader or something. I don't really use it, but I've heard about it before. I usually just use Tailwind or things like that. Let's see the component.json. Remember your Nextjs config, your package JSON and things like that. I think we should open this up. Let's see, let me try a new window so we can see some of those code actually, instead of just dry running it. Open folder. Yeah, so this time is that Web3 folder, right? Portfolio, yeah. So good. You see that we have the same structures, just some of these extra things you see. So you can see this component. These are what I'm saying. So when you look at these codes now, you will see this because we have not installed the something will still install, but I want to ensure we have everything set. So you can see it now. Next, and this and component project card. So if you go here, you will see, because we have a single page, but you see that that single page imported all those components like skill category, project card, UI button, theme toggle, you understand? And they are all here. So that makes your page more neat and your design more modular, because you don't have, you imagine all the code inside all these like 5 files, you try to cram everything inside just single page. Then even without cramming everything here, you still have like almost 300 lines of code. So maybe you will end up with like 700, 1000 lines of code, and that makes it difficult to fix issues. So those are good practice you want to keep in mind. So let's see what we've got here. You can see them. So all this, once we fix, install those things too. I just want you to have idea. This is UI. I told you something like this. So each of them has their, this is like his own config file for the Shanda. How do I pronounce Shadcn? Sorry. So Shadcn UI. Okay, Shadcn, shade, and then Shadcn. So interesting. So that's how you learn a lot. So let's now try to use this and see what we can transform this to or work along with in. So you should like see or look at how this structure is. Does it meet what you, if not, you can rearrange some of them, you understand? So maybe like the hook now, you just, for me, I just like everything to be under the component except for maybe the lib or the it is, I call it it is. So, and when you are confused, that's why all these things are there for you to learn. You can always ask things like AI, I want to have folder for inches. What's the best pro naming in Nextjs? Should it be lib and inches in it, or name it is and use table quotes can be there. So the AI can tell you. So I do this as well. These are how those AI will solidify your learning and things like that. So you want to know what is the naming convention. Am I getting something right or getting something wrong? So, and since these things can search, they can help you get professionals, pros that have been there for years, you understand, and tap to their knowledge, and then that's how you go and get better. They're still browsing. So let's now, I think we are in the last stage, like customizing the pre-built template. So customizing it. Let's see what the AI will tell us. Oh, we still, let's go back here. So we have this now. We have all this, and we didn't even run this before we go. Let's, so I used to just create another, just click here plus sign to create as many terminal. So I love at least two. One terminal will be running the server, and then another one will be available for me to run code and things like that. So if we look here now, what I'm going to run is pnpm div. So we can run the development server. And you see, as I run it, you have another folder coordinate. So all these ones are auto-generated and you don't edit them, except you know what you are doing. Not just, if I delete it and run this, it will regenerate it. So it says it's ready. So network or local. So all these things are improving. Before you only get this, but now you are beginning to get local, which make it more better, because you can, when you are developing some things, you can use these things to test some things than just your local something. So let's open both of them. So you have this, and then if you hold your control down, might be control down, turn it to and then you can just click on it, open. So you can see it now. So we have both of them. So anyone you can choose, but usually you will deal with local. And if this port is busy, it can be like 1,000 or 2,000, or 1 or 2 or 3. So 3,001, 3,002 and more. So, but usually if you don't have anything like that using that port, it will be in 3,000. So this is it now. We have our initial site. You can see this how it looks. So because I have part of it, so I can easily click on that. But that's it. You can see different aspects of it. Most of it leads to other projects and things like that. But you have the site running now, and you can see if I go inside here and just click app page, save and see your changes instantly. I don't know where this is. Just put something like DPU somewhere, and let's see. So you see it. So that's anything you do now, you can now see the effect straight away there. So I just let you on this, and I know now, even as a beginner, you now have better understanding, and you can prepare yourself to start handling front end with Nextjs, because you are building to be a pro full stack developer. You cannot do without handling front end like this. So if you got question, I'm always there to support you. Make sure you comment below. I'm here to support you, and at times even other students may, but that is if you are inside DPU Pro platform. So if you are on free platform like YouTube and things like that, you can't, I don't offer support for this. You have to be a DPU Pro, and it's an opportunity for you now. It's like 2,400 USD for a year and about 200 monthly. So I really just run a yearly now. So, but you get it for a launch price about 50 slots for 500. What's so amazing now, that for the fact that you're watching on like maybe YouTube or that free platform like that, then you can be among maybe the top, the first 5-15 students that will even get more discount on top of almost 80% off that you have already gotten. How do you do that? Just comment, please give me DPU Pro discount in the comment on YouTube. So if you're already a pro student watching this, you know you won't need to. So instead, you comment your own question or what you've learned or need help on, and I will respond to them. So to get 50% launch discount, so instead of 500, you'll get another 50% on this for just $250 for a whole 1 year subscription. You have access to a lot of this. You get support once you build your dApp. This one you are watching, you likely watch it free, have access to it free. Once you build your dApp portfolio, you can begin to build real world projects inside it, at least one every month. You have one reward project to build every month plus challenge, and then when you build it and it will be launched, it will be added to your portfolio, because you can't have an empty portfolio to submit. You can't get job and in grant and things like that. So then you submit it, I will review it, test that it's working before you can be qualified to get certification. And every month for each of those projects, you get certification for it after you've passed those things. So you are not paying for certification. If I am raising students that really is AI age, those things help you make things faster. So don't be lazy. So those lazy developers are those that AI will take their job. So you want to embrace those AI and then add your own human something to it. So get to work. And I remember these are non-refundable. I only need serious students. Yeah. So they are non-refundable. You can see it. So it's only those that are ready to put that into their life. So So comment, please give me DPU Pro discount below, so you can get up to another 50%. But that's if you see me respond back to you, if it's the slot is taking a while. So now let's go back here. We have done, and we are now in the front end. So we have this already for us. I just load this so you have that, okay, this is actually working. Like, oh, it didn't even show us maybe it's working or not. So it's working. You can see whatever I adjust there is working. So we now want to switch it to that other one, that's this that we got from this. And one of those things you do observe that you didn't see Git ignore here. You won't, because by default you have hidden files like that hidden on your OS. So but when you load them into editor IDEs, integrated developer, our platform like that, you can see them. So that's why you see it here. So for me now, what I want to do is let's go back here to this folder and simply just copy this name we are using for, remember the same we use for our repo, and then rename this. We just unzip this, so we can rename this, but this will not allow me. So I need to do something like maybe make this one old, so immediately it will disappear from here. You can see it. So that's why you see it canceling all those things. So it's no more accessible here. I think we've learned a lot from as a beginner now, so we can now start getting, because upcoming project that will be building and be adding, I won't be teaching you this basic. That's why you would have been watching, because I refer you. If you are not already a pro and just want to be, sharpening your Web3 development with the monthly something, you are a beginner, you need to come back and watch this and have your portfolio ready. But if you are a pro joining DPU and then you just want to be doing that every month to keep you up to date and also update your existing portfolio, then good. So let's see. Yeah, should I close this? Yeah, let's close this. Then we have this now. So what I will do is, we wouldn't have this as well again, so let's close it also. And rename this. So you remember this was the one so we can now reopen it. If we open a new window inside our terminal, shortcut and things like that, but so open project, then you locate wherever you put your own project. Then remember, this one is the previous basic one and this is the new one, so we need to now open. But if you notice, this is already showing us error in the browser because it's not able to see. We have pulled off the server already. So let's go back. Yeah, so we can now click this one and open it. So you see it now. We open this back, and remember you can go to your terminal, new terminal, and we want to have two terminals. The first one will be running our server, because as we are developing, you want to be seeing what you are developing for sure. So I need a local server. Let's try to put it beside somewhere here. So that will be local, 3000. Then we have the code. Maybe I shift this even more. So at the code we can see it much better. So here we have this now. So we can run pnpm div again, and you can see that it's not fun, because remember it wasn't like the before. We have not installed all this package, and you see this use pnpm, because if you remember during the AI section, previous section, you may watch, if you forget or you skip it, I told it should use pnpm, so it already follow my style of like I'm using pnpm, so I don't need to try to remove the npm or things and restore. So we need to have all this, and you can see a lot. So that this has a lot more inside of it, because it's already a more ready-made and complex than the pure Nextjs we installed. So if we go back here, you see all this, I think next 3 point something then, but Tailwind, all those things are there. So for us to install it, you remember, before we can run this, we need to install. So we go back. This the one I want to be using for installing. So we have pnpm I. Remember, just like pnpm install, it's not even showing. Okay, pnpm I. So enter. Let's see. So it will have to install, and this is a lot. So maybe I will be back to that. So you have to, so these are the steps you understand when you first you get a project, you get a gig from a client, or you want to contribute to. You need to install all those packages first by just your pnpm or whatever they are using. So if you are working with already existing project, please stick to what they are using, so that it will be easier for you. If they are using npm in their project, just run npm. You would have seen it, package or something like that. Then if you are using yarn, just to make things easier for you, and so that when you build things, you will not. But for me, building my own project or things like that, or project that can influence what they use, then I use this. So this we install. Let me see if there are other things we can be doing before then. Yeah, I think let's go back to this. AI, has he even responded? It seems likely that a Nextjs naming the folder for its functionalities level is a common and straightforward practice based on common standard. Research suggests that having a lib folder with it inside is also acceptable, especially for a large project with multiple library categories, but may add unnecessary complexity for beginner. The evidence leans toward utils being more widely used for general utility function, while lib might be preferred for broader library-like code, with some controversy around which is more official due to Nextjs default linting directory. You understand now? So it's so interesting when you try to use this AI to learn, give you more deeper something. You know, I told you that's what I use as well. Most of my life project is utils. So I just know that, okay, this thing is, I'm not really building a library. I'm building an actual app or dApp, so a website. So I don't usually use it like that, but so those are the power of you understanding this thing. You can be able to adjust it to suit your style, that you won't be confused later. So I will need to move a lot of these things but I want to first run this thing to run and then see it work before I break it. You understand? Because I will still break it. A lot of these things are not in line with my own structure, so I will break it. But it's better let me even see it work, because if I break it without working, then I may complicate issue. So because as I break it one by one, I'll get error, I'll fix that error, and then I'll fix all those things. So yeah, I think those are so probably I will get rid of this lib and turn it to niches and things like that. Maybe these hooks, moving it to components, let me see, what about hooks? Should it be standalone folder or as folder inside components? It is. You understand? So that's how you learn and get, because all this, once you create it, this will be your style you'll be following. So I don't just want to tell you, just use this. You should learn to use these AI tools to understand what's going on. Why is this like this? And that is how you actually benefit from AI. Not just, you just copy just whatever it says, how you don't understand what's going on now. Should at least. The AI has responded that it seems likely that a Nextjs project custom React hook are best organized in a standalone hooks folder. So we just let it be in that structure. So that's how you learn an advantage of those AI. At least now we have a clearer understanding of each of these folders and why we have them. But we are changing this lib, I will use UTs. So, but before, like I said, we have this installed now, the PNPM package. I think after a while, you can see that all those things were installed. If you look at it, it's the same thing you got here. So everything were installed, and we got similar money. So I think this is a very new something with PNPM and some package in Nextjs. So we can ignore that. We've learned about it previously. So the next thing now is I want to take off all this terminal and like open a new one. So at times if things just, so here now let's run pnpm div so that we can have our test it out and see what's going on. So remember this local host, so we need to test it out again. It worked with the first template, so you see it creating the next, then it will create node module and all those things. So let's see how this will be. Let's see. So let's see it. If we look here, reload. Is it actually working here? So you can see it. Good. We have precisely what we saw there. So this is because I'm using on we'll be able to check here now if we move, let's see, move this a bit. Yeah, so you can see it now, and that is also responsive design. So that means if you check this on mobile, it's responsive. If you check it, the bigger the larger the screen, the more it will, expand, which is cool. You see it now. So we got this, not bad. Yeah, I was telling you that there's probability that this will be working, and also this route. Let's see. Cool, they are working. Yeah. So it's a one page, we call it then one pager or something. So one page, like, normally you click about, you go to about page, but now since this is a portfolio, it suits that design, because whoever is checking, prospective employee, employer or something, can just, by clicking here, this scrolls straight to each of the section. I won't be sitting to be adjusting each of these, because these are part of what you will do in your project, because I will be checking to ensure this is actually real for you, because you are going to be using it to submit for job, for project, for grant, gigs, freelance work and things like that as your proof of work. So it has to be detailed about you. When people check, who are you? Like, what's your experience as a Web3? What skill do you have? You can see it now. My technical expertise span across the entire Web3 development stack. So smart contracts, which is very cool, because this, you are into Web3, so people will be more concerned about, can you actually build smart contracts? Because if all you can build is just front end and back end, then you are just purely a Web2 developer. So you have to be able to combine it with smart contract. Then when you begin to talk other popular things like DeFi, NFT, this is not much of necessity, but at least it helps with things like Alchemy, Quick Node, Infura and things like that. Then, yeah, because those are infrastructure. Yeah, so these ones are cool as well. Then also like Docker and testing and security. So some of those things that you can just make sure you fill in your skill. So I won't be doing those, but let me even see what there's something wrote about me. I'm a passionate full-stack Web3 developer, 5 years experience. My journey in Web3 began with Ethereum smart contract, since expanded to include multiple blockchain, including Solana, you see it, Polkadot and layer 2 solution. So that's why I'll be trying my best for us to touch on multiple blockchain, and that's why at least we are starting with Solana and EVM. So by the time they know, anyone that have idea knows that even if you have a project on Ethereum, testnet for example, if it's solid, then you can replicate it on Binance chain, you can replicate it on Avalanche chain, you can replicate it on even new platform like Monad and more like that, as long as the project uses Ethereum virtual machine and is Solidity programming language that they are using. So those are with a background in traditional web development and a deep understanding of blockchain technology. I bridge the gap between Web2 and Web3, creating intuitive, powerful design applications that solve real-world problems. I'm constantly learning and exploring new technologies, based. I'm passionate about contributing to the growth of decentralized world. So those are part of what is solid, but this will likely be generated for a lot of people. So though depending on prompts, so make sure you adjust and update them to customize it for yourself. Let those people feel your voice. You understand? So you can see it now. Then from here, you can begin to go in, and so if I want to change this now, it will break some things, but it seems I've did we which page is using it. It is. This isn't using it. Let's see layout. Okay, and this slash component, or you can try to search, like when you put this slash lib slash utils, so you can see a lot of those pages are using it inside the UI component. You understand? So a lot of them. So I will not change, because if I change it, I will need to go into each of these. For example, let's see this. Import cn from lib utils. You see it now. So if I change anything in here now, it will instantly just break that one. But I think I've set that, or now comes by default, that it can be able to just adjust that for you automatically. Let's try it. So let's click rename and name this to this folder, and you can see it now. But they were able to fix themselves back, like you see it. So this is already handled by default, because I wouldn't have been able to do that because of this. So this follow my own like style of structuring. So you, with time as well, you build your own style based on the project you are building. But I'm just building a normal dApp, not a library or things like that. So I don't think I need a lib for that. So just need your utils that we use. Is like you have a formula. So those are things you put in utils, like a formula now that do a calculation. Like I built a project on, I think, Explore Web3. Explore Web3 that does use heavily this utils folder, which basically what it does, it uses a lot of algorithmic mathematical formulas and use it to calculate and predict crypto price based on a lot of things like the cycle we have and things like that. So you can see it now. So if you click on here now, you see it saying it's calculating PostgreSQL crypto. So all these things now, a lot of those calculations are handled under utils with some formula I built using my own kind of something there, but it's built on Fibonacci retracement. If you have been into crypto trading and things like that. So that was how I was able to build my network now. So you can see it's calculating. If I click on like Bitcoin now and say, okay, calculate Bitcoin for me. I say calculate BTC. Great. So it will be able to calculate, tell me the state, is it a buy time, is it a sell time, and things like that. So you see it. So a lot of all these calculations you see, they are placed inside utils because a lot of all these tools, other pages make use of them. So you see it, identifying the crypto, done and identified as BTC, retrieving, you see all those things, and this also using data and things like that. So you can see it now. So you see a lot of things like that. It tells you the grade to know if it is a buy time or sell time You understand? You see it now. You see it by signal or target trading and things like that. So you can see it. So I built all this and all those calculations. So that's the power of, you can build your own tool and then just monetize it or whatever, depending on you, or build it open source free and gather and get sponsor and things like that, or start up projects with others or get hired and more. So these are part of the things, projects like this, that you want to put on your profile. So let's go back. So you have the understanding, and it's cool that we have that fixed. So view projects. So everything is just one page. And you see, and over here now, we can begin to define lending protocol. You understand? These are skill, but these are individual projects. So live demo, when you click, you just put an example there of a site that isn't working. So then a GitHub repo, you see it even try to use my GitHub because I told you so. It's already using like Solomon and DeFi something, but I don't have any repo like that, but it got my actual GitHub, I guess. So these are the things you just need to, and it's easier with this tool. If you want to, for example, now I want to put this project, maybe edit this DeFi lending protocol, just copy it to make it faster. If you put it here, you may not even see it, you see, but put the percentage sign, then enter, then it will just go straight to those occurrences. You can see it now. DeFi lending / yield protocol, and once I reload it instantly, you can feel it here. So you see it now. So it's instantly there. So any aspect of this, for example, you want to adjust when you get those templates with Cursor, and you want to go directly instead of stressing yourself looking for each of these, like, oh, which of these owed this thing. Just try to get something that, you know, look at like this now. If I just copy a small part of it, that could easily take you, once you copy it, I may not get it, but once I put this percentage and here, you can see it. I'm a passionate full-stack Web3 / blockchain developer. So I'm just, you see it now that instantly. So, and like we have all those things already working. You just need to change the informations, and then we can test this as well. I'm sure it's not working. It's just like a place order there because it needs to submit somewhere. So these are part of things you can try to play around to fix. But I know using form and submitting with email is a bit, it's not that it's complex, the form building it, but actually you may need to, it is those SMTP platform that you need to use to help you make the email deliverable and things like that. You may need to pay. There are free platform as well, so that's what I mean when I said it's a bit complex, because it's not just about this. Something also need to help you undo it to process the email and deliver it so that it can be deliverable or something. So that's the point I'm driving at. So, and you can see everything in here as well. You can fix the GitHub. So just search for them. So this is how you fix in your project. Have your live demo. You can see why it's important. And then you have your code. So those two things are so important for anyone that wants to check that, oh, you actually building what you are building. So you cannot just write project here and then so I imagine how you will feel. You should fill this now with at least one project every single month. So if you want to achieve that, and these are like cross-chain bridge, DeFi analytics, decentralized identity, NFT marketplace, all these are part of the things you will learn to build on monthly basis. Some of them might have been built depending on when you are watching and things, then you can easily just get in and start building. So at a point in time, you have more project than you can handle if you are just joining, so that you'll be able to handle, because if you check those things. So we have this project ready now, and like this is good to go, but some things we can now change. For example, now what about if you have like 1 2 3 4 5 6, so you have like 7 projects, build like 12 projects, 15 projects, 30 projects. This begin to become too long. So we need to make sure once it gets to a level like 6 and we still have more projects, it should be able to collapse them. Then maybe a button, if we don't make it, want to make people to go to other page, still want to make it a page. That's how you begin to build on what they has given to you, and you want to make this like collapsible. Yeah. So for example, what I'm saying is that if I go here now, it will pick that page for me, or I try to. So you can say the project section currently has 6 projects listed and displayed. I want to have a collapsible option, like view all projects. You understand? After the 4th project. So when clicked, it's load and review as many other hidden projects on same page. No redirect to any other pages. So that's the something. Then I think if we use agent we want to go and change it itself. You understand? So let's try. I hope they don't say it's busy again. We say variable whether to add project are visible or not. Conditional rendering. So first 4 project by default. Do you see it now? So you see that something happened. That's the agent. The agent will instantly be applying those changes. Though you can revert, but why that I think is also good with this new Cursor update is that you can easily see if that code will even break your code or not. You understand? You see, I successfully added with a client to mark the file you are importing. So this shows you all those aspects of the code that will be changed. Let's see, is it importing anything? Is importing? No, I don't really think so. /page. But there's an error now, so if I just accept it, how many files has it changed? So these are part of the issue you need to understand with this AI agent, because you can just change things. Let's click here. Okay, it said it only changed one file. Let's see. Let's try and accept file. So fail to compile. It said we are importing something here that's, so let's do this like a backend. So let's, you see it's suggesting, let's use state and see. Let's refresh this. Any error? No error. So what could this be? Yeah, you can see what I'm saying. So view all project, then I click, and then do you see what I'm saying now? So I can even make it that it should, in case my project is even more, it should be loading it maybe 4.4 or 6.6. So if the person is checking like 6 now, 4 now, then they click view more, it shows another 2 or 4. Then you understand things like that. So these are what I'm saying. You see, understanding what they're doing, that's why you need to ensure. If not, at times I just use the chart so that it doesn't mess up my code. I can have idea of what it's trying to change more better and things like that. So especially you are contributing to other people's code or open source projects, you don't just want to be using things to break things up from what it is. So you can see it now. We have that. You can just play around, contact me, and that is here. So I think we have been able to achieve the front end now, which also have, you're free, you can adjust the color and things, whichever one you don't like, you can adjust the color. Understand? So you can adjust the color, add animation, add your picture, all those things. So like this about me, there could be a small picture at the top here. So all these things are what we now make your own unique to you, different from what just the template or the AI just drop for you, and then maybe everyone else like that. So this at least a basic things done there, and we have the app, and you are getting more familiar with using all this, the styles for the any one of those folder. You have question, just tag it here and ask the AI. You see, you can restore checkpoint if it is, the agent make changes, so if you want to return it back. So if you have question, just put it to ask and you get that fixed. So over here now, let's see our other details we need to check. So we have worked on customizing, and you have idea how you can now customize your portfolio or dApp. So now the next thing we want to do is that deploy. You understand? But instead of deploying, we'll skip it now until the dApp is complete. So because when you are deploying, you deploy like frontend now, anything you do with your code and update, we also update the front end, and that counts towards your limit every month. But I think it's generous, maybe 50 per day or 100 per day, I don't know, or things like that, because they change. So when you are in such a situation, you don't want to be changing your launched projects instantly like that. So that's why for now it will still, the only thing you want to do is to back it up to GitHub. So now let's quickly try that again and see. Then another thing here about the project, this is that over here now, this project, we want to turn it to be from back end. You see that this is just part of why I had to do this. This is just a single page, even if it has a separate page. This will soon become much if you are building projects, building 10, 20, 10, 5, 6, 7, 10, 15 projects and more that you have here. If you are building, including your client projects, except you sign agreement that you should not, you can add it as part of your project. You can say project, divide it into two, your normal side project, client project, you understand, things like that. So you put, so I want us to make this not to just be on the front end, because as it is, think of it that we want to have like 10, 15, 20 projects, then these things will become long. You see that it's try to put the project here for us, then it now makes use of it. So what about if we move this and move it inside the database? Then we have a form on our page that we can submit with all these details. So anytime we have any new project, we can just, fill the form, submit it, and then instantly it will as well show up on our front end, because the front end would have been connected to the back end. So that's the next stage I want us to do. But I want us to try connecting back now to the GitHub. So now let's do git status. All these basic git something, you will see it in the course that I showed you earlier. So this git remote, let me try to set it. Hopefully I can push, because it seems we had issue earlier because this system, I've set it up for my other GitHub account, so I may need to do some step to use multiple accounts and things like that. So if not, I will go and push it to the other GitHub that I've already authorized. But let's give it a try. At least you learn something from there, which is normally you go to the project on your own PC. You can just authorize your own GitHub, or if you have it authorized, so you won't have the issue. This should be git status, what? Not a git repo or any other parent directly. So we need to now initialize a git. So I think if we do git init, you see that change all this color now, like it's tracking it now with our git. You see untracked. So we don't have this help you now to track if you have modified the code. So if I do the git status again, I think I should have a better, so it tells me, let me increase this. So it tells me now that, oh, we have branch master, shouldn't be. I think I should init. That master is the old something for git, so we need main. It's called main now. So maybe I just do git checkout. copy, then I can create a new something. But here I even want to ask the AI, let me screenshot it. So those are how you troubleshoot. You can get a lot of things wrong at times. From the screenshot, I tried to initialize a new Git repo and used command git init. It initialized successfully but named it master instead of main. So how do I change the name in my terminal since GitHub is no more using master? So you see what I'm saying now? Oh, stop. I don't need it to generate. I'm just asking. I want to learn. You understand? That's what I'm saying. So you should know when to use. Everything is not agent too. Just want to ask a question. Just want to learn. So not sure, maybe network issue or something, or busy. So this is just taking a lot of time. So I know an option to use it, but I want, in case we go through things like this, command git command to change list here list go from master to main. Do you see it now? So we have it here. It said git branch master. Then I can put here. I want to actually rename it. So good. It seems we got it. So let's do git status again. And go. We have it, because if we go to here, you can see it in our settings. Okay, because it's still empty. Once you come to settings, you'll be able to see it. And over here as well, to show if it is main and things like that. Just like you can see it now. So the main is the default, then other ones can follow. So the master is very hot something. So we have that corrected, and it's telling us the files that can be committed. You see it is still like red because they are unchecked. So we need to git add. So instead of adding individual, I just do git add dot. So everything will be added. Enter. If I do git status, they will change to like green. So these are the files that will be, committed or pushed to GitHub. So before I even commit, okay, git commit -m. Hope I got the command right. Initial commit. Let's see. Yeah, seems so. If I do git status now, you see it will tell me on branch, nothing to commit, working tree clean, because I've not connected it with the remote. This one is the local one. So let's now do git remote v. So when we do git remote v, it doesn't show us anything, because that means this actually should show us the remote version of the GitHub repo that we are connected into, that we can push into. So presently now you can't push to any repo because this local is not connected at all to any remote Git repo. So how we do that now is we can now follow this instruction, which you can now see it, git remote add origin. Then we can set with this. If we paste this, paste, and then enter, you will not see anything. But if we do that git remote v again, notice it, you see it, that is now showing that we can be able to, push to these repos. You see the origin for fetch. That means fetch is, you can get or update from it. Maybe there's update or something, and then push means whatever you have on your local. Fetch is taken from the remote and updating your local with it. Then the push is taken from your local and updating the remote with it. So that's how this works. So if we go here now, it's just the same now. Let's now try to push, because I've not connected that Git account, so I still need authentication. But let's just try it. If we try git push, though for the first time you still need some additional something, but push, git push, you see it, git push set upstream origin. So this you will need, because you are setting the upstream, that's the remote, to be origin. We copy, we put this. But like I said, I'm not sure this will work because I've not authenticated and set up that GitHub. Yeah, but let's give it a try. You see it, repo not found. Academy Thames Solomon blockchain. So let's try another thing here. For example, the repo temporarily, let's put it to public, change visibility. You see, so you can change it at when you want to here, and read the terms before you do. I've read and understand. Make this repo public. Has it changed it? So it's now public. So let's see. Set upstream. You see it, request third URL return 403. You can see it now that before it was private, and because I wasn't authorized to that account, it says the URL is not found. But now it said denied to Solomon Foske. You see, that was the one I've authorized there before. So unable to access this and things like that. So you can see what I'm trying to show you now. I just want you to, understand and have idea of what's going on here. So I will likely have to recreate this same thing on either Solomon Foskey, and then I will push there, or I will have to see to authenticate multiple GitHub on this PC moving forward. So you can see it now that I was able to push. I had to do a lot of setup, but I believe you won't have the issue because I don't have it until I want to have multiple accounts. I already have my own account and other associated things like that, but now I need a new GitHub account entirely. So if you just speak to those AI, you can easily follow the instruction to create some SSH file and things like that to use for the something. You can say I prompt and got some guide here as well. So that was how I was able to add. So let's go back. So you shouldn't, if it's just a single account, it will prompt you and then you, but once you want to start having multiple accounts. So cool, we have been able to, you see it now, push that here. So this, it doesn't have a readme anyway, so we have to create that maybe with the AI and things like that. So but at least now you have the file pushed and you can start having access to, you can see it now. So I think I can go back, try to make it back to private. Let's see. I think it wasn't because of the private I wasn't able to push, it was because it was trying to use my actual account instead of the demo. So let's try to change it back and try something. I want to make this repo private. I have private and make this private. So you can see it now. So it's back to private. So always try to confirm open incognito, for example, and then paste your, to be sure it's now, you should set 404, and if we open here and paste the same URL, it will work. So that tells us that it's working as expected. So let's try and push something to be able to confirm that this private is also working back. Now let's go here to this, doesn't have a readme, so create a readme file from my at code base. So it will go through the code and create something that relates to it. Oh, we are not using agent, so if I have used agent, it could have just created the file, but let's see. So this is showing us some together. Feel free to reach out. Make the readme not to contain the details like email etc, just summary and points back to the website. So that instead of having email and all this, you have to be editing it, then you can forget at times. So so just the skill, and then you can see now. So we just replace here, but for now let's copy this and create a new file called capital read .me. So it's usually a markdown file. So we have, let's see the extension. You can see, oh sorry, .md. As I was like, me? Oh no. So that is a markdown file. So rename .md. Yeah, you can see it now. So then we'll put the website URL here later. Let's save and let's try to git push. Oh, sorry, we need to git. Let's git status. Does git add git commit -m, then added read me file. Then we can now git push. Yeah, you see it now. So if we try it again to see everything is up to date, and git status, everything should be up to date as well. So if we go back here and then refresh, you can see it now fixed. Sorry. Let's go here. So you see it now. Change developer portfolio dApp, and then added readme file. Oh, we did read. So it read me. You see that it couldn't identify it. All these things had to be as they are. Read me. Yeah. So if we try again, yeah, then we can push the file like the second time. So git push and git status. So if we go back here now and refresh, then we should see that, see, hit me, and then the content is here, and people have an idea. Okay, this my Web3 developer portfolio, this project showcase my skill, all those things, summary, and then I can just so click this. So this will now be your actual website. When you have deployed it, you change it and push it there, and you have this. So another thing, and as we are doing that, this we start, remember what I said, adding up to, you can see it now, this commit as you had, you push and add more things like that. So here now I want to do something before we go from this section, which the next section will now be our back end. Like I told you, all these things, I want to create like a form to put our project, so you'll be able to learn about authentication, about how do you authenticate a database. From backend, user can sign up, log in, then maybe submit a form or a post or things like that, and goes to the database and then retrieve it. So that's what we'll cover. But before that, I wanted to show you something, do something here. Yeah. So I think, yeah, is that to always have a and apart from the mean, So you should be using PR. So let that become part of it. I also do it at times when I'm so lazy. That's why I'll be pushing directly to the main. It's not a good practice. You may damage the project or project. So, and if you are contributing to project you are hired, you will usually not be given access to the main. So you want to contribute through a PR. So you have all those details right inside these courses. They are open, free and things like that for people can. But now you will need to unlock it with your DPU Pro membership, and to get that, including support, including all those things, you can take advantage of this 500 now for just 1 year instead of 2004, and that's just for like 50 slots. And I'm also giving about 5 to 10 plus people that you are watching this video. That's another 50% of this for a whole 1 year. So all you need to do is for you to comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount, so you get it for $250 for a whole year and unlock a lot. Where this your profile, this dApp portfolio you built now, you will have at least fresh new project to build, reward project every single month, to have those challenge to build and add it up to your portfolio. So if you want also get support for this course you have been going through, need help, get confused or things like that, I don't give support to free students. If you're on like YouTube or things like that, you need to get on to the DPU Pro. Then you can comment below. If this is not on free platform, is inside DPU Pro platform, then you can ask questions. I'm always there to support you. So you can see that. So let's quickly do that before we go. We create another git checkout, another branch. It's just short form of saying branch. So git checkout B, and then you can call it anything. So maybe version 0.01. So we have switched. If we say git status now, you'll see that it's different from branch main. We are now on branch this, but this doesn't exist yet on your on the GitHub. You understand? So it's just like you want to contribute to an open source, you need to create that first. It's so important, and then whatever you do, you push it as a PR pull request, and not just directly. You won't even have access to a lot of the projects you will start working with or when they employ you, because for security reason you can't like push directly to the main. So you want to contribute, and maybe a senior developer that's already there, try to check it first, or those that handle the open source and things like that. So you see that we just have main. Even if we click view or branch, view or branches, we only have one now. See it? So if we want to, let me duplicate this so we can see it side by side. So if we need to push this there, so what we need to do is to do git, just a normal, git push, and then it will give us the correction. So for the first time we need to set upstream, because remember the upstream don't have anything like that already. So even if it does, we need to set it first. So make sure you're on that branch. So it's like everything we've built before, it will push it to that branch. It's push, and then when we come back here now, and you see now, refresh here, we'll see point. So maybe other branch, when you build, you can see it now. That it now has multiple branches. So all I need to now do, if I have any contribution I want to make, is for me to I was thinking of something to adjust here. I've created readme. Just to adjust NFT markets. Let's say dynamic or NFT marketplace on Solana /EVM, or this one, you understand? So let's save this. Once we do that, we'll be able to let's see it now, Solana and all those things. So we have that correction, we need to push it now. So git status, git add, then git commit, updated homepage. So it's good to be a bit descriptive. So then I can git push again. So this time around, instead of it just going to the main, it won't go there. It goes into this branch, and then you can create as a pull request. If you see this, you click it and it makes it easier. If not, if you go to the branch, then you will see these branches and click contribute and open pull request. So if this, because this only show temporarily, maybe for a few minutes, so if you don't go there instantly, you won't see it. So just open that particular branch itself, click contribute and click open pull request. So it's still the same thing. So then you can type whatever description of what you did, updated the home page with Solana EVM for NFT marketplace projects. So now you can create, there are different options, but the first one default is just perfect. And you see all those changes you made, and you see, that's what I'm saying. When you are making changes, remember consistent committing will help you build a long commit. But it's not just about that. It's that one, in case anything just happened to your PC or whatever, or you travel or not have access, you have little changes that you might not have saved. And I advise you, when you are done, you want to end work on a code for a day, that, oh, I want to go and do something else, and likely will not, make sure you push to the repo, either it's a private repo or public repo, push, except that thing will break anything too, because the system or whatever might have issue. And then, so you see the changes now. That's what I'm saying. Those people will review and can see the changes, then create pull request, so it push it to the main, and then that's coming because I'm the person. If not, this is how it will come. Those people that owns the code will be open source, people that hire you for gig or all those things. You see, it's saying I should protect the branch to ensure you can't push to it directly and things like that. So for now, I will just now click on pull request and look at, okay, what did the person do, all those things, the commit, file change, you see it was able to. So when you make too much changes to be a dick, then it said no conflict. So assuming when we get to a level that this is deployed, you start seeing this, there will be check on like Vercel to make sure, is this code deployable or it has error, things like that, so that you will be careful before you merge it and break your existing working site. So confirm merge, you can see it now. So we've merged it and the code will now come here, you see, and you as the contributor will there, and it was merged by maybe like your employer or things like that, or gigs or open source. And then you have the same thing being added here. So it will show it updated on page. So if we click here, you can see the actual file we updated. You can see it 3 minutes ago. That's when we committed the. So that's how you are able to create or set up a front end. You have learned a lot in this section as well. So I try my best to make it details. Like I told you, don't worry. I know some of you are, oh, this will be too long. No, each of those monthly challenge, their videos won't be as long as this, but it will be detailed as much as it need to, as a real project sharing experience. But we'll just go straight build. I don't need to be explaining a lot of these things, but this is for beginners, because this is a very solid course that a lot of DPU Pro students will be starting with to build their first full stack dApp. So it's different from all these ones they have done before, like just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript. So now you're actually putting everything together using Nextjs and then building a full front end. So this, what we've just done now, is like a front end development. So so the next one will now be backend. We also learn it everything basic. How do you set up database, the type of database, why we choose the one we choose, where we host it, the authentication, how you set up login, registration and login, then people being able to submit data, like when you're on social media, you post on YouTube or X and things like that, then it goes to their database, and then there's already your page that it will show display back on. So we'll do things like that to do this, so that later you can just be, and then later the other part for blockchain, we'll try to see if we can integrate, connect wallet and things like that. So you actually learn a lot in the video. So like I said, if you got questions, make sure you ask below. But if you are DPU Pro, a DPU Pro, I don't expect you to go and ask questions on YouTube or things. I won't respond. You know that, you know the principle already. So you should ask your question in the dedicated section in each video like this below it, so you don't mix the question. You know that this question is for this video course, this course, so you ask it there. But if you are not, then you need to get on so that you can have access to certification. I can check, launch this your dApp portfolio, start your journey, and this AI income earning skill, if you can give it what it takes. And Web3 is just peaking, blockchain is just peaking. It's like an early stage now. You feel you miss Bitcoin? For me, I feel no, because those one came early to set the ground, and a lot of countries are now beginning to open. Before, they are fighting. You are using crypto blockchain, you have to go in hiding. But now a lot of countries like US and things like that are beginning to take the lead. And once countries like that are adopting something, you know that like 50, 70, 80% of the other part of the world will just follow suit. So that means there will be more projects that will need blockchain developer, and especially full stack, that you have knowledge of everything. Those are people that can end up being senior developer, because you can oversee. Even if they have front end, they have back end, they have blockchain, smart contract developer, blockchain developer, you can oversee everything. Who don't want somebody that have all those knowledge and maybe just get you once and get 3, 4 in one now with the help of AI? So you have it for just 500 for years instead of 2,400. But I will also give you a discount because you are watching here. They have just about 50 slots, but you will also get 50% for just 250 for a year. And all you need to do is to comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. If you are still among, you will see my response. Make sure you are not following any link, any every link you follow will be in the description. I'll just tell you, okay, check in, but you qualify. But if not, then it means maybe the slot is over and you didn't qualify this time. Keep on the platform and take your advantage to quickly take advantage of this now. So I think that is all for this, and I will be able to do all this, learn a lot. And like I said, all these ones, we leave it to the last section when we have the other part, the backend, Web2 backend database, and then Web3 backend, the blockchain is integrated. Then we can. So that's it. I will see you in the next section. Yeah, welcome to another section, which in the build and deploy full stack portfolio dApp with Nextjs, we have really covered a lot, which we have covered Web3 project management, AI tools for Web3 dApp developer. We have covered front end, so we built a front end for our dApp portfolio dApp. We've learned a lot: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Nextjs, and more like that. So then we are moving now to back end, where you will learn about, if this is even your first time handling backend, that is Web2, like authentication, how to connect to backend database and things like that, what type of database. So all those things we are going to cover together in this section, so that next one will now integrate blockchain, and then discuss these skills you acquire. How do you earn or make money from them as a Web3 blockchain developer? So remember, you can always get support. So if you got question with what you'll be learning here, please remember you can get support. And once you build your dApp portfolio dApp with this course, the next logical step is to start building more projects, and which one it helps to solidify your knowledge, because each project, though you will make use of all these things, but what you use and how you use them, what you use in one project, you might not use it in another project. So by building multiple projects, you have access to extensively use and master a lot of these things from different angles based on use cases. And the more projects you build, the more you increase your opportunity to get hired or get freelance job, start your own Web3 startup project or freelance project and things like that. So, or win hackathon grants and more, because you'll be experienced in a lot of things. And for you to have access to support, to get certification for each of these projects, every single month I do new projects and turn it to course and challenge for you to build and more. You want to get support and have access to certification and all those things, then you should ensure you join the DPU Pro, which costs 2,400 USD in a year to do, but about 50 slots is available now for just 500 USD for the same 1 year subscription. So you don't want to miss it. And even going even lower, for as many of you that you are watching this on a lot of platforms, I will be releasing this free for you to get started and have idea, experience what is in stock for you in the DPU Pro through Full-stack Academy. So if you can comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Then if you see me respond, you will be able to have access up to discount, let you know, okay, you have this discount now up to 50% of this 500, which means instead of 2,400 400. Normally now launch discount you pay 500, but you, once you get that response from me, you will not even need to pay 500. You'll be paying up to 50%. So I'll tell you, you've gotten this amount of discount. So like that's about 250 USD for a full 1 year plan where you'll be having access to build on your portfolio that you build. So if we go back here now, let's run the front end we already built, pnpm div. So I want to bring up this. So presently it's not running because the div server is off, so we should run now. We already built this in the front end, and now I told you we want to change this project. Now we put these features to show, but what about you begin to have like 10, 15, 20 projects, maybe even your client project? I told you some idea. You can split this project to personal project, client project, or just things like that to make it easier for. So once you are beginning to have those list of projects, you don't want to just be adding them to front end. You want to have a back end database that you can retrieve these things from, and having something like that also shows that this you actually have the experience, because they can see that you can log in with Web2 option like normal email username and things like that. You also have Web3 Connect wallet. So that's what we'll do in the blockchain section. So all this, you'll be able to build it and continue to add new projects at least once monthly, being a DPU Pro student, in addition to getting support. And also once you are in, you can recommend based on their experience to other people, and you can get up to like 40% per each person you refer from this, at least 500 per year. So you get about 40% of that. So all this, you want to have access to it, just make sure you comment to get at least up to 50% discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount. So, and respond. And once you see my response, if you leave it, my response doesn't mean forever. You see my response now, then you come back after a week or 2 weeks, or you might not see that again. So it's once you see it's an instant something within like 24 hours or so. So now we want to cover the backend, which I told you we will take these things from the front end where we have it here. You see it, we have all them here, and then the front end code is now trying to retrieve them. So if this list now is now getting long, then this page will unnecessarily become too long. It's already 300 and something. So if that's just about 6 of this, if you are now having like 10, 12, 15, 20 projects, your client project, all those things, this will quickly become messy. And that is not even a professional way to do it. Things like that should go into your database. Then we have a form. That's what we want to build here. We will have a form that you will be able to push fill whenever you have a project. So depending if you split it into like project, and keep that in mind, that's what I want to see in your, you can adjust the design, but at least they should be able to say, okay, this your personal projects and this maybe client project you've done, or you just put everything like that, and maybe in the description you say, okay, I built this for a client. So I want to be able to see those, and you should be able to log in, fill the form, submit, and once it's set to your database, instantly you retrieve it and have it display in the front end. With that, you are not limited with how many projects you can add. So these are the first thing, because like I said, this is focused more on beginner. after all this, I won't be covering all this again. We just go and start building for those projects you'll be adding to your portfolio. But as a beginner now, I want you to have, and I believe most of you, you might likely have not even touched backend before. So that's why I will cover database basics, Supabase, why we are choosing Supabase, then SQL language, fundamental, essential backend features, and then dynamic integration like building a form to submit new project. So you can decide to make the form visible to just only login user, or it's visible to everyone, but only login user can submit and things like that. So fetch and display the data. So to replace this, it will still do the same display, but the source of the data is all that we want to change to make it come from the database. So let's try getting started on that. But I want to really use AI with you so that you can learn a lot too. Just like we hacked it to confirm what DPU Pro is teaching you is teaching you is actually life transforming, and what you actually need for your real life, making money or getting jobs, grant and more like that with the Web3 blockchain skill, developer skill. So if we look at what we have here, like the curriculum database, so let's ask the AI when building easier. So I need backend to make it easier, and so I'm like you, a student now, have like doubt with what this guy is teaching, actually what is being used out there. So that's what we are asking now. So it says it will use Postgres database, teach me SQL to work with it, and host on Supabase. So I have these questions. 1. Is that okay and align with actual skill I need? Full-stack Web3 blockchain developer. You can see it now. So all this I'm recording because I want you to see how you just open your mind and don't just always believe this AI just knows everything. You understand what I'm saying? So explain your context to it, the better the answer you will get. Developer 2 is the Postgres DB surely used in professional improvements, ensure I have real world employable skill set. Then 3, what are types of database I could use in a table? So some might say you can forward, but I want you to learn the process as a beginner. You know, if you're a pro already, just forward, but learn the process of how you think and create prompts that help you get the best from this AI as a Web3 blockchain, full-stack Web3 blockchain developer. So you can see now, I'm telling it, I'm beginning to take it through my journey, representing you as a student now. What are the type of database I could use in table and the pros/cons. Also, which is the most widely used in professional app/dApp backend in Web2/Web3. Is it really Postgres? You understand? So all those things now we'll be able to learn a lot. So let's see this, and then we'll be able to quickly learn some things. I want us to, we'll still go into the practical, but it's good you understand what I'm learning from this platform. Is it actually usable? That's part of my doing right from time. I don't want to teach students, load them with just information and the course is long hours. No, it's actually transforming and what is real world applicable. So you are taking courses like you're already doing real work, and then it increase your employability and things. It seems likely that using Postgres for your portfolio align with skill needed for a full-stack Web3 developer, especially for managing off-chain data, which is common in dApps. Research suggests PostgreSQL is widely used in professional environments, ensuring employable skill for both Web2 and Web3 backends, particularly for off-chain storage. The evidence linked toward relational database like Postgres being popular, but in Web3, usage varies. Oracle, yes, MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server are also widely used, with some controversy over the most popular in that backend. You can see now, using Postgres for as suggested by the course seems okay. I can help you learn valuable skill as a full-stack developer. You often need to manage off-chain data. So not everything you can have on-chain because it's so costly there. That's the fact. That's the number one bottleneck. Every other thing come like speed, like transaction load and things like that. Space, that's another thing entirely, but it's costly. Though all those things as well contribute to making it expensive. You understand? That's why a lot of time when you launch NFT and things like that, they usually have separate dedicated host-like platform or blockchain type that are dedicated to that. Like IPFS will still do build with things like that, like storage will build I think something like storage, token minter, NFT marketplace, the file storage dApp. So something like that, we may be using IPFS, so you learn how to, but when you go through that, you will quickly learn why many of these dApps still use Web2 backend in addition to their blockchain integration, because a lot of things are just redundant, like user logging in when you are still using normal email, normal things like that, or things like I'm doing now. You want to put information about projects, list of projects you have done, and if it is not like it has to be proven like that, then you don't need to have it on blockchain, because it's so costly, it's so expensive to put those things. You will see by the time we get to the next stage, when we'll be discussing about our blockchain, because you see you are just deploying a custom something on one of the cheapest blockchain, which is Solana. You will need about 2-3 so at the least. You don't even have something massive in your smart contract, in your program. You will need about 2 point something 3. Once you start having more things, you are thinking of 5, 7 so, and 1 so now at the current price, just let's check so price, you will see what I'm saying. So 1 so now is 140 USD. So imagine that you just want to deploy just a basic something, you will need at least 3, to be on safer side, transaction for everything, 3 to like 5 at the base. So you can imagine that just this times 10, it's equals to 1.4, and half of it will be 750 USD. Just a base. So once you are now having a complex like DeFi and things like that, you want to deploy ones, you might need about 10-15 of so to cover for those something. Then you get what I'm saying, just to deploy you are spending over 1,000 for something like that. So that is now talk of interacting with it back and forth. So that is why you still need, until in future, maybe another 5-10 years, I don't know what you'll be watching, then blockchain and those like IPFS improve more, then they can be cheaper to compete with all these like Supabase now that you just pay 25. You have even generous free that will be using to build in this, and then when you get to a level, go to a level, you can upgrade to just maybe about $25, $30, $50 per month. That's just in a year about 500 or 600, and that will cover a massive level of growth. Before you get to a level that you shoot above that, then your project should already be profitable to pay for it well. You understand? But this right away, you are launching, you're already spending 700, 800 to just deploy, not even interacting with it. You understand? So those are the things why essentially you'll be using the back end, and that is what the AI is as well trying to explain to you. So like you see user profile or metadata alongside on-chain data. Postgres SQL is great for this. The course teaching SQL and hosting on Supabase is practical. That's it. So I did this, that's why I type everything. I didn't edit it out for you. So except if my editor just cut some things out, but most times I just say let them leave these things raw. You understand? So, and you would have observed that in a lot of my courses. So you see it, that it says it straight, that the course teaching SQL and hosting on Supabase, because they're a type of SQL, but this one is Postgres. There's MySQL and things like that. So Supabase is practical. Supabase will help manage Postgres SQL database with easy integration, which is useful for building application quickly. Is SQL used professionally? Yes. Postgres SQL is widely used in professional, especially for backend in both Web2 Web3. It is a top 4 super database globally, known for reliability and support for complex query, making it so it's already teaching us, making it employable for dApp needing off-chain storage. Many companies use it for its robustness and learning. It will prepare you for real-world job. So now we are learning this now, types of database. The AI is now telling us. So I'm doing this because if you just say, oh, it's just this course, why should I pay that? No, that isn't much of a money. For a whole year, I'm telling you, for a whole year, the value is like 2,400. For a whole year, you will learn practical. Everything I try to ensure these are not things you will learn and then to get job to build things yourself will now be opposite. Like you will now be no. Once a lot of this thing, a lot of our students will start turning it to actual project for themselves, and they won't need much. What they have learned in the course and in the monthly challenge is enough for them. So that's why you don't want to miss it now. You want to comment, please give me DPO Pro discount to get additional 50% on the launching price of 500 instead of the 2004. Then even instead of the 500, once I respond, I'll give you discount percentage. You can get up to, depending on how fast you are, up to like 50%. That means you pay just $250 for a whole full year. And that the AI is confirming this now. And we can as well go and to Google and type this live, top 10 database for professional app. (2025) ranking. So your own year you can put it if you are watching 2026, 2027, 2030 or more, 2050. So you can see it's top 15 database for web app. Let's see that. You can see Oracle, MySQL, Microsoft SQL. So these are still SQL based database. MongoDB is another popular. You can see it. Top 5 is on the top 5. You see it now. So if you check this app base, even let's just do this 2025. You see it, DB engine, the top most popular data management system are Oracle, MySQL, Microsoft Postgres, like 4 here. And you can see it. You see what I'm saying? So these are telling you whatever I'm teaching you, I go through a lot to invest into them, to learn what is actually working, what are being used, what are being demanded out there, not just to put information, no, for you. You can see it now. So I think that convinced you enough. So then types of data, they are relational data base, good for structured data, support transaction, but can be rigid. Then no SQL databases like MongoDB, flexible for unstructured, because structured data is like, look at it like you have Office, Word, Microsoft Word or Doc, and then you have Excel. You know that inside Microsoft Word, you can draw a table, which is the same thing like you are using Excel. But you are flexible to do your table anyhow, put image at the top, put text, then you get a lot of things. But when you are dealing with Excel, you are dealing with table at another level, but it's professional. You can do calculation, you can do a lot. But at the same time, when it comes to some phase things like adding images, doing a lot of things like that, you may not be able to easily get that done, because you understand what I'm saying now. So those are the difference when you look at this. In-memory database like Redis, fast for catching, but data can lost on restart. Time series database, InfluxDB, efficient for timestamp data, but not for general use. Then blockchain databases, decentralized and secure, but slow and costly for large data. So it's cool because this now is telling us that, okay, we have this type of database. It can vary, but just have that in mind. But we are dealing with relational database now because a lot of things are structured like that Excel. So we just need to follow those formats and we'll get a more organized something. But if you are building advanced something, not things like that, that's when you may want to use some of these, because you may easily make mistakes because these things, they are flexible but not structured. But you want to use more structured, then all this you likely not use. Then you have the blockchain. I've told you, remember what I said, that this can be costly. So now that we have, you might not expect that many dApp use centralized database. You won't expect it. Yeah, like PostgreSQL for off-chain data due to blockchain disadvantage, but it is a practical choice for scalability and cost reasons, blending Web 2 and Web 3 approach. Can you see it now? So that's what I'm telling. That's why most of the dApp you'll be building, even though I wish we can just decentralize everything, but reality is that the tool is not there, the infrastructure is not there yet. Those that are there are costly, so they are not reasonable now. So, but maybe when you be watching, so then I would have updated and created more up to date. But for now, it isn't. So we still need to, stitch things together with both Web 2 and Web 3. So we are sticking with this. Now let's get started with practical aspect of it. And if you need support, make sure you ask. I'm always there to give you support. Another student also, it's a supportive community. So, but remember, if you are watching this free, which you shouldn't, but I just decide to give free, then maybe on YouTube and things like that, I don't respond to support questions. So upgrade to DPU Pro now that you have discount. Instead of 2,400 USD, you get it for just 500 per year. And if you can comment now, just please give me DPU Pro discount. I will respond with a discount that you can get. It might be 10, 15, 20, up to 50%. If you are among those maybe top 5, top 15, you can get up to 50% of this, which means you will pay just 250 USD for a whole 1 year. So, and I always remind you, remember, this is for serious mind. So that's why none of it is refunded, because it's practical. If you are getting access to this free, so imagine how you build more. And this your portfolio, you have it now. You can start building real projects. Why I don't just serious people on this? So comment that now. Please give me DPU Pro discount if watching on YouTube, or your question if you are inside the DPU Pro platform, maybe through Fosgate Academy or so. So we have that now. Let's now get on. The first one here is, you have learned the type of database and why we are choosing PostgreSQL, because it's one of the top 5 both in Web 2 and Web 3. So then SQL, that's why you see they are SQL relational. So that means they usually deal with a programming language or database language or scripting language or whatever they call it, called SQL. So that SQL language now, I used my SQL also very well, I think, because I was started then long before I was in WordPress and things like that. So, so that's, I think that used more of like my SQL or something like that, my SQL or my SQL. So now, my SQL. So this we will look at creating and then Supabase setup. So what we want to do is that's why you see at the end of here, backend deployment. We won't need to deploy our backend, because unlike our front end where we build our code, everything on Git IDE, push it to GitHub, then when we're ready, we can host it on Vercel. Here now, we start from Supabase straight, set up Supabase, then it is inside of it that will be handling our SQL code, creating the tables, doing all those things. So by the time we are doing all those, we already have them ready and hosted for us. We don't need to go and re-upload them again and things like that, which is one of the best I recommend for you. And because there's also UI interface, it makes a lot of things easier and faster than trying to build it offline and trying to now say you want to host later. You may have issue with that. So that's why we'll be moving on to create Supabase, then we explore it, and then we see how we can move on from there. I think I opened Supabase before. So you want to go to Supabase. So I don't even know if they have anything referral or something like that. So if they do, you will likely see it inside the pro platform. You may not see it on free platform. You can only see the link to join the upgrade to DPO Pro. So you can use my link if you want. That's if it's there. Now, if we get here now, we need to sign or start your project. So we need to sign in. But we don't have an account yet. So I remember, like I said, I have this Gmail account now. So where we have all those things for us, so that you can see it and I don't need to be hiding things here and there, so that you have clear understanding. That's why most times my students don't really ask much of questions about what things I'm doing, because I've really broke it down for them. And I always say it's better you say, oh, this is too long, because he has explained it too simple. Like, I don't need it too simple, I understand. I like that, and you skip it. Then, like, it just felt I should have known, and then I don't understand. No, I don't create courses like that for real transformation. So if we now go back, it says we should continue with GitHub or continue with SSO. So you put email, but we need to sign up. You see it now. So sign up with GitHub. I think that will be faster, since we have a dedicated GitHub that we are using already here. So Postgres Academy demos, account for DPO Pro, courses demo, Postgres Academy. So now we have at least something like that there. So yeah, and this shows some level. Now, since we have this, and it's saying you unlock new achievements with private contribution, show them all by including. But I told you then that usually just show to people about your contribution. So that's the essence of doing all these things, because sometimes we are doing some things that just cut off into another, because all these things work together with each other. So you just say one contribution. So I can go to settings, we'll be back. No, but include private contribution. We show your private, without revealing the repo, which is good. So has that been saved? Let's refresh. Update preferences. So we have it now. Let's check here if it will show. Just one, you now see it. It's now 8 contributions, which is good. So you should remember to do that, so that even your private repo, you can still show that you have contributions for them, but they won't be able to see it anyway. So it's protected. That's, by the way, let's go back. Yeah. So back to here, we want to use the GitHub to sign up. So that's why I went ahead to make sure it's ready. So continue with GitHub. You can read to tell you those things that you have access to. And authorize Supabase. So now when you start Supabase, don't forget we want to create our database and we want to learn a lot. That's what we are doing, but it is hosted on Supabase. So when you want to do that, you need to create what is called an organization. So in your Supabase account, you can have multiple organizations. So think organization like, okay, so create an organization, create a new project. So what I think what we've created is like a project represent like an organization, but each in your organization you can manage multiple projects, which is normal. So this is your organization within Supabase. For example, you can use the name of your company or department. What's the name of your company? Type of company. So it's confusing things here because I believe, okay, this organization, let's see, name, because inside you will now be able to create projects. So like now you can have multiple, each project is like a database of its own. So if you decide to have multiple projects now and you want to separate their user database table and things like that, you can create multiple ones. So for now, let's academy demos, then yeah, it's educational, then the free plan, you can see it. So you see the pro, and you can go and check their plan, the cost and things like that. So you see that it's far cheaper than when you go and deploy on blockchain. You can see, you see it, 100,000 monthly active user. So you can even have up to 50,000 users and still be on the free something. So just some limitations that you have, then email support and all those things, then backup, which you don't have here. So you can see that, and this in a year now still gives you about $300 compared to, you just want to, you know, what we are doing now, like create an account on the blockchain to now start deploy your smart contract and then interact with it. You already spend about $700, $1,000 plus dollars, so you can't compare it. Now let's get back here, and the type of organization, usually I pick personal, so usually pick personal, but because I'm just doing this as something, I put it as educational, but I feel they should not go and charge me later, so that is just purely personal. So because that's what you will create, so let's follow what you will do. Then the free create organization. So you see, create an organization, create a new project. So it's like the same thing we serve as maybe both organization and project. But let's create and see. Yeah, you can now see now, there is what I'm saying. So that was an organization, which is Full-stack Academy demo, and then I can now begin to create a project. So if I duplicate this now and click here, do you see it now that I have my dashboard, and it tells me you have this organization or project, you have this organization. So I can have multiple organizations if you are managing for clients or things like that. So this organization now can now have multiple projects. You understand it now? So this is an organization, Full-stack Academy demos, and then there can be multiple projects as well under it, like, okay, this project, that project, and things like that. So we you can create new projects, so it comes back to the same place. So it's good that I showed you in case things stop, you know where to go. So you have this organization. If you have multiple, you select it here. Then the project name. This project name is portfolio dApp. So this is portfolio dApp, and then you have database password, so generate. So I'm showing all this, you know, you don't show all this for sure. So that's just an example. Okay, each time I click it will generate new one. Interesting. So this has been generated for us. Then usually allow it to auto choose your region. That's why when you are doing this, make sure you are not using VPN, except you are building that project for those people in that area of the VPN location you choose. Because I think they try to auto select the closest place so that your traffic and things can be faster. So you want to keep that. Then you have the security options. So usually I just leave this database, data API and connection, use public schema. But if you need any other extra something, but for me here it's just okay. Then you have advanced configuration. As you can see, Postgres recommended for production workload, or Postgres with Oreo DB. So if you see now, you see that will help us host the database, the Postgres database. These settings cannot be changed after the project is created. So you have to be very careful. You see it said it can be changed. So portfolio dApp, I can just put like this. But when I'm naming things like that maybe I may want to use in code, having space and things might be some issue. So that's why I used to put dash, then create new project. You can rename your project later. Okay, it was these things that you set that can be changed later, but this you can rename later. Create a new project. So I can save this because there's a demo account. So, but usually you may not because of security. Let's see now. You can see. Let me extend this. So good. So you have this now, and we can easily move to the next one. Like we've solved this, we've created, and then let's quickly explore Supabase. So we can now move on to create table, set SQL and things like that. So if you walk around, welcome to new project, you see portfolio. So if you go to here, you can now see it there. You see the organization under it. If you have other ones as well, to put here, and then you can click to access it. So get started by building out your database. You have table editor, SQL editor, and those are two important. The SQL editor is what we'll be using for our SQL, and then the table editor is what we'll be using to manage the tables. So just think of it like a Excel sheet. So each thing, like we want to create a project list now where we will retrieve the data and show under the project. That project is a table on its own. So then it has all those columns which contain those information. So we see it practically. Then we have the SQL editor which help you to write the code. Then explore other products, like we'll talk about authentication storage. I don't usually use them for storage because this is a recipe to usually just use. Instead, I use another storage platform like that. That's also as popular for just image storage and things. So edge function and real-time listening. So connect your new project. You can see now. So this is so important. Never show this to people. You understand? Endpoint to create and managing your database. So these two things now, this key is safe to use in browser. You have enabled row level security for your tables, and you may also use the service key, which can be found here, to bypass RLS. So now this gives you an idea of how you can like connect, and this is so important. So these credentials now, like I told you, all these keep as confidential as you can. You will now learn how you use confidential info like this, API key and things in your front end without actually leaking it out. So we'll copy all this into it. So other things, this is the table. This will list, once we start creating a table, you will see it here. This, the SQL editor, we also use it. So this is where you write your SQL code. Look at it just like your normal IDE, where you write your HTML, CSS, TypeScript code. But you know, this database, relational database, deal with SQL programming language. So you speak to it in SQL. You understand language. So we'll write sample of them here. Then database. This aspect, you'll be able to see a lot of things, but I'll just pick some things you can play around. So schema visualizer is when you create a table, you can connect multiple tables together from one table to the other. Maybe I will try to do, but I may not go deep in a lot of those things, but essential thing you need as you now build more complex project on monthly basis, you have access. So that is why you should make sure you are upgrading to the TPU Pro. So we won't be doing most of those complex something. What I just promise you is you should be able to do the basic you need for that your portfolio project, and I will ensure I deliver on that. So which I've been delivering already. So we have the tables, it also show them here. Then you have something trigger and function. You can see there's a place we say we'll be learning function, Postgres create table. Yeah, you see function and triggers. They're essential because you know it's just as a developer now you can hardly do things without function, variables, and a lot of things like that inside your front end like this. So the same in your back end, you need function. Trigger is, see it as an alarm or timer that okay, I have this function. When a user log in or when a new user sign up, activate this function which do this. For you to do that, you have to be going there manually. So instead of doing that, for you to automate it is what trigger is about. So that trigger, you need to have a function it work with, like okay, when this particular event happen, you know, your event is anything that happened that trigger. So that maybe when a new user sign up or when somebody click this on the front end, and then this function should be triggered, or somebody try to add something to the database, yeah, this should be triggered. So that's what this is. The enumerated type, look at this as fixed option that you will likely reuse over time. So for example, now if you have a platform like this now that we are using and the project, so imagine this is not just you alone submitting project. Other people can sign up, other people can submit project on the platform. You understand? You want to have a kind of a review process that people don't just submit and then it goes straight. If not, people will know, and then put on scam project and things like that. You get it? So you want to do that and moderate what is on. So by doing what? By ensuring any project that want to go that is submitted, maybe it's first placed as pending. All this will use it in a lot of projects that will be building. So make sure you are on with this challenge. You will learn a lot of real world projects. So you'll be able to use that there. So just think about it. So you will attach this enumerated type to your form on the front end, so that when somebody submits their project, the form, the project on the table is marked like maybe pending or pending review or reviewing. So once is that, when your front end is set, it only shows projects that have that column as approved. Yes, all these things I'm saying is just as a beginner to have idea, but you will be using them as we build more projects. You understand? A lot of them we might not use it in this project, but as you build more projects on DPU Pro, you will learn a lot monthly from them. So that's when you use them. So once somebody submits, it automatically mark their submission as under review. And since the front end only display projects that have, I used to use the word some tag, and then it's like, oh, this thing, it won't show it because it's under. It only show projects that have enum. We call it enum so approved. And then that means even if the person sending rubbish, anytime you have the time you check it, then you can delete it. If it's okay, you approve it, then it's come to the front end. So then extension, so with that you can have approve, pending, reject. I used to use that very well. So you can create it, then when you want to use it, just reuse it in your table. You don't need to be recreating that for each table. So then extension, these are extension, most that you have already selected, but you have other ones. So if you need some features, you can go through and pick them and mark them, but make sure you know what you are doing. So then indexes, these things like indexes on database makes querying and things like that faster and easier. Makes it easier, so you want to check that out. Then publication, Supabase real-time. Most time this I don't touch it, you just have. Then you have roles, access control. So the level, you have different levels. I'll just explain about two. As you build projects in future, you will understand it, but just have idea. You are dealing with authentication, like user. They register, they are logged in. Sorry. When you record for hours, for days, it take a lot of toll and things on your voice and things like that. Yeah, we can continue now. Got my voice back. So add, and so we have anonymous, we have authenticated and things like that. So authenticated is what you will be using it because it shows that the user has been authenticated user on your user table. You still see those. Then policies that you have, then your backup if you're having migration, webhook, and security advisor. Is that way Supabase is built is that as you begin to create your table and something, you can be using this to ensure you conform to the security standard and things like that. So this always scan your tables and give you, classify any error detected. If it's just an information, like it doesn't pose any security risk, so it's just to give you information that maybe there are alternative to do it that you might like. But if you don't do it that way, the way you are doing it is also fine. So, but there are also warning, you can see it. You should try and read through this issue and fix them if necessary. but it's still optional. It's not majorly. But if it is error, then you should consider this issue urgent and fix them as soon as you can, because this may lead to security breach, maybe your API or database. This may cause other function to break and a lot of things like that. So you may want to pay attention to it. So as you create tables, you begin to see all these things. So these are part of what skills and understanding you do to make you a professional when clients give you work. So all these tools, understanding them. That's why if you are skipping these videos, especially as beginner, you are undoing yourself. You understand? You are not undoing me. Like, oh, this is all too long for me. That's your headache. That's your choice. I've done my part. I won't study them for you. I've tried my best. You understand? Because these things are essential. If you are able to keep as many of these errors to zero, to this to the minimal, or this to minimal, then the more secure and your client database and project will be, or yours will be as well. So then performance advisor tell you maybe how your database and all those things are doing. So you can see these are like queries and like how much time they take and things like that. So that's what the advisor does. Let's go back. Yeah, so I think performance, the query performance and all those things like that give you info. So you have the authentication. So this is where you have your users. You can see UUID. You know, as a database, you always need an ID that doesn't change all the time, while a lot of other things may be changing, so that a user is a user. They can change their username if you allow, they can change their display name, they can change their email, but they will still, that's how you'll be able to trace them. That because if not, they change their email and then you are not able to associate their account again with their existing account. That will be issue. So that's why you deal with UID or ID. So UID is a format of ID that generates long string format in form of ID and things like that. So you can see for now things like that. So your policy, allow new user to sign up. You understand? So if you want people to, you want to have authentication, which we'll use, then you need this as well, so that user can sign up, log in and things. So enable manual linking, allow anonymous signing. If you want anonymous signing, but I don't usually use it, so but you can explore it. Then session, detect, revoke, potential compromise, refresh token. Most of these I just leave it, and when you upgrade you have more. Configuration, rate limit for sending email. A lot of them you can't change except you are paying. So, and the default is also okay by me. Email rate limit. So usually when you are using and sign up, email, you want to have email set up, because those are what I'm saying. That was what I was telling you when I was talking about the front end. Then I don't know if you remember in the front end section when I was talking about why using form like this is complex. When you are designing, if you are on platform like WordPress and things, they already have some of those things for you. But when you are building from scratch like this, email form like this is so complex. So I have some ways I used to do it. So in future projects, you will be discovering that, so that you don't need to go and be paying or using extra something. And yet, if the user click on it, they will still be able to go straight to their whatever email client they have, like Gmail on their phone. Now it can pop it up, fill your email for them, and then they can put in their title and send you the mail. So instead of trying to use third party to deliver your mail and things like that, then with time they may be asking you to pay. So you can see it now that they limit you. So then if you want to more delivery, you have to add your own custom SMTP server. Then two-factor authenticator, So all these are essential. You set it up. If factor max number of bar, then URL configuration, this is essential for you. So this, like imagine somebody now want to sign up, and then they want to be redirected after login, or they want to reset their password, things like that. You also usually have a URL. So what is the default URL you want it to be on? So it usually comes with this local, which is what you use. But once you get a domain, you push your project on to like Vercel, have a domain. I usually recommend you change it here and put that domain and make it HTTPS instead of the normal local something. Any other domain you want in your app, you also add there. So that's why I told you, starting here, there are lots you will learn. That's why the more you build projects, the more you learn. So we cannot learn every of those things, but I'm taking the time as beginner to say, because a lot of these things, when we start building projects, I won't be explaining them like this for you one by one. I will just say, go and use them. Like, oh, why are we using this? Then I will refer you back to beginner like this. So that's why as a beginner, make sure you don't skip, because I will not explain it for you in advanced, intermediate, advanced project that will be building. So attack protection, enable cache, protect authentication endpoints from boot and abuse. So you can choose, but anyone you add, you need to go and obtain the secret key from provider. So I'm not setting that. Then auth hook, but it's good you set once you start going and you see some people are trying to mess up your your platform. So if you are using hook and things like that, then advance, upgrade request duration. All these, a lot of them are just for pro. Then the storage, remember the storage, this if you want to keep everything, but I don't, because you usually exhaust a lot of your storage. But it's also good if you want to make everything one place. So if you are using images and things like that, it's not recommended you should just be adding them to your front-end folder. I know in your folder you can add inside here public, you see it, you can even create images folder inside that public. So let's even do that now. New folder, so you can have images, so it's organized. Then inside it you can have maybe logo, you can have a lot of things that you can have there. So we're also learning future projects where how do you like optimize some of these things, so that if you share your link on social media, you should be able to show a banner and things like that. So as we build projects and whatever you want to learn as well, that's why you bring it on in the exclusive private discussion platform to suggest the project and more. So if we look here now, you can have, so you can put, but you don't want to be putting when you begin to have multiple projects. The best is to just link it, so you can upload them here and then link to them in the front end instead of hosting it in the, because it can make your site to become heavy, and also your repo will become heavy as well. So all those things you keep in mind. That's what the storage is. It's called bucket, and you can edge function as well. So they have AI assistant, so and deploy function using Supabase CLI ID for local development and version control. So I use the AI as well. So, and then you have the secrets, then you have real time. So not sure, join the channel to start listening to real time things. You might not need most of this as a beginner, and we have seen the advisor and then reports for your account, how is it being used and things. So the logs, then you have your API document, limitation you can actually use. Then integration, if you want to integrate, install a lot of integration with this is how you make use of them. So I believe we have touched a lot, and then normally you have your project settings where you have all this. You see, you can change the project name here, and then you have your project ID. That's a lot of things you may need in. So what each project use, the database for each project and authentication for it, and more and more. You can see it, general sign up, all settings are now. So you see it now. This sign up, these are the type if of, okay, then I didn't remember to mention it. This auth now, under configuration, under authentication, you go to sign up. Or this auth provider is where you can choose the type of sign up that will be available on your site. Is it that people can just sign up using their email, password, and maybe username, or they can also choose to sign up with phone number, or with Apple, with Azure, with Discord, with Facebook, with GitHub, with Google. You understand? So all this makes it easier, the ability to just click on it, activate it, and then you need to ensure you have all this set up, which you will usually go to those platforms like developer platform of Google to obtain all these things. So in future projects, depending on if you have projects that need it, we'll use them. But also keep in mind that a lot of these don't work if you're on free plan. So if you want to use them, you will have to be on pro plan. But the email by default works with. Can I even on it? I doubt. Okay, save. Okay, I need to fix a lot of things. So, but even with that, you have a lot of limitation with them. Only the email I've seen that work fine. Even the delivery, it won't work at a point in time if you're on the free platform. So once you have your project going and verified, you can upgrade. So that's what this, and the email now. Email, this enable email-based sign up and log into your application. So if you don't want you up, or we want it confirm, do you want user to just put their email, put their password, and straight they can log in, or you want to be able to confirm need to confirm their email? They should go and confirm their email first. You understand? If you don't want that, just you off this. If you want that, you put this email confirmation. So we may put it because of that site. We don't want people to just put email and things like that. Secure email changes. User will to require secure email changes. Secure password changes. I don't usually use it because it might make things tough for user to change password. Prevent use of leaked password. So if you want this, so you can put it, but then minimum character password requirement, I usually use this recommended. So the password of the user needs to be strong, and that reduce people falling hack and things like that on your site. So these ones I just leave it as they are, and then I click save. So you can see now. So over here, I think if it's not clicking, you click another and then you tap it. Do I really need? So I just want a basic something. Feature one, we can do that. So that's how you have all this, and you have command menus that shows you like shortcuts or things like that. So I think that's it for expanded. So if you don't want it to be going in and coming back, but I think it should be, because most time I don't need it. Now when I need it, over it will expand and save me more space of what I need. So that's it. Now we got, I think you have a solid understanding about Supabase, those features, and also any other one you might be using. So now it is time to now start like connecting both the front end, the back end. But before we do that, we now need to do table, SQL, and things like that. So let's use the AI now. Let's go back, screenshot, select. So in case we need to use it to send to AI. So let's use AI from the IDE, because we actually need code, but I also want you to learn some things first before we use the code. So let's go back here. Cool. Now to top 10 things to know about Postgres SQL DB using SQL language. Focus on the things I need have idea to use the SQL with it as a beginner. So let's see. So what are the basic things that I may want to teach you? Because now after here, we just go straight and start developing with it. Cool, we have something. It's still typing, but let's quickly learn 10 things to know about Postgres using SQL as a beginner. So SQL syntax basic statements end with a semicolon, are case insensitive, with keyword typically in uppercase for readability. So you will learn some of that. Learn common types like integer, var, date, boolean. All this, if you have already gone through these courses, which you unlock free with DPU Pro plan. When you learn JavaScript, all those things, you would have learned basic. Any programming language always have that, have variable, have boolean, have all those things. So that's what it's talking about here as well. So then inserting data. So once you just have idea, you already know all those things. Once you know, okay, it has integer, it has this date, boolean, out those things. Once you ask the AI, you have clear understanding. Creating tables. So you need to know how to create table. Use create table to define table with column, constraints like primary key, and not no. So a lot of these things you will be learning as we continue to build project. So monthly, at least one project every month. So you'll be learning more about them practically, actually using them. So, but it's good to have idea. Inserting data, use insert into add record, including default and sequence for auto incrementing IDs. So like you remember when I showed you that UI ID. So those are part of the advantage of your database. It auto increment and things like that. So like this primary key, now you will see it at work with those projects, like how you add constraint, how you ensure okay, your ID is your primary key, so it doesn't change and things like that. So selecting data, use select statement with where for featuring. So select is just like you are saying, I want as many users that have this approved. The same thing is like you have here. You are selecting, like in this database now, there are lots of projects listed, but I want to pick projects and then select column that shows if it's approved or not. If it's not approved, then don't show it in the front end. You understand? So all those are work of select. So, and the select is what will help you in your front end you use. So to display, updating and deleting data. So you use updates. All this is just code. Create, update, delete, and what else? Yeah, CRUD. Create, read. Read is select in database term. Update. I'm coming. So if I have, let me push it a bit up. CRUD operation, you would have add that in your front end, which means create, read, update, and delete. Yeah, those are the usually 4 major things you do in your database. And the same, like you want to create a table and things like that, a data, then you want to read the data back and display on front end. Then what about when you want to update the data, you edit a post and things like that, then you want to just delete. So those are the 4 things, and those are what it's pointing out and focusing on for us there. So you see it, delete, update. Then join, combine data from multiple tables using things like inner join, left join, etc. based on related columns. So at times you want to say check table 1, which contain username, and check if that user have this project in project table. You understand? So all these things, they are not things you just want to learn like that. You master it by actually building projects that use it, and then you see it in action. Those are what we'll be doing moving forward. That is why you don't want to miss being on DPU Pro, because all this you learn practically building, not things you learn and then forget and you are able to build nothing. So index, subqueries, you have query from where clause. Indexes, you remember to make your query faster. Then transaction mark data changes with beginning, commit to save, or rollback. So ensuring data integrity. So you can have a transaction which will have 3, 4, 5 functions or steps to do. That's why blockchain use transactions. So if any of those 4 transaction level fail, it will roll back everything that has been done. So we call it things like atomic. So is either everything successful, even if it has 20 steps inside it. If it's the last one that failed, from the first one that was started, we roll back to the original state as if it never happened before. So things like that can be done as well. Unexpected details that many dApp use it decentralized. Like, so we've learned a lot as well. So it's time to get building as well. So if like you got question, anything you want to ask, you can ask below in DPU Pro platform. But if you're on YouTube or something, I don't respond to support. I don't give support for non-DPU Pro member, no. So you won't get support. Then 2, the question on this thing might not even be approved out there. So I check through all those questions and all those posts. So now another thing is, if you want to learn deep in all these things, use them, actually build a reward project that get you more skill, more solid. Then make sure you are upgrading right away to DPU Pro. So you don't want to miss it. 2,400 USD for a year as value, but now launching for just 500. That's a whole 79, almost 80% discount, and that's just for 50 slots available. But if you are watching this now, then and you are early between the 5, 10, 15, I'll be giving discount levels up to 50% to even this 500. So that means you will get it for 250, and for you to have access to it, just comment, please give me DPU Pro discount, and I will respond. If not, you don't get, or the amount, it might be 5-10% left that you get. But if you are among those fast, and then you get up to 50% launch discount, just please give me DPU Pro discount, because you don't want to miss. Once you have your dApp built with this, you want to quickly be adding more projects. So some of you, by the time you be joined, will have multiple projects already done in previous months, so you can just start with that. But if you are starting new now, I'm just launching then every month, then in a month, 2 months, you already have 2, 3, 4 projects ready, if like that. So, but if you are now, you don't want to wait, because the discount will be off, and then you'll need to pay this 500 or even more by then, based on the value you are getting here. And remember, no refund, only for serious people ready to invest in themselves. Now we have learned the essential things. It's time, let's quickly implement the features we need, which again, we need 2 main features. One, because you need to break this thing down, you need to break it down before you just jump and start creating tables and things like that. So now, what do we need? We have this project. We want to take it off from this front end code. You can see them, JSON something, and we need a table. So we need 2. The first one is for authentication. When user login or register, there has to be a table. But the good news I've showed you earlier is that that is already default. Set up everything you need in Supabase for your Postgres database. So we only worry about other tables we need. So now we need table for this, and maybe we'll call the table projects. So you need to make sure you sit down first. You put those are part of your Web3 project management. You don't just be coding, just jump to coding. No, that's not how real world projects are done. I know some things is when you code, you now actually adjust it, but at least you have a sketch on, or tools like this. You try to draw your sketch, write things and take note, and have at least a mental basic mapping of what is going to happen with the project. So we need the second table we can call project. Good, the code even call it project here already. So we need to call it project, and then project. Then we need to now look at what other things. That project table, we have to contain title, description, technologies, live URL, repo URL, and any other things you feel you need. So, and then you need to also think, as I said, you shouldn't skip. These are real world. These are things normal courses will not cover. You just look for the basic, like this one now may not even include it, just one single something, and then you will have issue later and more like that. So you need to see this thing now. This is an array. If you have learned that course JavaScript, this is an array, which means instead of just this is a string, just one, this is an array, so that it will be like a list. Yeah, a list, but technical name array. So Solidity, React, Nextjs, Adapt, all these things, it has it there. We want to put everywhere we have Solidity. I want it to also put Rust. Let's leave that now. So we need different thing. Like I said, now we need the second one table for sign up, all those authentication. The second one will be for title. So that's how I do my courses, you know. Like I'm sitting down in a room with you, we are code developer, and we are trying to launch a project. This is how you sit down. This is how I believe learning should be, so that when you go out, you have learned. You shouldn't be off the reality. So then we want to have a table. We have the title, the description. This technology now, because it's based on something like that, we can just build it to be simple, and maybe at the top of it put all these things and say user should copy, but that doesn't sound professional. So when you have array, then we need to turn it to maybe a drop down list, or the person can pick from it and more like that. Then when you talk about the URL, all those ones are just single something, and then we have this. So we need to build a table. Then we will likely build the third table. The third table will contain technologies. So from that technology tables, we'll be able to pick, you understand, a lot. So I feel so these are real things you will experience when you are doing real world project. You understand? So if not, I will just do the most easiest thing and then we go. So that there can be then GitHub repo. Yeah, that one should be there already. And I think we have the format ready. We need three tables now. Authentication done for us automatically by Supabase. We need to create another table called for project, and then another for technology, or I think we call it technology based on here. That's why you need to make sure you have you choose the real term that will cover those things, technology or category or whatever. So we'll put it there. Let's see how we can achieve that. But the first thing we need to do is we interact with each of those tables one by one. So we need to first authenticate our front end to be able to even connect with our backend database on Supabase. That is when we have access to that. That is when we can now begin to say we want to have, what do we call it, interact with the other two tables, the project table, the something. So when we are not authenticated, we are not connected, then that cannot work. So we can now use the AI to help with that. Should we use agent to do it? No, you are learning. So let's use Ask so that it helps you to learn. We can close this so we have less things being shown. We don't need the readme here. So instead we are doing this page. No, what we just need is, let's just tell the AI to connect my code base to Postgres DB via Supabase. So you are giving context. Remember, it's so important. The more the quality of the response. So let's say I have idea. It takes some time to type it, but so via Supabase, I want to connect my code base to, so I have the code to Postgres DB via Supabase to do what? To do the following, to to take the project data source to come from DB instead of as it is now in Frontend. So I need help for the following. 1. Connect my project to Supabase. 2. Add authentication auth for register and login with email. So let's just use email. In future ones, we can, if you want to know that how do you use username with your Supabase and things like that. So for now, the most easiest is just email and login, email and password, email/password. Yeah. So add auth for register and login. So to make things easier for it over here, let's it can tell me, but if you want the specific name, maybe you want your site name /register/login, you can have it there. Understand? Auth for user to register and login with email and password. Then the third one, connect with database. I just short it already understand. DB tables for the following. So you see how I'm breaking it down for it. 1. Project. I want a table named. So now when you are naming tables, that's another issue you need to, are you naming singular or plural? I usually use a plural because like projects, things like that. But later on, at times when I want to make references to them, I may do mistake in spelling. Think things like projects is still straightforward. But when you talk about categories, RES and things like that, but what about if I just use category? Then I will hardly make mistakes. So, but both of them are professional. But depending on the projects, maybe you are hired or things like that, just follow what they are using. But you can choose if you have the opportunity to start from scratch or rebuild existing one. So that's why I will refer to that table as singular project. So you get it now. So I'm still referring to that. So that this, if I'm using singular, I want to use singular or true instead of this is the backend now. So project, I want a table name project, and it will have ID. What are the things we said it will have? It will have title. That's the title of the project. Then to have description. It will have technologies. Those are what I'm telling you now. So technologies, look at that. You can mistake the IES. So I would prefer to have technology You understand? So then what else? It will have live. When you are doing this URL instead of capital, so because you have to be careful, so underscore between them if you don't want to write them together. So live URL, repo underscore URL. What else? ID, title, description, technology, live URL, repo URL, right? So now we need to let it understand that this project, I want a table name project, and it will have this columns, then tables like this. Always try to include things like created at, updated at, a lot more. You will learn a lot of this in upcoming projects. So I don't want this to get complex, but these are the real world things. As you yourself build, you begin to understand that, oh, I need. So this help you to track when was the project added. So let me just add some for you. Updated at, added at, then updated at. So when the column was updated, so other ones there, but they are getting advanced. So so now we have, I want table name project, title, description, technology, repo, updated at, column, added at. You understand? So I think, let me delete this so you can, this will be part of your project. Yeah, I will tell you to do some things, so it helps you to learn. Yeah, so now we have the column ready. The next one we want to have is the second one. This also, this one now we have what we call the technology. Can imagine when I'm now saying technologies. This table named technology will have column. So what are those things this will have? It should normally have the ID, which are standard. Then we need name of that technology, like Rust, Solidity, React. You understand what I'm saying? So you need something like that. ID, name technology, ID name, the name of the technology. What else? The name of the technology, and I think that's it for now. These two things are okay. The ID, the name. Yeah, so we are just beginner starting, so don't get this too overcomplicated. So we have this, and also when you build your project, most time you start simple and you begin to add new features. If you start everything complex, you will break a lot of things and put yourself in stress. So ID and name. Then you will begin to notice some things. I will tell you there. Connect with DB tables from this. So here now I will tell it something. That note, I do not have the table ready yet. So also send the, so knowing what the language, everything, you send it and the outcome will be better. Note, I do not have a table. The tables on Supabase ready yet. So also send the SQL code to create each of them that will work with the front end code. Include indexes, functions, and triggers if needed. So you can see it now. So that's why if you don't have understanding, just say build. You just type code like that. No. Now if you type code like this, you will get a better real world solid project outcome. So if you get what I've already told you now, you see how long it has saying, and we are not going to be cutting videos like this. So you see things in action for real. These are things a lot of you, I don't know why people are like that at times. Like, oh, I wish to have access to senior developer to see how they do things. And then you have opportunity for somebody like me taking you to the back end of what is happening. And I say, oh, the course is just too long. It's just, you should just cut it by editing. No, you don't tell me that. You get what I'm saying? I don't, as long as a lot of the student beginner are saying, yeah, this is helpful, then if you have known it, just keep it. I prefer to create content. Beginners like pros, intermediate, pros say, oh, this is true, you don't need to explain this deep, I know it. They skip. But beginners say, wow, I just follow everything, I get everything clearly. I love that. Than the pro say, yeah, just straight to the point, and then beginner like, I'm confused. You know me by now, I don't do that. So you can skip at any point in time. But those beginners will be grateful. So one connects, I need to connect project, and then, so I want to connect. So I've told it. Then there's something I want to include here. You know, that table. So normally this table should come before this, and you will understand why. But you think this table project, because it's the main, and then we just, because this project table will actually depend on this, and I will show you how. So I want to order it accordingly, because the AI may want to also follow accordingly. You will understand why now. Technology. So now this project, I want a table name project, and it will have ID description technology. You understand? So this technology now, don't forget that each of these will be individual. You understand? Each of these table will be individual ID name. And here now you have multiple. Remember, they are arrays. So which means for a specific project, you expect whoever is filling the form from the front end to be able per each project, like smart contract development, can choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you getting what I'm saying now here? So that means we begin to need to expand this code. You now see why having understanding basic help you a lot. And that's why I'm not cutting how I'm creating this prompt to create a process in your art. So if you look at it now, let's begin to see this. When I have a long things like this, I copy it and try to save it in a text file. So in case the page will load and I don't want to lose something like this, I've taken a lot of time to create out, so I try to back it up there. That's what I did. So now let's now do this more professionally, that we understand. So because of that, we cannot just have a technology. We cannot just have a technology column, just a single one. That means the user will only be able to select one, maybe Solidity or Rust or EVM, and that's all. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't want that. We need multiple. So for us to do that, we will need, maybe we shift. You can always do that when it's created. You can always do that, but okay, let's do this. Technology 1. You understand what I'm saying? So we need maybe like 10. There are different ways this could be done, but based on my own experience, as you learn, you begin to create some options that are best suitable for you. So there are ways you can use JSON, which have a lot of these things. Like all this now, they can be an array as well. They call JSON. You have JSON or JSON-B, or something. So, but I don't want that, because I want to be able to easily add this list as it grows, as I learn new technology. I want to be able to query it later and a lot of things like that. So to make it easier, that's why it have its own table instead of repeating it per each line. So for me now, I will now come here and change this to technology 1, technology 2, technology 3, technology 4, technology 5, technology 6, as many as I want to, technology 7, technology 8, technology 9, technology 10. So usually you may not need more than like 10 or something like that. You get what I'm saying? So you can have as many as you want here. So this will be 1, this will be 2. So that's why we may not need to make it that long. So we can turn it to tech 1, tech 2, tech 3, tech 4, tech 5, six, 7, 8, 9. Like I told you, there is no one way. You can use the JSON, but later you will find it difficult. I learned that the hard way. It will be easier now at the beginning, but if you are building this is a reward project, but it's not a project that people will be submitting details. I built Explore Web3 platform, like I showed you, where there are more than 200 project submissions. You understand what I'm saying? And it has different angles that you are managing. So when you are having things like that, this Explore Web3, for example, now has a lot of projects, crypto projects listed, has a lot of all these trading prediction. So you deal with a lot of things. You want to query a lot of things. So at times you don't pick the most easiest now, but when your project grows, it becomes complex. Instead, you choose the seemingly complex now, but when your project grows, then it's just already there. It's like you have prepared it for it, so it's just smooth ride. You understand? So let's get back. So I want to say, I think we have this already, and then 10, right? Yeah. So we have take 10. So you will now tell it that each tech colon is a, remember what we learned then, foreign key. So foreign key, you know, we are dealing with two databases now. One is the project, one is the technology. So how you link it is just like when you are in front end, you use anchor, call a href and things like that, a tag, to link maybe one page to another page about and things like that. So the same thing, link, is the link between two databases in a Postgres or SQL setup is called foreign key. So that means it's a key on that particular, but it's from a foreign table. Hope you understand that. You will see it in action, but I'm trying to explain that. So common is a, sorry, each tech column is a foreign key to the technology to the ID column of the technology table. So all these things make sure the AI, even with a single prompt, I get a lot of things much clearer, and then I don't need to be going off. That's a sense of you being experienced with real project, learning actually. Then when you now use those AI, you vibe code, you get solid. And people that don't and just think, oh, they can just prompt AI and then build things and then launch projects and then yeah, in years to come, I'm not saying it won't be, but you should also learn that when things break, you should have some basic understanding. You understand? If you want to be piloting a language of another country that a AI is telling you, at least you should understand basic of their alphabet or things like that, so you can speak better. You understand that? So it's a foreign key to the ID column of the technology. You will see what all these things in practical and how all this will help us later. Is a foreign key to the ID column, which you remember we say this, we have ID and name, so it's referring to this ID. So which means it will know already that this table will not be a text, these columns will not be text, they will be numbers, numeric key, and then link to this. So technology table, so which means each of them will just display the ID, but from that ID you can click it and locate the name. Good. So now we have column is a foreign key to the ID column of the technology. What else I want to add to it? Title, description, live. Ensure the following are unique. No, let's just say ensure all column must have unique data except for the tech columns. You understand? So what we are now saying is like this title now, even if I mistakenly do this smart contract development and then I'm submitting another one, I want to add it, and then I also name it smart contract development, it will reject it. You are beginning to understand how in reality to ensure security, to ensure no confusion and all those things when you are building a real project. So those are what you want to ensure, and all these things matter. You will see by the time he's sending us the SQL, I will read some of them for you. So I think we got this for now. Technology. So we now have a table have unique for live URL. Repo URL should never be the same. If you build two projects, why should the name be the same? Why should the description be the same? Why should the title be the same? Why should the link to, even if it is hosted on the same domain, this one can be on the /defi, the other can be on /NFT. So it's different. Just a single letter is enough. You understand? So the same thing, ensure all column must be unique. Also for here, ensure that this, the name, always add something like this so that I can identify it. The name colon, each of it is a colon, and what you had are like the rows. You had the data you had are in rows. So each colon, I wanted to say something. Ensure the name column is not case sensitive. To ensure no repeated names like Solana is same as Solana. Do you get what I'm saying now? Or Solana. Do you understand? So if you have already added Solana before and then somehow you are now adding Solana and capital A or things like that, then it will just tell you no, there's already a data that exists. Those are how you keep data integrity of the database. You don't want to mess up with your database. Imagine what could go wrong if your data in your bank app get mixed up with another customer. So this is how real developer behind the scene backend developer handle those things to ensure that nothing goes wrong. So you've spent a lot of time on this prompt, and I've told you it's so essential. Let me know, maybe in future we'll also be doing more of AI development as well, purely as AI, including prompting and all those things like that, courses as well to add up. So at least we have something now. Let's connect my project, add this connect DB table. Then note I do not have the table, so it now knows that it will create the table, and you have helped it understand how the table will likely look like. So let's send this now, and we are using Arc, so it's not going to implement anything. It will explain it and we will learn a lot from it. So, and you remember that's why I told you that I put back that project, because when you say a foreign key, that means that table depend and link to that other table. If you create the project table first and yet you see it is refers to as references. It's a foreign key. So if you now reference, it's like you are referencing something that doesn't exist, then you will get error. The table will not be created. It will show you error. So you understand, it will tell you there's error. We can even try it when we are creating it. So that's why if the other table depends on, you create the table that will be dependent on first, then before, or if they depend on each other somehow, then the first table you want to create, you remove any aspect of it that has reference to the other one that you have not created, and come back later to add it. But you can always adjust and add new column. So you just ask the AI to create that for you. So let's see. First, let's set up Supabase and create necessary tables. So it's telling us, let's go back to Supabase and create all those things we need on Supabase. So yeah, so all this code now: enable case insensitive extension, create technology table, ID, name, not new, enable case insensitive extension. I've not used this format before, so if I'm not okay with it, I will ask it to change it. So it's just a simple something. It's not. So you can see what I'm saying now. Created at timestamp, updated at, all those things. Then unique index to make querying faster. Then table, live URL repo, and you see technology up to 10. Then we have created at, updated at, update at trigger function. So these are what we are saying, learning. So all this, it tell me it will use this so that when I add or update, it will be able to use that time to update here, to trigger that function to ensure when there is an insert, you see, before update on technology for each row, execute function, update, updated at. And what's the function? The function is what? Update, new update at time zone, UTC, now, and then the language PLPG SQL, like that. So we don't need all this, and that's why I also doubt this, and then change this. So instead of create this site text, I just use name. I just use text, not new. So new, null. That means you don't want to allow null. Some of it you also be able to set it up in the front end as well. So that one is good. Then once we have that, we need to install Supabase. These are the packages it's recommended for us to install. Then create a Supabase client configuration file. So supabase.ts. Then you can see what I'm telling you now. We need a env.local. A env.local file. You understand? So create authentication component. I think all this, and you see that everything we need. And you see that once it's creating the form, it already follow the table because it has clear idea of the table we are creating. So it won't have issue trying to fetch and connect with it out to your layout. So you see all this now. So let's pick it one by one. The first thing we want to do is let's create the table. So we have this code now for the first one. Create technology table. And I teach you how to make things much cleaner. And later you won't be having a headache for them. So if we go back to this, so if we go back to Supabase, and go back to Supabase, you want to go to SQL editor. I want to duplicate this so we can, as we create, we can be checking what we are doing, the tables. And so here now we want to come to SQL editor, and here we want to go to table editor. So you see that it's empty currently. So now we already know we want to create 2 tables. So I just copy create technology table. So for me, you choose your part. I used to like to have things organized, so even other can manage the code later. So this one will be technology table codes. So any code, any manipulation I do with SQL code on this technology table will all be coming inside here. So, and they are usually referred to like public. So, but I can just go here now, rename and put here, rename query. So you see it now, and I love to also add it to favorite and things like that. Add to favorite, so it will come here. You can see it, and I can easily access it, and you can share your code with others as well. So now this is create technology table, create a table technology. So I also like to use the word or replace. Oh, sorry. Replace. So that means if the table already exists, I want to replace it. So, but always be careful when using that. So you should know what you are doing. So create or replace. If it's existing, replace it. So technology, then ID default, random primary key, then name. So here I don't want this random primary key something. This UUID just gets too long, so I just want something like maybe an int something like that. So good for us, we have this AI here. So when you tap here and click, so but the reason why I used to prefer those outside one when it comes to this AI, based on the model, I think they are using a very low model of OpenAI, so it's not as advanced with a lot of those ones you see with a lot of outside chat bots. So I used to like their code, but I used to use this to just shape some things as well. So now this code, I will tell that one this to change and update some things for me. Update this SQL to create new table. So one, the ID should be in format 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Not random. So I don't want a random long. Let's okay, etc. Not random. Two, I want the name should be text, not no, and case insensitive, and unique, so that no duplicate entry, even if cases are different, like Solana and Solana should be treated as same. So then what other thing I notice here, that so you can see how this AI now help once you have understanding what you want. I think that's just all now. Then I don't really like this created art using this UTC. All those things are already being set already by so for me, I will just delete it, and I will tell this to add, and it will add it. Add 2 new columns, created art. All these are just for you to learn. If I'm working now, I already know what to just go straight to do. Created art and updated art. To already know the format it should be. So that's it. I will copy this and send it. So you can see now, create as identity, primary key, name, not known unique. You can see this is still saying CI text. So that's what I'm saying, that the AI is not really up to like that, but it will help you a lot. When you have iterate in other ones or in your IDE, then just for it to fine tune the something. So over here now I can copy and replace this. So and I can change this myself, just turn it to text. So for you to be sure that text is available, when you type text, you can see it. This is to show you like known each unique, and then generate as always ID created. You can see now that it's remove all those extra things. Once you have this, Supabase will undo, Postgres on Supabase will undo every other thing. So let's create this. You click here, and then you have some things here. You have results. This shows you the result of the code you run. And the good thing about this is that you can have multiple codes here, but you don't need to run everything at the same time. So just let that master you. Specific code you want to run, highlight it. Don't just run everything like your normal IDE. So then this shows some chart if there is any. But this is where it tells you if it's successful or there's error. Then this, this is good. It's like linting your code. Then you can remove them. Pretty SQL, if you also want to like link your code, you can see it now. That I remove some things, but I don't want that. So, but in case you need it, then primary database, we have the normal database there. Then this row, you are dealing with a database, you have different rows. So now this row you are talking about here, the default progress super user row, this has admin privilege. It will pass row level security, which you still see them and know what they are for. So now, when you are dealing with database deal with rows. So you can imagine anybody from anywhere can just update your database, add to it, delete from it. No. So to manage it, there is a role for each Postgres database. So like an admin, a moderator, a normal user, maybe a paid user or things like that. So the more the level they are, the higher the things they can do. So if you want to test the code, you want to test your code, you will usually run here as Postgres row. That's the standard IS super admin row. But you want to test a particular code. Like, okay, if I have this thing in the front end, calling this backend, and the person is anonymous, will it work? So you can use it to test your security and things like that. Then, okay, this code now, will it work for authenticated user or your normal user? Will it work for them? If we have some users, it would have listed them also here. So if you want to access like that user, to be able to know if things will work for that user or not. You understand what I'm saying now? So those are the things. But like I told you, you don't need to cram these things. It's about building consistently. You get what I'm saying? As you build consistently, you make use of this. And that's why the challenges, the courses on DPU Pro are full stack, so that it forces you to always use this thing at least once every month if you have not been employed or building your own project. And that is why you want to make sure you upgrade now when this launching discount is available. And I've told you it's just for 50 slots instead of 2,400. You get for just 500 for a year. And now if you are watching on free platform like YouTube and Co, you can comment this now. Please give me DPU Pro discount, and you may get from 5, 10, 20 up to 50%. So I will respond to you, and you just have maybe like 24 hours or so to claim it, or else you may not have access to it again. You understand what I'm saying? So I may either remove it, or you don't have access to it again. So to get up to 50%, so that means you can, if you are fast, and you can get for us another 50%. After this is already almost 80% off from the actual price of 2,400 per year. You get it for 500. Now you are getting up to another 50, which can make it like 250. For to access all this, you can hardly see this. I'm telling you. So it's just my own personal. Sometimes those that are even going through my courses, then free and things, like come back to like, wow, this is some courses they even paid for, then they don't have that kind of access. So you want to, it's better my content is long. For beginners, they are helped. Pro skip a lot of it. Then short, Pro says cool, everything short, straight to the point. But beginners, intermediate are scrabbling their head. No, we don't do content like that. So if it is, I will already tell you, these are the courses you need to go and take to help you to be able to follow what I'm doing. So now you want to type there, please give me DPU Pro discount. So you have access to support. You can't get support for this course or any other, even if you have access to it free. I won't give any support for free students. So it's only for DPU Pro. Then certification, each of these you will do project, and you can be sure the project will be solid, just rebuilding what you have learned, and I won't give you source code. So using AI to and a lot of things, then you check, I will check, and you have your portfolio approved. So other projects also, part of it is you must update your portfolio. So your portfolio will have to be launched on a domain and things like that. So before you get a certification, You get the point. So I'm trying to ensure students coming out of that platform having a certification already. So that is how you build credibility, that maybe a point in time some job will even say, oh, if you get certificate from DPU or Full-stack Academy, then it shows you actually have that skill, because they will ensure you have the skill. You cannot just throw things at them. So that is what I'm building, and not just anyhow where they say, oh, what you just pay money and get. No, you understand? So all those you want and support from community, myself, or through, then you want to access the DPU Pro and vote for project, build real world project every single month, and a lot of projects we have in stock, and you can also build, vote, and as Web3 developer watching this, you have access to, if you are employed, competitive salary, you can fund your own startup. That's why it's a full stack. So you know everything. You can participate in a grant, in a bounty, in a hackathon. You can build everything needed yourself, and you access the monthly challenge and a lot more like that you don't want to miss. And now we are in the back end stage, so I make sure every of each course cover this, but they won't be as long as explaining this beginner thing like this one. This for specifically just for beginner. From here on, you should have been in intermediate level more and things like that. So those are how we'll focus moving forward. Remember, please give me DPU Pro discount in the comments if you're on YouTube or other free platform. Now let's get back. We are actually in here, and I believe you are learning a lot. So now we have this ready and we can run it. Make sure the row is progress, and you see it says success, no row return, because we didn't ask it to return anything. So we only create. We didn't retrieve information or read. So that's why you always see this no row return. So once we see this, let's go back here, and soon now you will see a table here. Let me refresh if it doesn't show. You see it, and make sure this schema is public. When it's hot, it's public. So each of these table now is referred to as, I used to write it, but initially I thought you might get confused, but now let me rename. This is a public underscore technology table. So you see it. So that is why, to see it, this schema need to be public. If you put it in alt, you won't see it. This one is for your user. You see, when you start getting user, these are under authenticated, and a lot of things. You usually don't touch a lot of things here, or you break in your whole project. So you want to go to, in case it doesn't show, you want to find public and say public. Do you see it now? I have the technology table, and you see it shows one orange. So that tells you that your table is not secured. It's like a free for all table. If anyone have access to API with this, they can just query, do a lot of things, update, upload, delete, and do. You don't want that. So you want to add, let me close this. You want to add RLS to this. You can see all those things now we are covering for security. So we want to add RLS, and that RLS now, if we go here, enable RLS for this table, then enable. So this table now, if you try to query it now, it won't work for like anybody except the super admin. So you can't really query this now from front end. So because of that, it also become useless. in your front end. So you need to do check and balancing. You now need to create the RLS policy, you understand, that we now allow, okay, specific people, specific person, you understand. So before it was open, anyone can use it. Now it's entirely closed, it's no more even useful. So you click on add. No, it's enabled, you see it. Then create policy. So you can use AI as well, you see it. Anywhere you are, just click on just click this, it will open it for you sideways. So create policy. There are some they have preset for us, like enable read access for all users. If you tap here, let me cancel discard and come again. Create, you see, it just give you some. You click and you can see a lot of things. Policy name, that's the name to identify the policy. So enable read access for all users. So that means anybody on our site, they are logged in, they are not logged in. If you retrieve these details now, they'll be able to see it. And that's what we want. This type of thing, those employer and all these things, this aspect, they don't need to log in to access it. So you want anyone to be able to see it, and it's called select. So then you remember I told you table on clause. So all these things also, you can put it as SQL. But since they have a UI, I prefer to take you through the UI, and then you just have some simple code here than just, doing it with code and then getting confused. So target row, this is the policy command, is for select. If it is insert, if it is update, if it is delete, you select here. So now default to all public row if non-selected. So you see it now, target row. If I want just authenticated people to be able to read that information, and then I can now set it based on their ID. So those are part of things. I said there are a lot of things you will still learn why you want to be on the DPU Pro, because as you build more projects now that will be adding to this portfolio, you will be encountering more complex features and will be using it, and then you learn better. You understand? So there's so just much I can have in this project. So all this, create policy, enable read access for all, on this same thing you use in the UI is now turning it to code as permissive. You understand? So as here for select to public, because it's public, using and then true. All these are already written there. Okay, so the policy give read access to your table for all users via the select operation. So save policy. Then now this table now have one policy now. Before we started from is open for all. Second, we lock it by enabling RLS, row level security. So level based on the row. Then now it's totally locked. But now we now give access that anybody can read it. So they can read any information we retrieve from it, but they cannot update it. They cannot add info to it. They cannot delete from it. So now we need people to be able to update it, because this is a project. Remember, you yourself in the front end, you want to have a form that you want to submit. So we go to create and then insert. That one insert. This policy give insert access to your table for all authenticated user only. So you can see the difference now to authenticated instead of to public. And we are using insert, normal public .technology. Then we check it's true that they are authenticated, all these things are checked. So then we save. So with this table now, these two major function now, anyone can read the info there, but only people that have registered on our site are authenticated, they can log in, that can now submit project. But when they submit project, they cannot update it, they cannot delete it. So if you want that, you have to also create enable for user based on user ID. So if we enable this now, the user can delete their submission only. They can't delete for others because they are not admin. So a lot of these things, we use a lot of this based on update based on email. So if you want people to update, or you can also make them update only based on their ID. If whatever they added is not the ID, then they shouldn't go and be updating other people's posts. Imagine X or YouTube now allowing you to just go and update other people's post or video things. You know how people will mess it up. So that's how a lot of people say backend is complex. But I think I've been able to try my best to simplify it for you, because after this we just go into each of those projects. I will be taking you, we'll build it together, but I won't be explaining a lot of this for you one by one again. I'll just refer you to this course. So that's why I told you, take your time not to skip any of this. So enable insert for authenticated, and you can edit it at any point in time. You can copy it and screenshot and ask your AI for help. Discard because and you can delete it. You say edit with assistant. You can see it copy that for you, and then the assistant can help you. So that's how you screenshot and send it if the response here is a bit lower for you. Now maybe when you'll be watching, they might have used more upgraded model, so and it will get better response. Let's now go back. Remember, you go to table editor and make sure this is in public, and you can create new table from here. You see it. But for table I prefer, because this thing can be complex, so I prefer to just get the AI to create SQL code for me, then I can adjust column from there. So you can search them. You see that the orange, if I retrieve it now, the orange is no more there. And also you remember, you can check the advisor anytime to ensure you don't have any warning. But these are professional ways to keep things secure. You get what I'm saying? So, but let's go back. We don't have any error. Let me even duplicate it as well. So any point in time I can just go back to check it. The table editor, let's close this. So create a new table now. We have this, you select it, and then you can see it. The ID we created, the name, created at, and updated. We don't have any data yet, and you can import CSV if you have pre-owned data you want to import there. So you can just use this to import it. So now, if we come here now, we want to do the next thing. The next thing is to create the other table. If we go back to our AI, okay, we want to add unique index. Oh, okay. I think this one still makes sense. Yeah, these are the one I'm saying that to ensure that it can still cache those things. Either they are yeah. So this one, sure. Names are case insensitive. active. Just put description that you can remember easily later, so that Solana is same as Solana and rejected from as duplicate. So then I paste this here. Then remember, if you just click run, it will run all this old code. You don't want that. So you highlight what you actually want to run and then run. Then say sources. So that has created the table. We can have this name and things like that. You can even tell the AI to give you sample of how to insert into the table. But then, since this table is not much, we can easily insert here and click insert row. You understand? But I want you to have an idea, because you are just learning the SQL. I created the table with code below. Finally send code to insert into the table. So you see it now. Insert. Table. So here now, if I post it, you can see it. So insert, you remember we have created, you are now learning insert. So you have the UI there, you can use the UI, but since you are a beginner, probably first time, you should have experience of how this, because at times when you are dealing with, this is a real world project as well, but you are not dealing with too much data. But when you are dealing with too much data, it may be it may not even be intuitive for you from there. So you want to just put the code and quickly fix something. So except you have built a form in the front end. So insert into technology, value Solana, on conflict, lower name, do nothing. So that means if the name is already there, maybe it's now lower or something like that, then it should. So let's run this. Remember, the table is still empty. Sources, and when you come, you see the table rolling. You have something like, let me just show you. I will take it back. Refresh. You click that refresh. You see it now. So when you don't see anything like that, but you have added, you can click on like that refresh, and then it will show you. See it now. So that it automatically set the date and then update it. So if I update this now, it will change this, but this will not change. This is there. This is when it was created. But this will change each time I change this. So if I change this now to Solana's, (1804), let's refresh. Updated at, this seems not updating yet, so maybe we have to now put a trigger and function then. Yeah, but it used to work, so maybe later, because the time difference or so, can have it too. But if it doesn't work, then create a function and trigger to update it. So we have this. Let me So if we come here now and I say I want to add this insert row, then you see it. This ID is automatically generated, so I don't need to fill it. And I say I want to add EVM or Ethereum or something. EVM, for example. Then I save. All this will be auto-generated. So you can see it now that it auto-generated, and you can see this as well. If I now decide to add row Solana as a small letter, you should be able to, you see, duplicate value, even though it's not having the same uppercase like this, it's still able to. That's the advantage of the index we did then. So discard. So we have this table now, and we can add as many as all this to it to populate it. Then inside, the next thing we need to do, we can now move ahead and click to create a new. That's how I do you. You may do it in the same place, but to make it easier for me later if I want to troubleshoot something. So I try to look at what are the code I used to create it. It will help me to know what's going on. So if I click on, I will turn this to project table code, and the same way you just rename, and then I can put it as public.project. So that will be the name, the project access. Then we can go back to our AI earlier and look at the table. It says create project table. So this is the code for it. Let's see. And we got to go back here and place this. So create, like I told you, I used to use or replace table if it exists, but be careful when using it. ID default, it was just the same. So I think project, I want the same thing, so it's just ID, so it's the same thing I want. I don't want that random generated key. So you see it now. Then title, text, not known, description, live URL, repo URL, then the normal text to 10, then created timestamp. So that's, you can just copy from here and use it here. So, and this is referencing technology, and we already have the technology, okay. We already have the technology table. So also here I can now say, okay, I'm okay with this. Then run at or near table. ID begins generated always as identity. Create or replace. Did I get anything wrong here? Okay, let's just use the create and see. Following key constraint. Project tech 1 cannot be detailed. Key, column, take1, and ID of incompatible type, UUID, and big int. Oh, this is UUID, whereas the table is big int, so we should change it. I can just, okay. So this isn't a UUID, so we need to refix and change to ensure they are the same format. And let's retry this time. Hopefully. Wow, success this time. So just the same thing you would do. You have to go and create the row level, enable it, so you have control over. Then you go and create the rule. We just need like similar rule, enable access for all. Then should be able to insert. Yeah, that's all we need now. Then here you can have update and more like that if you want to do it from front end. So let's go back to tables. Yeah, table editor. So you see the error is gone, and we now have these two tables. This is empty, but this is primary key, and then you will notice this is a foreign key. You see all of them, they have something like a link. I told you, just like if you edit this now, you see what I'm saying. If you go down here, you can see it, foreign key, relation to project, this, and then you can edit it as well and fix a lot of things, like where you want it to be. It's pointed to the ID. I can point you to other things, but it should be pointed to the ID, because that one is, if reference row is updated, no action. If reference row is removed. So all this place, for example, if you want, when they delete that, you should delete any post relating to it, but you should be careful. It's better you put it at no action, so it just disconnect it from the reference something, or tell the person that there's error. You see, it will erase error. So you thought there's another table using it, so you can't delete this thing, things like that. So there are a lot of things you need to set out like that. So this, and then check constraint if you have constraint, and like name can be more than 500 in length and things. This where you can set them. So you can see each of these now. Yeah. So we have this smart contract development. So let's values. What about adding multiple? Add the following. Don't include Solana again. It's already added. So we want it to add a lot of all these Rust, Solidity, Rust, Solana, EVM, add at open Zeppelin. So there we just create, we add Nextjs, Moralis. We also use Moralis very well. to develop. And I attended the academy as well when I was starting in 2020 and things like that. So it's interesting. It's a good platform as well. So Node, because I can't be typing that all out. Docker. I hope the AI can do this, because yeah. So let's tell it now. Don't include Solana again in it already, and do not repeat same value and some below may be repeated. Remove those. Let's see if we can update it for us. Good, you see it now. So we got this, and we can easily insert multiple values. So let's see. So we have all this now. Remember, you highlight all the code and on. Hopefully there is no error. Then we should have our table more populated now. Cool. You see, you can see the ID. So instead of just showing one big numbers like that. So there are use cases for that, but I just prefer numbers like this going up, and except from some cases like that. So you see it now. We have all these things here together, and this example of, if you now want to do this table now, let's also give this copy. I created the project table with following code. Only create code to, populate it as well. With the following code. With following. So we have the title, the description, and let's say we are picking this smart contract, so we don't have much complex. Smart contract development. That's the name. What else? Description. Oh, I made a mistake there. Okay, all these things are still the same, so not really much. I should focus on project. I was copying title. So description will be this. Description. What else? copy URL, live URL, and then repo, copy link, repo, then 4, 5, 6. It has 6 here, so that one will be take 1 to 6 will reference the ID of and others no. So let's see what it will give us. You can see it now. So it's telling me now, select ID from technology, well, which is even going to help us now to go and pick the ID based on whatever name we have put here. I think this code sounds correct. I decentralize this, and so let's run it. Insert. Let's run it and see. Currently, if we refresh now, we don't have anything here. So here we don't have anything here now. Even if we refresh, there's nothing. So let's try if this will work. Wow, success. Then this should refresh now. If you refresh, do you see it now? We have one, the title, we have the description, we have live URL, we have repo. So all those things are what we will replace with form in the front end. Check, you can see it. Now this is what I'm telling you now. If you click here now, tap here, you see what it does. It takes you to this table, public technology, and you can see if you tap here actually to go directly, you can see it that the ID for is Solidity and some other details about it. If you tap here, you can see you see that it's doing a search to locate it. So, and anyone that is even new, if you tap it, it will allow you to pick from any of these lists. And then, so from your front end, the same way you will do if we want to showcase it, we will retrieve it by ID and then use the ID to do a search on this table. That's like joint. We learned discuss about joint, something like joint table and things like that. So that's how it works, like joining two tables. So you see that these two tables are working hand in hand, and you understood perfectly now why we had to create the technology table first before we create this, which help us not to have any issue with, because it's able to just link to them, but based on the ID, because any point in time we can change the name of that particular name here, adjust it, but the ID is there, is permanent. Number 4 here is 4 here, except you delete it. You understand? So things like that. So that makes it traceable, and this works fine for us as well. So we have been able to create the table, have the basic info we need ready, including one sample project for us. So the next now is to add, like I said, to connect your Supabase. There are multiple ways as well we can connect it. Like we've asked the AI here, and it has also given us some guideline, create a Supabase client config, Supabase name, then add this, then create auth from, then project, then app/page, so Supabase provider in layout. So it gave us some of these things, but like I said, you will see that a lot of these things are a bit complicated. You understand? So when you start developing, what I recommend that I do is that if you are using Supabase, for example, just get one project to work and then let that be your template. So if you are starting a new project now, you can use that and duplicate it, and so it already have authentication, all those structure you need. You may now change the design entirely. You understand? So it makes work easier. You cannot all the time be recreating all this in real world case. It doesn't work like that. So like now I try to search, do Google search for a template for Nextjs with, there's this Nextjs+Supabase, no, not this one, starter template, which has some of those structures. So I downloaded it over here. You can see it. So I try to just check on, so I call it this sample template. So it has this structure and one can know where to, but this even is not even the structure that I used to use. You get, I have that structure, but the essence of teaching you through this, mentoring you through all these things is to ensure you can actually, it's not just about, this, no, I'm not saying this is how I do it is not how you must do it when it comes to authenticating and things. Just find your own most convenient way to authenticate. Once you have one that works, then, so there are different methods. This has its own method. I now just remember that, okay, then the AI here, the IDE also give us a method. So now I now remember this particular, this V0 that now it seems is, so I decide to try, can it, is the one that gave us the template we are using. So I want to see if it can, also add the backend integration to it. So I just start to integrate Supabase and authentication. So it now said I click the normal magic something to turn it, and it turned it to this. So let's just tap in here and come. Yeah, this is what, can you update the project to integrate Supabase auth, login, register and retrieving and display information from the Supabase DB. And then when I use the enhanced prompt, it change it to that. Can it go a bit? I don't want it to be complex, so let's use the one it gave us and let's see if it's able to, it's the one that chose that structure already for us. So if it's able to integrate Supabase for us, then that would be so cool. To integrate Supabase with your portfolio website, we need to first set up the Supabase client and then implement authentication and database operation. Let's start by adding Supabase to your project. So it's telling me to connect directly to Supabase. it's telling me to connect, and this isn't the account we are using, but let me click connect and see what it's trying to do. Okay, if we can just create it, then we can just use the code. Let's see. Create, you agree, integrate, this, accept. It's creating a Supabase, new Supabase account. No, I don't need that. So it has even crashed. See, just add it without asking to provide us, because they have Supabase account. Don't ask to create new one. So let's see. Are you seeing what it's doing now? It created a file called auth, an auth form. Then this app, there's auth. I think there's a route that we also need. So auth provider, and updating the layout. So like trying to wrap it with the login. So let's see if we can do that for us. So I have, like I told you, I have the method I would have said, but I want you to learn to use a lot of these tools. Be open to research and sort problem. So it's not just about fix. There are different methods, different developer integrate things like that. So we have different, but once you find your own method that works, you just duplicate that template whenever you want to start something like this, so you don't have to go through the process all the time. I think it's overcomplicating what we asked it to do. Almost a whole 10-15 minutes, you just keep parabolating and recreating and recreating. So that's why you should always, but it's good we test the option as well. So let's see. Let's just minimize that. And let me try and follow some that I already have and use. So this give us some instructions. Supabase, said we should install this hot Nextjs, hot React. Here we go again. We want to give this AI. You can see, yes, I've created the technology. Now guide to integrate Supabase using Supabase SSR and Supabase JS. So those ones is pointing me out. I've not been using that. So before they break the whole code for us. So let's see if it gets something. If not, then I will try using this. So it's so important. Once you have a base, just have a base template. Usually I look at about 2-3 things. It should be like have mobile friendly structure. So then you should be able to have all the auth setup to connect with Supabase, for example, that you use. So you can, even if you are using it for a client, you can just swap in the locals evm.local, not. Let's see what it's saying. First, create a new lib directory and add the Supabase client configuration. This one need lib also. Okay. Okay. Types database. And create project service to handle data fetching. Services/projects. I don't need the update page component to use server-side fetching. Update your project card component type. So okay, this is the structure is giving us. Project card, lib Supabase server client, then services, project, then types, then env using server component for data. Then you will need to move then use it in your page. Type save database interaction, server-side data fetching, server components. Yeah, so we need to install this. So this still seems pretty, but let's try and follow some things. I was just trying to ensure I don't like, oh, this, no, it's not a must. You follow how, in terms of integrating this, it's all about just fix things. Even Supabase itself, we create something like this for you. You see it. Supabase, learn how to create, add some query from Nextjs. So you see it, go to database, make data in your table, create a Nextjs app, then with Supabase. So that would have fixed a lot of those things you need. So you are getting what I'm saying. So if one wants to build, you had better use something like this. So where the authentication is already set, and then we can now begin to customize and things like, because most times to set up this, it used to take a lot of time and a lot of things you need to modify. So but let me try first. If not, we might switch later to this. So it's good, we are learning. So let's try. Like I said, I already have that I want to use. I just start with it. It will remove this edit, but because we are learning front end first, so that's how we just follow the other one without Supabase integration, so that you can learn. But let's give it a try first. Based on the structure, I have here, I need to install git p n times this thing just gets stuck up. pn pni. Let's see. So this is up to date, but then we need to install pmi Supabase SSR, paste, and then Supabase JS, paste. So while those ones are installing, let's start creating different pages. Like I told you, when it comes to this, be flexible. You can follow instruction with this AI, allow those to, or better start with our template from like Supabase itself that already have Nextjs and Auth integrated, because doing that later could cause issues for you if you are not so really experienced with it. So, but if you use the template that already have it, then you can just adjust your own login ID or address in the .env and things like that. So let's start from the top here. I think we have something like auth inside the page. We have a auth like a route, then inside that we'll be having a callback, folder. So I'll just be, you are free to do it. What matter is let it work and secure. So then we create the route.ts. Then I have the code I'm using there that I want to paste. So you can see that jump here. So let's minimize this so we see things a bit. Yeah, so this just it. You can pause and look through. So it imports from the Supabase server and then Nest and all those things. So you see UT is expecting this to be in UT, so we still create those files. So for now, let's just save this, and I think we should bring up our site so it will break, and then we can be following what's going on. Okay, maybe the error didn't actually break it. It didn't break. Okay, so we are still good, but there is error here. We need to move to the next one, which is right in the anything component login. For now, let's just go to env. We need env file, new folder .env.local. Then I used to create .env. Maybe example local .example or something like that. So we'll still see that. So now this env file now will contain a lot of things that we will use. So now let me just try and copy some here coming. So usually it will be in this like example. So in case you see it, let's start from there. Public Supabase, yeah, I think it's define Supabase, define unknown key. No, we don't need all this. So now usually this one will be the URL, your public base URL. For now is this Supabase, unknown key, and all those things. So for now it will be this, but it's essential you update this after you have deployed. We have to remember to update it to the actual domain that you are using, but for now we are still on the local. So this one will be, we have to go here where we have the Supabase. Yeah, so you can copy here. So you should know this, you don't just paste it out for people and things like that. So you need to be very careful. And then we come back over and copy this as well. So all this should be kept confidential. And that's why it's in the e.env file. I will explain that a bit in a few minutes time. Let me see. So we have the env.local. For you that are more of beginner, it's anytime you are dealing with something API key, like think of it like your password and things like that for your wallet, which if other people have access to it, they can have unauthorized access to use your API credit and things like that, or your wallet. Yet you still need it to sign transaction and things like that. You are a Web3 developer blockchain, so you put them inside the .env.local, and you ensure that if you check your git ignore, so this is not committed. Understand? But I used to commit this local.example to give example of what is expected to be inside the, so the student or whoever is getting this now knows that they need to rename this, maybe copy it and then paste, then remove the example at the front and have local. And inside that local they will now, so what that does is that this will only be on your system and it's not revealed to others outside. So let's say, so the git ignore at times they say this, but I used to specify .local, understand, because like this one now I'm coming is like anything.env, but I want the local to be tracked. So I specify specifically that if it is env.local, then it should not. Or additionally, for safety, some of you, when you are doing some things, .env file. You understand? So now it will not, this is suggesting local, but I don't want local. So it will not be, just everything, because that star means anything after the env, you should just not track it. You see that the moment I specified I only need the local to track, and then anything normal env, then you see that it's now tracking this. You can see it, but you see that this local is a bit blob and not trackable. So if I go to here now and do git status, you will see that it shows that I've modified git ignore, app, package.json, and a lot of things like that. But then it didn't show me anything like .env.local, because that will never be committed. If you commit that to GitHub, I'm telling you, you'll be hacked. So you need to be very careful. Even all this I'm showing you is because it's a dedicated account for this type of thing. It's not like my normal personal account for project or client or things like that. So you shouldn't ever reveal that out to people. You understand? So I think this is how I do, so that at least if there's any env, you can still cover it. But specifically, I want it to let this out without letting this out. So, and also when you add things like this, make sure you check your commit. When you push your commit, even if it's not showing here, go to your repo, make sure it's not committed in. If it's there, quickly delete it, even from GitHub, and come and check any issue you have here. You understand? So you have there, and once you delete, go and change as many of those, maybe wallet or API key and more that you can change, or else you just see that you have been compromised. So hope you got this now. So let's continue to try to fix and install based on that. Then after that, I seems to have inside the Nextjs or something, I have this Supabase folder. So that Supabase folder, inside this here now, we create folder, new folder called Supabase. Then inside it, we want to have like three things. We have clients, middleware, and server. So client, new file, client.ts. So that has this code. So all these are things that undo your connection of your Nextjs, the pages, all those things, the route to your Supabase. So that's why I said it could be a bit complex. That's why if you can start with the template that already have it, the better. You understand? So that you will reduce the chances of breaking anything. You just change inside the env local file, you just add your own details. That's it, and then your app is already connected. But adding it manually yourself can be so stressful, and that's why once you have one that works for you, make it bare minimum, keep it in your repo, and when you want to build on Nextjs or things like that, you can always start with it. So, or at least have it that you can copy it over. Then we have to create middleware. New file, middleware.ts, which I have the code here. You can see all this help with cookie, and you are dealing with authentication and a lot of things like that. So a lot is a bit a complicated something. You don't want to mess with the code. This is not your normal front end code, so you want to make sure, or else a lot of things can go wrong and expose you or your site to users that you will not know about, and you don't want that. So that's why you should be careful of just randomly picking code to use for it. So then we have the server. So the client one is used for, here Nextjs, now I've told you it has the client side, which like, and the server side. So the server side are processed under the server, the client side are what is processed in user browser. We need server.ts, and here we go for its own code. So we got this now. It's giving some errors. Next.header. So this deprecated. So let's just try to go on with this, or if not, I will go back. We'll make use of the template. I think that's even the best we should do, but it's good we try to work this. It's help you learn a lot and tell you the importance of having some basic template that you start a lot of your work with. If not, each project, you'll be giving yourself a lot of stress. A lot of stress and headache and things like that. So any other thing here? So I think there's still another middleware inside the normal project. Let me just drag one there. So I use this for one of the projects, but I think I've customized it to include session management. So next. So I think this, I use it to ensure that the no matter the parts that people put, maybe, usually it's like lowercase and then they use uppercase, it should still redirect to the same thing. So I can do away that. So we have all this now, and we can try to and find module. So server TS. Let's try if there's anything to update. None. So all those things we put, only this seems to be having error, but let's try and check. So let's reload the page now, and then I want to try something. This project section, if we go back to it, page, then layout, we may want to wrap the login, but let's layout, and then what I would like us to do here, let's go back and see page. If we get error, or go back and go and use the template, like I told you, I've downloaded the template that was recommended by Nextjs already, so I guess we will likely be using that. So another thing I will be doing now is I'm trying to install this package for it. So it should be installing one side. So if this doesn't work, then we'll go and use that. So that's how a real world project works. It's not about, oh, things just work. No, it doesn't. That's why I'm trying to make these courses and challenges as open and challenging as they are in reality, not polished for you and like, oh, there are just some super developer out there that are better off. No. Some things you see they do working and polished, they have tried many alternatives with it. So cd this and then pmi. So probably we should be installing for this, so we will likely come back to it in case this thing I'm trying to add to it is not working, because all those things, the way they work matters from how the Nextjs is structured and also the version of the Nextjs you are using and a lot of things like that. So that's why I love to have that basic template. Then when you duplicate it, you can now change design on it and all those things. Those are much easier. But authentication and things like that are very complicated. You don't want to mess around. Then once you have something that is working and working well for you, that's just the fact. So let's all this be placed aside and be working. So over here now, let's try something here. Since this page is still working, let's see if we can try to load. What should we load now? Page. Yeah, so now this project, at times when I want to do a major editing that may break things, I click here and copy and paste it. So I have the copy, but to ensure it doesn't tamper with what I'm doing, I change it to text file. So TypeScript, all those things will not be complaining. So it's just seen as a text file, but it's preserved that code. In case I break this, I have the confidence that I can just go back to this. So for now, we can now play around this as however we want. So what we will do now is this page, you should try and retrieve from the tables. Yeah. You should try and retrieve from the tables we have, and let's see if that even work at all. Or we should try the login. Let's see. We are in this together, and we try to see to work things out and fix it. So that's how it is in reality. It's not all these things, they just cut things and like, yeah, everything like, oh, that's pro, that's no. So let's see. So here we go. And say following the code sample below. Currently, this particular page, let me attach it at page app, right? The home page, you can specify it also here at page, retrieves and displays the project list from add coded JSON within it. Now I want that retrieved from the project table. You understand? So from the project table, and for the technology that uses, you need to use the foreign key link from the project table to the technology table. So based on IDs in there, it displays the name. Notes: do not change the existing display code, just change the source of the data from hard-coded to retrieving from Supabase DB and then display as usual. You understand? So I'm telling it now that it should not, because this AI is that you have to be specific. Let's see what it will give us if what we did worked. So as I told you, I'm not here to tell, oh, I'm a pro by everything I get it. No, that's not what you become a pro when no matter what goes on, you always become and knows how you navigate, use all these tools, all those things. Before AI, there's no pro developer that don't stick around Google and a lot of other platforms. So I will help you modify your page to fetch project data from while maintaining the existing logic. Create a new client component for the project section if you haven't already. Okay, what we'll do is this. Okay, so what it's saying is that the code, we should move this to be a standalone by itself for projects that work in Web3. Projects, a selection of my recent work. Let's search. No, let me just use F3 and find that. Yeah, so this is it here. Then we have the div closing. So all this section, so it's like it's telling me now to replace all this with the code. Let's see. Let's create this first. Project section inside component, project section inside component, project card, skill category, new file, project dash section .txx, right? So and then we should have this there and save, and then import it inside here slash project section. Yep. So what's really happening with this? Must have one parent element. So you see what I'm saying? So if you break the code, you can easily go back and F3 and try to see what went wrong. Div. Let me see. Okay, there's nothing this div is covering. Yeah, so you can see. So we got this, and then there's another issue still brewing because even this is not defined. Project section. So let's see, is it even imported? I think we need to import it here. Project section. It needs to be imported to the top or something. Let's extend this. So if we got this button, project, skill, team toggle, yeah, we need to import create clients. All this it is lib Supabase server, see, or utils, yeah. Then we need to also import it here. So const Supabase, then we fetch that over here. So if we are replacing this project precisely, so let's comment it out first. You can see there's nothing before the, so then we paste this and we see if we get anything causing error. You can see what I'm saying now. So the module option, those are part of the issue when we face. This now is inside Nextjs config or something. Or package JSON. So you can see now. So it's good. Let's try to see if we can fix this together in some minutes time. If not, then we may need to go and just use that so if we look here, up. This, let's turn this a bit so we see things a bit more clearly. Yeah. So project section, no. Let him know. And so we have the page, and then it's saying it's set to env or higher. No. I think this this one ought to go. I'm coming. This ought to go inside export, yeah, not outside. So const show projects, before the return, yeah, not outside of it, but it still gives similar error, but at least we have it inside now. Property name does not exist on type. Any other thing at the top here? Nope. So this how you troubleshoot a lot of things. We build it together, we fix things together. That's how you become a real world, you gain real world experience. Not everything is just polished and this what real developers go through. It's not a joke. So I'm trying to see what new project. So at this stage, I think we can ask the also look here, wait is allowed, not allowed in. So if I try to take a screenshot, then I can send it over to the AI. Error in screenshots. Set. So look at this now. So if we check now, this has error. So I try to ask the AI to modify it like we asked before, but it sent me this and a bit, so I updated that code, that question, and told it that if separating the code, I observed that it said the issue we are having here is that we are using use client, which is for client side. I told you Nextjs, that could be another confusing as server side. So server side work on server is not for client side, and client side is what shows on the browser. So it's now saying we are having issue because when you look at this Supabase we are using, when we were creating it here, we have, I remind you, we have one for client. So we should have used something like for clients, but we are actually using server. So since we are using server, then we cannot combine it with something like use client or use client related code, the client side code. So we need to adjust that. So I told it that it should give me full code if we are separating it. And once it's giving me the code, it separated one into this project section. Remember, we created a component called project section. So I just replaced the whole code there. So let's replace that. Then it's now say then update the main page. This main page now, which is this, we're having about 9+ errors now. So remember where we have this project before and we commented it out. So let's still, so and we're having all this error with the issue. So I need to remove all this code first and have everything clean back to how it was. You see it? So you can see now that this is working. So let's try and do more cleaning based on what it showed us here. So it says we should have this async function, project, get project, return project here. Or is the section already making calls? So here, so we should have this. And now we need to remove the use client and some other code to fit what we have here. Next, remove this React code. Import, the card, remove that as well. Skill server project section. Yeah, so the commented code, and then we got this, and after that, inside here, the only thing instead we should get is const project await, and remove this as well. So await will not be inside a function that is not async, so we need to put async into the function. Oh. So that's solved that problem. Let's save and see. So cool, we have project normally back, contacts. So this cannot read undefined. So you can see that it initially work and show that's like it's successfully fetched from there, but now it's having this error here. I think inside the component card. So let's fix the error one by one. I hope you learned a lot from here as well. Okay, we also have an error here because this ought to pass project. You know, we received the project. What we are doing here, if you check, let's see, we import the Supabase based on using the Supabase server we created. It give us access. Then from there we const Supabase equals to create client, and inside here const data project. We are doing a call to Supabase here, like calling the API, and from this, each of these dots is pointing out something. So from means which table we want it to pick from the table called project, and then we want it to select. Let me even delete this one entirely so this place become much cleaner. So we want it to pick select ID, title, description, and all those things like that. Then order created at according to how they are created. So if error fetching projects. So if not, it will return the project and map them, the title, the description, the technology, the life, and all those things. Hope you understand that now. And like I said, if you got question, you need support, I'm always here to support you. And you can see how I teach to ensure that we should experience these things together in real life, like how you will experience it if you are building or working with other team and pros experience it. So you don't feel things don't just work. At times the whole project just scatter around, and then you need to just keep calm, and that's why it matters to know the basic. Plus this AI age of vibe coding, you can now just with your essential knowledge you have with all those things, you can. And that's why also building more projects now solidify your knowledge, that you need support, and then you want to build more projects to solidify your knowledge. That's why you should ensure you are on DPU. Remember, you cannot get support from me without being a DPU Pro member. So, and best time now with this is going for 2004 a year, the value, but now launching for just 500 for a whole year. So you can do that with all these in-depth courses and challenges you'll be having at least once a month. So, and now just for 50 people students that will enroll before this is over. But even if you are watching this now, like YouTube or other platform, then you can be among the 5, 10, 15 people to get additional discounts even on this 500 again. And all you need to do is to ensure you comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. And if you see me respond, I'll tell you can get up to 50% discount. So we'll tell you, and within like 24 hours or so, you should take advantage, or you miss the discount. So that means you'll be able to even get it for far cheaper, for just $250. And all this, you can see it now, how we are building things. I don't like things we just build, polish. I believe courses for developers, especially like this, should not be that polished. Like, let's see how errors happen, how we fixed it. So the student build confidence that it's being a pro developer is not all about you just get code, everything working straight, you make mistakes, you scatter things, but when you are experienced, then you will know gradually, you will trace your step. And that's why you should be careful just using all this AI, what do they call it? And you see, that's why I said it then. I wasn't picking the agent because it will go there and change some things I may not even know or understand. We just approve. So you need to be careful. But if this now you are learning and it's pointing out what you should go and do, so by also doing it yourself, you also learn a lot. And if you are experienced, you can spot some errors at times or understand what's going on. So like I said, I spot those errors. I said you should give me complete code, and that seems to be helping fix a lot of those issues now. So I said over here, the project for it has this. So because it's now, you remember that project at the top, you can see it now. We need to pass it to that we receive from here. You see that project we need to pass is an object, and that object is this. It contains title, description, technology, and all those things, live URL, repo URL. And where did we got it from? We retrieve it from the database. You understand? We retrieve it from the database, and we got this now. So you can now understand it. We have been able to retrieve from the database, and that object, project object from the object table, we are now passing it along to this. This, you can see it passing the project. You see it, const project title, any description, and all these things like that. So we are passing it, but any can be issue. So we want us to type set it dot name project text. So we still try to fix this. Ought to be ID. Okay, project, select ID, title. Maybe it's trying to select this from the other table, but let's see how far we've done. I believe we've learned a lot with this. So let's see what's going on. So it said cannot read property of undefined. Let me see if we have passed this to it. So yeah, so because we didn't pass that to it before, so it's getting an undefined. And now cool, we got, can you see it now? We got a project. Remember it was about 6 being listed there before from the normal something. This is now coming from our backend, and you can confirm that. But I want to fix some of the type error. Like this now is saying dot name so this type error, name does not exist. Copy it. So fix error in all dot name. I used to column it so that we know. Sorry for any background noise. Is raining now. So let's see. But you can see it that it's been able to fetch all this for us. First, create a type file, database TS, then update the page file with the proper type. Wow. Update with the proper type. Project card. So this a tab issue, but it's working. So, but you need to fix it because you can't deploy if there is a type error. So those are the essential things we need to ensure we fix. So if I look here now, it said these are the things we need to fix. I seems not to understand and like the implementation. It's complex and causing the types error. Kindly let's separate it as follows. 1. Make call to projects, and so now make call to projects, and table first, and retrieve all data. Should be something like this. Then for the tech 1 etc column, use their ID to 1 to 10. Use their ID, which is foreign key, to locate ID in the technology table, and return the name in the name column for display. Do this separately and not the current implementation, trying to do it together. That's why the types errors. You understand? So I was like, why is he just putting it there and trying to grab name and all those things together? You should do it separately, because at times when you try to, then you start creating a complex type of code. So make call to projects, and so let me see what it will give us from here. But now at least we could see things working here. Why that one is on, for us to confirm that this is actually working. Let's go back to here And then inside here, I want to put another project, which from this previous one that we saved, let's see what's the next project. The next project is let me just even copy the whole, and let me copy like 3. One, 2, copy, then go back to that AI, say, now update the code to send to add additional to as below. So these are what the AI really help with. So a lot of things, instead of trying to type in the code yourself and things. So if you get what I mean, it will just update this code and then and we can have this thinking, or I can just try to, so you can see it now, values, so insert multiple. So here now we have just 1. So let me see if this work well. Then we have more. Refresh. You see it now. So, and the ID, see, we now have 3 of these. So if we refresh this, that's the beauty of the back end. Once you set it up, the moment I refresh this now, it should just update to 3. Do you see it now? So it shows that it's working. So as you add more, you see it put the last one, or maybe alphabetical or whatever. Just let's see if it's just shuffling it up. So you can also arrange it and say maybe from the top one or things like that. So you see it now. And if you change anything here now, cross-chain bridges, text change, enter, and refresh your front end. Do you see it now? So you can see that we have successfully connected our back end to the front end. So you've learned a lot in the course, from Web3 project management to AI to setting it up, even purely as beginner, building maybe your first full stack app and then turning it to dApp. Then there we talk about, we build the front end, and we are gradually transforming part of the hard-coded aspect of the front end to become more dynamically powered by the back end using Postgres and Supabase. And now we have been able to successfully connect our Supabase back-end Postgres database to the Nextjs front end. I see things are working, so we need to delete this. And then if I come over here, you see it is there. So as many as you add, so from there now let me add the order so that we just finish that aspect and we can continue to use it. Where is that? Okay, yeah. We have additional 3. So the AI should just add 3 more below. So just create it for us, and you see how we just copy paste and so we have another one which is 3 now, and if we pull this and on, then we have a table. You can see it straight, or you refresh if it's not showing. We now have 6. If we let's duplicate this and then refresh it, it's even there already. So we now have the whole 6 back now, but this is now a full stack dApp because it's no more just a front end that pay, and this is becoming more of a usable real world application. You understand? So we have not turned it to decentralized application because it's now having blockchain, but we have a full app that have both front end and back end, and then we can now put in blockchain feature too. And part of it is, you now see this one now is coming from the front end. So we have a double something here, we may check in the front end, but these are coming from front end, back end 1 2 3 4 5 6, decentralized identity. You see this, so I think it's arranging it somehow, or things like that. So if you adjust anything here like DAO governance 2 and enter, and then we refresh, you can see it. So this is now DAO governance 2 platform 2. Let me just leave that so we can be reminding ourselves that it's from the DB. So now we have this from DB and works normal. When you click here, you just open order. So you see that without actually really breaking the previous design, we were able to attach database and then from there directly be taking the information. So with this now, we are not limited. We can have 20, 30, 50 projects, both your personal project and what maybe you work with clients or one an hackathon you build with a team and things like that. You can continue to add them and they will just continue to be added here because people can just click to show more or show less. You understand? So people can just continue add and then it will work. So this, I think we have been able to fulfill the part of that, at least I promised to do here. We have land types, SQL will pick Postgres, and is it valuable in the market? So is it valuable in the market? All those we've learned about code, create to read now is what we are doing. So it's updating and deleting that we can just delete directly, or you remember before you can start deleting and things like that, you should include the RLS policy for it to allow. For now, we only allow to create and to read. So because the site we are building usually is not the site for deleting things or people posting things like that. So we are the one in charge and we always also have access to the back end. So implement sign up and log in. I think that's, once this has worked, you can now connect with login and you can now add login. Okay, all these are like the previous backup. So what did I ask it to do here? First, create a simpler type file. Update your page with separated data fetching. Yeah, so I know what is going on. You don't just So return formatted. Let's try this and see if anything changes. Copy. Hope it doesn't break things again. So once you have things working, you have to be careful with this adjustment and AI something, because before you just break all those things that are already working. Project display. And all these are imported from. Let's see. Did you break it? Let's clear that multiple projects. Showing multiple projects. Projects. Selection. I think there's probability we already have this tied to H2. We might already have this tied to inside this that we imported. You understand? You know, we imported it here, so we already have it here. So that's why it's duplicating. So we shouldn't be having that here again. It's just a replication. So you see it now. Then we have that fixed. So other things, a lot of this has been fixed, but we need this, all these imports here. And I said we should create a type folder where types database. So it's saying lib, but I can put the types inside component UI. Yeah, can put it here. So all the types for it or inside it is, so anywhere. No, just create new folder and call it types. So any types is to ensure it conform with TypeScript. So database.db.ts types new file database.ts TypeScript. So let's put this and save. Then let's go back here. So usually you can see now, seems those issues have disappeared somehow. So it's saying import from types. What else is left? Yeah, because they said we should import project from DB, technology and display. So let's replace the 3. So these are part of what you learn in building. And that's why building consistently helps you a lot. So wow. So all the 9 plus something has disappeared. We have technology, but we are not using it. So but it's not giving error. So all this error previously here are gone. Keep your project section components simple. This typeset as epoch set. So it's just to tell that okay, this thing is either a string or null and things like that. But these are not even string. But let's just normally this should be numbers. But since it's working there, let's just leave it. What else do we have here now? We don't have any error here again. So, and we have this working coming from the database. So you don't know, you can not even know any difference from what we got before, because we just keep the design, but now we know that this is actually powered by the database. You understand? So this is actually coming from the database. So which helps us to learn a lot. I think this one, keep this project section simple. Yeah, that's already show all. I think that's all we got here, but in case, let me replace it again and see if anything breaks or something. I will see it. No, this is Ethos. Import type from, oh, it's types. Components. Yeah. So no error now. And I can try and refresh here with add refresh. And bam, we got it working. Everything remain, and you can see all those things are now working fine. Yeah. So the other aspect left now is to add something like login. We already have access to Supabase, so that should be much simpler and easier. Then do we have anything here that has error? Because if you have it, and you can see with the GitHub now, everything is being tracked. We know what is modified. New pages, those are the U that have not been added. You know, something was having error somewhere here then. Seems we figure it out. Client, middleware, server, but we are not seeing any error again. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Later, if we are deploying, we'll know and check some things out. So I think that's, should I implement the auth, or just allow you to work on it as a project? But you already have Supabase connected, so let's try and see that's a project for you as part of your project. So you already have everything here for you. All you need to do, let's see. Okay, let's just try and do some things. Log in. So I'll just drag some things here because I won't be typing and take more time. So I want to put it inside the auth. So it's a login I use for projects, so you can see it. So we can just, for now, get rid of this. In future something will do that. So we have component auth login. Yeah, it won't work now, but then we have to go to create a component for that. So which component? We need a folder called auth. Okay, we've been using small letter, so let's just stick to that. Lowercase. Then inside of it, we need the login and like sign up and something like a submit button. So like I said, I'll just drag them here, then we can adjust it. So now this login, you can always like ask AI for, you can see so those are the errors I was talking about. So you see that this got a lot of errors. So you say component login auth is now small letter. Yeah, so this one is fixed. That's the advantage of TypeScript. All these errors must be fixed before you try to deploy. It will not allow you to deploy. So when you are doing a build, then login inside the component was wrong. Okay, this framer, this entirely a new, this is for animation. You want to add animation to the project and things like that. So Nextjs, you can use so you can do PN. This screen is just giving issue in terms of everything just pulled together. Let me start a new one if that one will be clean. Yeah, so you can see it's pnpm install framer paste framer motion. So while that one is installing, once it's installed, it will fix this issue. Let's see other one with error. Then we have the sign up. That seems not to have any error, but even this with error now is gone. Oh, but we didn't even eventually use it, so we may remove it in the project later, but you can use it to make animations. You're sliding in and things for like these things. Now when people click on it or over it, it should pop in, pop out, things like that. Framer can help make it even much better. So now we don't even have any error. So login, sign up. So we have a page here now called login. So what I need to do is, let's duplicate this. And then try to slash login. Let's see. How was that? Coming out. Head. Okay, because it's auth. Is this lowercase? Let's see. You can see it now. Log into your account. If kindly use email, not username when logging in for now. So you can see it now. Sign up is here. So we don't have the sign up ready yet. I'm coming. Okay. We have the sign up code also here. Let me drag it. Sign up. I just remove this for now. So you learn optimization and all those things in feature code. This auth login, auth sign up. So you can see if I refresh this now and I click sign up to is now working. And you can see it's even saying you sign up with username, with email, and then with your password. But all these are not clear because I just move the code from another design. So I can just ask the AI to adjust the code. Enter all these things. If you are not using it, just delete it out. Login, and then page for sign up as well. Then each of them connect to those so you go inside here. I think this is where the actual design was done. So that was because, you know, all this CSS was coming from another team entirely. So it doesn't, you see, like all this next header and things like that. So connect and import them as they are. Don't put all code in just the page out. Also keep search and other code as they work together. Mainly adjust the style and code to work with existing style. Continue. So I wasn't okay enough with that, so it should, each of these has their own page and their components, so it shouldn't now ask me to load because what is sent before is like I don't think it's getting what I want. App auth login page. Okay, I can still try to. No, it's not. I'm not satisfied with this because you'll be able to. That's why I said inside my code, other code, sign up, login, each code to component and import them. Let me give it more context. Login component is at where is that component? Yeah, let me see. At login, yeah, component auth login, and sign up component at sign up then component. So yeah, I wanted to adjust so it's trying to create a new component for me. That means it doesn't even check the existing one. By checking it, it will help to know what's actually going on. It seems it might be getting us some much meaningful response than you see it following those things. But why that is on, I feel we have done a lot is because we are troubleshooting. So you shouldn't do a lot like this before you push, but we are trying to fix and troubleshoot things. And when you get to a stable level, you ought to, push. So git status we've got all this now, and ensure the env local example that is here is actually just having a sample and not your real something. So all these are example. They can't use this to hack you, then the user know where to. So git add will fix a lot. Git add git commit -n is already sending us not here, so let's restart it. So now added Supabase backend to front end. So those are the major things we did. Git status, so one commit, then we can git push. Like I told you, when you are doing this, especially for the first time, after you just created this env and all those things, immediately you confirm that this has been pushed. you go straight to git status, and then you go and confirm in your repo. So we have this compare pull request 3 seconds ago. Then what are the changes? env local, you can see it. Git ignore auth, so we did a lot. You shouldn't wait to have a lot of this change, but we were troubleshooting till, you see, you don't want to have this kind of a long changes before you push. So especially you are contributing to other, makes it easier for them to accept the specifically request. So then it's like a major fix. So cool. If we go back here now, you want to look for env or even search for it. Env. So we only have one here, whereas we actually have two here. The actual local we are using on this. So we have this, then click on it and read through to ensure you see it. We didn't expose anything that is sensitive outside there. So that's good, and we don't have it, but we got this env here, which is cool. So that's good. Now we are good to go and continue to push to it. So we didn't build form. Maybe you add that as part of your own projects, I will see, but I just want to do a roundup with this. I think I've already covered enough with this now. If you follow in detail, even at the beginner, if your first time of even handling database backend, you have been hearing how scary backend can be, then there are a lot of things. It's more about thinking. If I want to have this kind of feature, how can I manipulate this? And now with the support of AI, you can just use your base knowledge of graph and then vibe code with AI. But vibe coding without essential of those basic could lead to issue. You can see how the project just scattered off, and then you have to gradually even tell the AI, no, these answers are not okay, you need to adjust. And so it gave us some new something. Is it update? So the login index login is how I should update it with this code. Let's see. It was like 160, said I should update it. Group, we just about and submit. Let's see first. Let's still take them. Then say this goes to sign up. Now I know the framer styling took a lot of space, so but this seems also have issue with on submit. So and update the sign up component. Then import on here, login. Login search parameter is missing. I'm not sure we got a very good outcome here, but let's give it a try first. Let me see. Sign up. Okay. Then sign in. Okay. Sign up, sign in. Okay. Okay, we got something trying to work here, but the header and all those things disappeared. So those ones are just front end something. Once the form works, you fix a lot of all those front end issue. Anything here? No. Login, sign up. Let's see the sign up page also. So sign in. So let's now try to sign up. Email, first key, the email we are using here. So let's try to use it, but you know it's the admin, so we just try something like skuni .1, then password. We just put something randomly. Oh, this is even a sign in one. Let's see what it will say. Sign up, username, email, demo account. Then password, like I said, just put something, and then let's see. sign up. Did it really work? It didn't work. No. So if we go to auth table, our table, and then we change this to auth, then users. So if anyone register, we should see it here. So it's not, I think instead of just doing that, we can just tell it to create coming. So at this point now we have less of issues in terms of when try to sign up and click sign up, it's just redirects to same page without sign up. Or better still, let me do something. Like I said, if I clear off all this code, sign up page, clear it off. You understand? So then auth login, clear it off. Or better still, because I might not even get idea like that. These things at times, So I could sit down and just try and adjust the code I copied, but I want to at least taking you through, because I'm not going to be giving out code. You should know how you fix those things yourself. So create sign up for my project's code base using Supabase already set up in it. One at sign up for the page code and import to the component at sign up user is able to sign up with email and password using Supabase flow. So let's see what it will give us from here. So that's how you troubleshoot a lot of those things. So let's see what it does now. I already have Supabase client set up, so let's see if this will work. We need the sign up page code, then we need the component code here, So if there's a sign up, so email, like Frisky. That's one. Then the password, just want to put something random and sign up and see. So you can see now it will give some error, and then you need to also, at times, some of this model, when you are using GPT, these are not really like solid for coding. You will not fix a lot of issues. You spend a lot of time. So hopefully maybe in future. Client. We already have Supabase client already, so which has, does it, it's the same, create browser client. I have others. It's not just getting things. It's not getting it, so got all those error as well. So let's error and screenshot. Check the implementation in the client and at server. To guide and ensure this works. Also, it should give feedback if any error while trying to connect and create user other pages, like which page did we use? At page already connected successfully with the Supabase to retrieve and display projects from tables. So check it out too. Page and component, that's sign up component. So I have to give it a lot of details now, else it won't provide any better result for me. So I don't need to change any clients. If it's not working, I just use signing up. Yes. No. So at that stage, you can also use your console. It will give you more details about what's going on. Sign up, attempt import errors. It's not exported from, you can see it now, attempt to Supabase. Has no exported. So what I want to do to tell this is, please, the client code is already working. You can use the server code which is already used for connecting successfully with the project table in Supabase. If the connection wasn't right, it won't have connected. So the issue is the sign up page and component code. Do not change the client server details code. It's working already. So you can see it now. Then if I screenshot this for you, for it, yeah. Then I can add that as part of the something to send. I shouldn't be focusing on, should just try to fix his own issue here, not. So it doesn't have error again. Let's see. Check your email for confirmation link. Can you see it now? So it's been able to, and he said should check email, but do we have the email even on in terms of that? So you can see that, but most time those free version don't usually deliver email. So it didn't show error. Let's see if we have it. Wow, it's created successfully. Cool. You can see it now. So it's done. So these were the ID type I was saying, UUID. I don't want, this is default. You can't change this. Just let it be. But I don't need things like this when I'm dealing with tables like this. Also, I just need a simple ID. You understand? So, but there are cases that they are very important, also could help with security and things like that, because they are randomly generated, and this you can guess the next one, that this can be 7 or 8, but you can't get what the next one of this will be, because it's not like maybe following a predicted trajectory or something like that. So wow, so you've been able to successfully create this, and it gave a pop-up. It said sign, which is the normal thing, because we have this on our project. So there is a security issue. So these are things you check out. Advisor, leaked password protection is currently, so this is telling you if you want to put in leaked password protection. So if, then it tells you how, view settings. So inside authentication, yeah, this is where I'm looking for. Confirm, user need to confirm their email before signing. So it's already off. So that is saying what? Prevent use of leaked password. So if I put this on to Pro plan, so it's available to Pro plan, so I can't fix that error then because it's majorly for Pro plan for me to be able to like protect that. But what really matters is what we have seen. We've been able to add this, and the other thing left is for you to style this and try to build some persistency in terms of the header. You see, this is just a plain something, and then you add the login. At least you know that this works now because it was able to register out. It was able to register the user for us, and then with this same thing we can ask it to log in. So you can ask it to log in, create just the same way. Once it has gotten this, to just follow it to create for the login. And then you need to work on some things. So this will be part of your project. So I think for DPU post students, you should check in the pro group. But the major thing you need to be able to fix, number one, this we just have it and is like in a single page in terms of this. Let me see it here. The layout, we have page, component, button, team toggle and all those things. So all these ones now, you should move it to like layout so that they will be persistent. You know, this was just a single page. So for it to be persistent, we need to move some of this code that handles the top here and the footer to a separate place. So we now have something like header and footer, and then once you have that, you can now reuse them, import them into any page you want to do. So maybe I can just play around, but you can play around that. And I believe we've learned a lot, and probably I can say it now confidently that I fulfilled the promise to. So the only thing here is just to build a form to submit new project, but you now know you have a form that can sign up. So if you have a form that sign up and works, you are able to retrieve details from a table from the Supabase. Then it's sure, you know, I told that AI you should not touch any of those client code because it works. You understand? So that's the what I call it, those things you need to know. Once those things work, just ensure the AI doesn't just tell you to be changing the client code, this code. And that's why I said if you are starting, you can use the maybe Supabase templates that already have those set up already, and then you'll be able to do that. And this will be part of your project. You'll be able to build a form, build persistent header and footer. So you are launching a full site. So after this now, we are working on the blockchain. So we are going to work on the blockchain aspect. Maybe we also try to do the persistent header or something. So work on the blockchain. So I think that's the major one that is left. After that, let's see. So if you got questions, you need support, then don't forget to ask as a DPU Pro member on the platform down on Fosky Academy. Also, you see wherever you are pointed to have access to it. Please, you can ask for support there. Meanwhile, if you need support, also if you go through and finish the course and submit your project, then you can have your certification, which you can also build a place for it on your to be displaying just the certification and things like that. So if you want to join now, is an opportunity to join DPU Pro with all the features, all these courses. Once you have this dApp, you've seen how in-depth it was. You've been able to, even if you're a beginner, you've never built full stack application before, or you're just a smart contract developer, not really touch front end and things, I believe you have been able to learn a lot from both front end and back end, and especially those that get a bit scared of back end earlier. That's why I spend more time on it in this video to help you get started so you can see. So this is currently going for 2,400 USD, but on a launch discount for just 50 student slots, which you get for just 500 for a year subscription instead of 2,400 for a year subscription. So now, if you are watching now and you are fast enough around the 5, 10, 15, then I want to give you additional discount from this. From 500, you can get, depending when I respond, you can get up to 50%. That's about 250 for 1 year. Just comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount. Comment it below so that you can unlock and have access and a lot of all this. And imagine you have your project, and then you at least every month you can add. And if you are those that will be joining, each month as we do that, those courses will still be available. As long as you have the subscription, you continue to have access to them. So it comes to a time you have multitude of projects already available for you. So we have been able to achieve this. I think I want to play around a bit more before we move to the blockchain side. Are you ready? Let's see what we can do. I was thinking we tell the AI like this, this is plain, and it should also screenshot shows the sign up page is plain and coming and different from the from this, for example. Screenshot, when you have multiple, one shows plain, which is different from screenshot 2 on page at page, which has header and footer. So let's remove the header and footer from the home page and make each a component. Then import into the layout so that it can be uniform across all pages, like home, sign up, login, etc. So yeah, I think sign up page. Let me sign up page. Let's see what we can do with that first. Yeah. So let's copy that and go inside component. At times I love those things organized, so I may call it inside the component, call it navigation should be like capital, but we are following what the AI gave us then, but I think we need to come back to the capital here. So navigation, let's stick to what we have. Navigation, then inside navigation we can now have header.ht new file. Can have, so we already know inside the folder txx, yeah, and inside that you can have this code and save, and then we have for footer.txx, then save, sorry, and here we can have footer. Yeah, both are saved. Then layout, layout. So yeah, component slash navigation slash a small h, yeah, the same slash navigation slash footer. Yep, fixed. So you can see it now, it's showing double here, but here it won't be double, it will show, you see it. So it's now becoming more, you can see it, which is nicer now. So either I'm on the home or I'm on the sign up, I maintain this, which is normal thing you will have on the site. So then I also need to connect them together in terms of all these ones are single page, so I need menu, contact, then on the contact, all this will not work because they are one page. So over here now we need this sign up. I think we fixed this, but the home page we need to, he said, yeah, I need to remove those things. So update to remove the header and footer. Where's the page? Existing code. No, this, yeah. Existing code. Okay, there's actually header there. Remove this and let's save and see. Cool. And okay, there is actually header and footer stated there. So we also have this footer. Just clean it up. And now at the footer also we won't have multiple, so we just have this now. You can see it. And then when we scroll here as well, you have it. You can see it now. Alright, it's saved. So we are beginning to have a more solid something, and those are the things you should build out. Don't send me plain something, you won't get approved for certification. So you know that I'm strict with all those things and it's for your good. You understand? So if you get rejected for a job or gigs or grants or things like that, it's normal, but you will know that it's not because you are not good enough. So there are other reasons, then you move on to other people that may know your value. But when you yourself you are not good, basic things you know, you don't come out as student of DPU. Pro, yeah, DPU Pro. Maybe you've done free and not serious with it. So you can see it now. That I got this, and I need more adjustment in terms of this. Now are looking nice. Up. Under header on the header, where is it? We have the header. Then you can have skill project, contacts, and you can just copy and paste another one here. So this becomes sign up, or we should make it even more instead of just that, contact sign up. Okay, let's make it a bit fancy here. So we have this now. So it's good you try to snap so that it sees what you are building more clearly. Even though it has the code, having the visual also help it to understand what you are actually seeing as well better. So create a modern sign up button in the header and in the header and also following the code in the sign up at sign up and its components at sign up components, which works fine. Create the sign in and when user successfully, let's not make it complex, create a sign in code following same for at sign at login, create the login at login and component at login. Note: the button should be dynamic when user not logged in. It shows green with sign up / login, but when user logged in, it turns red with sign out. Or log out. Let's see what we can achieve with that. Understand? So we can have the sign in, then also we want to have a button here to make it easier to sign in and sign out. So which code is this? To the header that changes based on user authentication state. That's the header. Let's see the other code as well. Create create this. Create login component. Create a login component similar to sign up. Index login. Then login page. So it says the header component, just screenshot. I don't want to touch anything there, so I'll just screenshot it for it so that section header error and screenshots. So I could just avoid that, but I'm sensing there may be some using is it just that? I want to see if it's changing anything here. Okay, that's just to add, I think 87 lines, maybe 89. Okay, yeah. So good, you can see it now. So we are even already logged in, because once we sign up, because there you can see it. So you are seeing it as beginning to make sense now. Log out. So user don't need to be seeing the login, log out. They should just see here if they are logging or not and things like that. So also in that header, let user know account used to login. So take their email and show the initial three to 5 letters in format like I So let me take the screenshot. You can see it more clearly. See, when you have more details and understand what you are doing, so you can see it now and then. So we have a more functional site now, because things all go on. But all this, maybe we can just make sure they only show on the home page, because if not, they will not. They are not individual pages, so they are not working like that outside of the home page. So what is it saying here? So we should update the header still and save, and let's see. Cool, you see it now. So is the account that was actually in. So you can see it. So then you can now know what's going on. But am I sure it's not that I just create that for scale? Let me search for here. Do I have anything for scale? No, apart from this for scale. No, so it didn't manually created it. It actually auto created it from the email. You see it, because inside this code you can't see anything like that. If it's manually created, you will see it. So always ensure you fix any type error. So I have a type error here. I always like to send some visual to them, so it helps a lot based on my experience. So let's see what this is. Code works fine as expected, so don't break it, only fix the types error and screenshots for data. But this is even already almost suggesting something for me. So but let's see. For yeah. You can see it. So here's where we are getting the error. Up. Set email. So that's fixed. And we still have it working. I see it now. Once I want to, so I can come in here, log out. I see it. So once you are here first, you can see you sign up, you come here, or you log in, you come here. You understand? So either of the two. And once you sign up, it auto log you in, because you don't need to confirm email we have. Then also, if it is login that you do, you say logged in successfully. And if you refresh this page now, you should change this. You see it now, login. So we have a fully functional site now with full working authentication. You can see how things got messy at the point in time, as if no. I'm sure some people will like, are you sure this guy even knows what he's doing? No. I've been building a lot of sites with authentication. You can see things like this, submit, login. So it's not about just trying to vibe code with AI, just telling you. See, now that if you don't understand things like that, especially auth and things, even AI can miss a lot of things. I know they'll keep improving, but understanding those basic also matters a lot. And I'm glad I spent this extra time more to ensure we fix all the bugs we had. So it gives you confidence. Now you are not copying the code. You will also go out there, build yours, fail, have bugs, and then sit on it till. And you will discover the more you have those bugs, the more you work to fix it, the more you will learn. You can say this, show less. So because you said you should stop on 4. So you get what I'm saying now? The more you do that, the more you will also get solid. So we now have a much solid site now from the base we got in to now we fix front end, we've done back end, and this is coming from our back end now, and we are controlling it from there. And now it's also retrieving email, displaying. So this is how you log in to Facebook or YouTube or X and say welcome this or things like that. So assuming we put username YouTube, but username is a bit complex with Supabase, so and things out like that. So that will be in other projects that you now be building on the and be adding up to your project section. So I think we can call this a day, this section a day. Any other thing I promised that I didn't fulfill? I don't think so. Types, we learned SQL fundamental, create database, set up a new project, explore Supabase, base management, function trigger, enum, row level security, we did all. Could create, read, we didn't update because the site usually not need and not delete. You can just delete like that. Then essential backend features, we implement sign up login flow using email. We didn't use username, but we use password. Secure the DB with RLS to restrict unauthorized access. We did that. Build a form to submit new project to the DB, visible only to login user or visible to all, but only logged in user can submit the form. We still have a time. So this one is now super easier because the AI can easily, because it now knows how to connect with our database easily. So if I just give it a prompt, if we have here and I create a new folder, I call it form. A project, net project, then we can have new file inside it. Let's call it form, because I've told you that's what, if I tell in a course we are covering this, if it's not possible, most time we even communicate with you and you will see it yourself that this we might not be able to be, maybe due to limitation thing, but if it's this, I try to deliver as much as promised. So, and even more, form.txx, then over here we have new folder as well, form. I just call form and put page. So this is how you name like your index page.txx. Yeah, so now let's tell the AI. So you see, creating those things yourself help guide the AI. Now let's create a page for logged in user to submit projects to the project table in Supabase that is then used to display the projects as it is now on home page. Yeah, so create now let's create a page for logged in user to submit project to the table in Supabase that is then used to display the project as it is now on home page. So the form page here, the form page here, form, wow, there's already one form. Oh, maybe form for, you see what I'm saying? So we try to make this, then we need to call this project form. So this, we can call it project form. And here we can also make it project-form. So you get it now. So on form, at project-form, add project form, and components at project-form. Oh, that's slash component at project_form. Yeah, the form page here. So to guide, here was the code used to create the form and currently used to add new entry using SQL, but I now want to have the front end form to use instead of the SQL insert code. So now you can go back. You see why it's so good for you to keep those things. If we go back here, you know I have all those things. So you see it, table code, we have so just copy everything for it, so it will have a better understanding. You see the form page. 2, ensure the form gives proper feedback like submitting and shows error message in details from the DB etc. From the DB, see below it, not as pop-up. I don't like the pop-up option that was using for those sign up and things like that. So I got this now, but enter. So maybe it's trying to correct me and I shouldn't use the underscore, no problem. So it's creating it inside project form. So let's rename it then. F2 project form. It's because I wasn't using capital, that was why I try to avoid. So then you want to have inside the project form page, okay, and then I think we should put it inside the header. From contact, can now have add project, sorry, then this will lead to slash project form. Yeah, so let's see what's up. Add project, cool, you can see it now, the title, description, live URL, repo, demo. So let's try something. DAO governance, BSC, BNB chain. I think it's BNB chain now. So let's see. Remember, we can't even have the same details, so we need to modify it for Binance chain. Then normally the live URL as well, none of it can be the same. So we have the GitHub as well. So we can just change something here. BNB. Then AO BNB. Oh, I forgot to tell it to, you see what I'm saying, to make this a drop down. Yeah, let me tell it to update it. I forgot that. So these are part of what I'm saying, like as you design and develop, you see a lot of those things, and then you just those basic things like connecting with database, those are what really are the hard part. Every other one, you can just be adjusting it as you work further on those things. Let's see, that should be going inside project form. Yeah. Let me give you the picture so it sees what I'm saying. Yeah. I can extend this also. So so here now we can have this. Some adjustments needed as seen in screenshots. So one, make the technology option, which are tech_1 to 10 be a drop, no, not a drop down, be a multi-selector drop down. When click shows drop down of the technologies, and when one selected, it's selected and can add others. Up to max of 10 allowed in the project table. To do this, retrieve the names from technology table. So this is how you gradually build those things. We did from the technology table and to display name, but when user selects, you fix its equivalent ID inside the project table, because the project table is foreign key to the ID of the technology table. Understand? That's why don't allow more than 10 technology selection. User can remove to replace, but not add more than 10. So each is fixed as selected into column tech_1 to 10 in project table. Yeah, I know. You had to select. Yeah, I know that. So let's install it. Remember, we are using PNPM, so you should always remember that. PNPM. Alright. React-select. So if I change it now, it won't work because it's still installing. But let's see. Project form selected, because we don't have it installed yet, so it won't work. And I guess this error is working with network or something. I don't know why it's going on and off. Yeah. I think after this, I should call it a day for this. I've tried to ensure by now you have much confidence in backend, and it's not about one time. You just have to keep building. Imagine this project to follow now. You build this. You get support where you need in the DP, you premium, and then from there you start building more projects using the backend. That's how you get solid. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, precisely. It got this. Yes, it got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. It still keep adding, but that means it might have issues submitting. But this shows you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Test. Project 7. Description. Just want to try. HTTPS url.com. HTTPS github.com. Let's just see. But when I'm testing things like that, I like to bring out the console so that it shows me errors much better. Let's try and submit and see what's going on. Wow, project submitted successfully. You mean it? Let's confirm. Let's confirm. Refreshing. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, So I'm relieved though. I have fulfilled everything I promised in this, except now moving to the blockchain. So you have been able to build a full stack dApp, to log in. These are part of the most difficult part, authentication and things like that. So, and now you can start submitting projects, and you see that immediately you submit it. You can see it immediately you submit it. If we go back to the front end, let's check the front end there. You can see it. Is that it? Test project 7. So you can see it's now 7 instead of 6. And then we continue to have more projects. So this now much easier because you can just log in and submit. Understand? You can log in and submit instead of going to go and use this code that could be boring at times. So, and normally if you are building it for normal user, you don't expect them to go and be using this. So we use that because we are the developer ourselves. Wow, this is amazing. Yeah, so God's question can ask, I think I've come to the end of our back end. So even if you have not built anything back end before, I've been able to take you by hand and transform you to a back end developer. And now to become more solid is about building, continuously building, using backend, facing different problems, solving it with the AI. If you still get stuck, asking questions in the DPU and things like that. As you build it more, that is how you get solid. That's how building live projects will help you. So you don't even need to wait till, I don't really get clients, so I will lie. Then you should join DPU Pro because the discount is up now and you'll be building live projects. You can see a lot of projects this we are building now, and I'll be covering all this, but it won't be as detailed in terms of long. This is a very massive course, as will be every of our student beginner will have to take this course first after the HTML CSS course as well. So they are also well detailed. See this 13 hours, this 7 hours, and they are not just hours for show, they are actual detailed like you have experienced here. So you have access to those ones, and then every month at least one project where I will cover this same thing, Web3 Project Management, AI tool to use, front end, back end, then we integrate it in blockchain, and then what are the tips to make money with your skill. So the next section will be blockchain. I try to see how we can as well learn some of that. So I think my voice is already almost, I've been recording for days consecutively and for hours every day. I think this is like the third day or fourth day, third day. So please check and you can try. And then if you want to take advantage of the discounts, so you want support, you want certification for each, you want to be challenged every month to keep abreast with all this learning you've learned, and don't want one of the easiest way to lose this learning is just drop and not work on any development, solid development like this, and everything within 3 months you would have forgotten. But imagine that next 3 months you keep building at least one project every month, even when you have not gotten job or grant or hackathon or something, you will only be getting solid and preparing for any opportunity that comes your way. And as we also share opportunity that we come across in the DPU private channel as well, like, okay, this hackathon is on, this job opportunity is on this, so you will be prepared to take advantage of them at any point in time, and also can reward as affiliate. So this is 2,400 USD, but just now you get it for 500, at launch, and it's not limited to 50 slots. It can jack up anytime. But now that you are watching this, get a super discount for you. Just comment, give me DPU Pro discount. Give me DPU Pro discount, and you get my response there. If you get like maybe 10, 15, 30, up to 50%, like you get 250 for a year. That is massive. Already 80%, almost 80%, and then that same 80% discount are now getting up to 50%. You don't want to miss it. So I think, yeah, that's it. When we say and give promise in DPU, I try my best. Integrity matters to me than money. You understand? Yeah. So to try, and I believe I've been able to fulfill all that for you here. I will see you in the next section, where we'll be talking about blockchain. Yeah. And then we can just briefly discuss some tips of make money, and then with the skill, and we talk how you get your project certification and project. So that's it. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one section. Bye.